The shields. Way to contact the PoE racing developer? I have no idea. Yeah, wait, isn't that just how you close a window?
As I was flown out to LA to go hands-on with Path of Exile 2, and I have returned with hours and hours of brand new gameplay and all new details from game director Jonathan Rogers. That's what we're going to be taking a look at in this video. We're talking about the extensive in-game system, going over pretty much all of it, the Ascendancy class system,
new?
what it's like at max level and beyond, a tease at some of the in-game gear that we can acquire, a super detailed look at basically
Don the crown is deep fried.
every system in the game, early access details, and yes, you can get access to this game starting at $30, which is absolutely insane to me. More on the new game plus type system related to replaying the campaign. You guys have got to also see how the actual map system works in the in-game. It's pretty cool. And also how this game is going to be starting out massive, but will play, so look out for that in the very near future. So yeah, here we go. This is super impressive.
The monk is a fast melee fighter. He cares a lot about momentum in combat. Now he does a lot of damage, but he isn't necessarily that strong physically in terms of defenses. So you're going to want to stay back and go into and out of combat.
Just someone died in the background. I don't know.
The monk is a fast melee fighter. He cares a lot about momentum in combat. Now he does a lot of.
It kind of sounds like someone screams "get fucked."
Cares a lot about momentum in combat. Now he does a lot of.
Am I crazy, or did that guy just yell "get fucked"?
The monk is a fast melee fighter. He cares a lot about momentum in combat. Now he does a lot of damage, but he isn't necessarily that strong physically in terms of defenses. So you're going to want to stay back and go into and out of combat very quickly. Now, like all classes, the monk was going to want to mix and match a few different combos. And one of the things we really like to do with our skills is make sure that we've got a lot of things that can take advantage of different situations. In this particular case, Octavian is freezing monsters with this wave of frost, and then he's using Glacial Cascade to kill them if he hits the thing. If the end of the Glacial Cascade hits the monster and it's frozen, then it will do a AoE damage and do a lot of damage. Now, the monk also has a lot of combo skills. An example, so if you hit monsters using regular attacks, then you'll charge those skills up. An example of this is Tempest Bell. So here we're going to create a
Dude,
bell,
all the classes
and
look
then
so
if you hit the bell, it'll
good.
do damage around it.
I don't know which one
You can
to
also
play.
add status ailments to the bell. So, for example, you could freeze it like he was doing there, which will add
Necromancer
cold damage. But you
first
can also set
run.
it on fire or
There is no necro.
shock it and
Unless you
this
just
kind
need
of thing.
minions.
So that's sort of just like a really quick rundown of the kind of skills you can expect on the monk. But how do you get
Hell
skills
no.
in the first place?
I think minions are the last thing I'm gonna play.
Outside of that is skill gems. So the way that you get skill gems are
Unless
items that you can
super
find in the
OP.
world, and if you right-click on one, you can choose what skill you want to get. Now we're trying to keep the skill system feeling as much as possible simple for new players. There's two things you can do here. You can either level up an existing skill or you can
Darkness
pick a
Monk
new
will
one,
make for
and
good
that kind of
essence
interface
drain
is quite
builds.
familiar. We have
That
added
looked
things
like
like tutorial
on-hit
videos
stuff
for
to
every
me,
skill.
so
Frozen
probably not.
locusts will explode when attacked by you or your enemies.
You're like gaining
But
non-chaos
effectively, we
as
just want to make sure we're keeping it
chaos
as
or
simple as possible.
something?
Now, what you do once
Right?
you've got a skill gem is put it into your skill screen, and once you've done that, you can bind it and use it. This particular skill is
Whoa,
called
what was that? What did
skill
I
gem
just
is put it into
see?
your skill screen, and once you've done that, you can bind
Holy
it and
shit,
use
you
it.
can drag your
This particular
skills
skill
to
is
your
called
bar.
Frozen Locust that creates a little ice ball there, and then you can detonate that with your Glacial Cascade if you want, since it counts as a frozen object. Or the monsters can attack it and explode it that way, or you could use it in front of a boss who's about to slam and explode it that way. So that's a sort of basic rundown on how you get skills, but it's worth mentioning.
I hope they let us change the UI at least like a little bit, or maybe not change it, but dude, if you're still restricted to having all your buffs and debuffs and just a giant bar in the top left,
That you can also use skills
Gonna be
across other classes
disappointing.
as well. So what we saw there was just the skills for this one class. If we open up the screen again, you can see that the skills for the other classes are still available. If you have the stats to use them, you can use them just as well. And then there's lots of different interesting combinations you can use across classes too. So that's just a quick rundown.
holy shit,
And
you
then
see how
there's
many
lots of
things he
different
hovered over? Oh no.
And then he's using Glacial Cascades to kill them if he hits the thing. If the end of the Glacial Cascade hits the monster and it's frozen, then it will do a AoE damage and do a lot of damage. Now the monk also has a lot of combo skills. An example, so if you hit monsters using regular attacks, then you'll charge those skills up. An example, this is Tempest Bell. So here we're going to create a bell, and then if you hit the bell, it'll do damage around it. You can also add status ailments to the bell. So for example, you could freeze it like he was doing there, which will add cold damage. But you can also set it on fire or
chaos damage? Oh, then maybe.
shock it and this kind of thing. So that's sort of just
I
like
don't
a
know.
really
Have we
quick
seen
rundown of the kind of
Assassin's
skills
Creed
you can
stats?
expect on the
Yeah.
monk. But how do you get skills in the first place? Well, the answer to that is skill gems. So the way that you get skill gems are items that you can find in the world, and if you right-click on one, you can choose what skill you want to get. Now, we're trying to keep the skill system feeling as much as possible simple for new players. There's two things you can do here. You can either level up an existing skill,
Vaulting impact.
or you can pick a new one.
Game's gonna be weird. It seemed like stun and stuff and breaking armor and whatever is gonna like actually be good.
And that kind of interface is quite familiar. We have added things like tutorial videos for every skill.
Frozen locusts will explode when attacked
shit.
by you or your enemies.
But effectively, we just want to make sure we're keeping this simple as possible. Now, what you do once you've got a skill gem is put it into your skill screen, and once you've done that, you can bind it and use it. This particular skill is called Frozen Locust. That
I don't know. I think I'm starting Merc unless something. I don't know. Warrior seems really good. Merc seems really good.
creates a
The other things,
little ice
I'm not
ball
sure
there,
about.
and then you can detonate that with your Glacial Cascade if you want, since it counts as a frozen object. Or the monsters
better
can attack it and
MTX
explode it that
preview,
way,
that'd be
or you
nice.
could use it in front of a boss who's about to slam and explode it that way.
I'm surprised Druid's not available because that was one of the earlier ones they showed.
So that's a sort of basic rundown on how you get skills, but it's worth mentioning that you can also use skills across other classes as well. So what we saw there was just the skills for this one class. If we open up the screen again, you can see that the skills for the other classes are still available. If you can,
Yeah, I think I'm definitely going Merc.
if you have the stats to use them, you can use them just.
Okay, how are people like? I've seen a few images that have more ascendancy nodes revealed than I've seen them show. Are these like leaked or something? Am I allowed to show that? I don't know.
As well, and then there's lots of different interesting combinations you can use across classes too. So that's just a quick rundown on what you can expect for the monk. Now we're going to move on to the sorceress. So the sorceress is our primary elemental spellcaster. She's going to attack mostly from range. She has high damage but low survivability.
Link, sure.
The area we're entering here is in Act 3 called the Forge. This is an area like an
Wait,
ancient
people actually got to ascend?
Val forge where they were making various, forging various gold things.
Oh, it's screenshots from this? Holy shit, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. I didn't even, what is this? I didn't even know that said. I've never seen that before.
So she's using a combination of lightning and fire here. Once again, there's lots of interesting combos that we want to do, but one of the things that I'd really like to kind of show you to get a taste for one of the other character development areas we have in PoE 2 is support gems. So support gems are, in PoE 2, you get them by finding an uncut support. And when you open this by default, what you're going to see is just a few recommendations. If you go through the different skills you have on the left, there's different recommended skill gems for each skill that you have. So what we're trying to do is just make sure that for new players, it's very easy for them to pick something that's just going to work. In this case, what we might do for Spark is pick Pierce. The reason why that's good is something that's just going to work. In this case, what we might do for Spark is pick Pierce. The reason why that's good is because Spark is a skill that creates a lot of projectiles.
And I like when zones, I hate when games have like dark areas, but you can still see. You know what I mean?
I'm running around.
I feel like darkness should be dark.
Off walls. If we're able to pierce through monsters, it means that they can bounce off a wall and potentially hit a monster again. So that can make it a lot more powerful when you are filling up an area.
I wonder how much environmental stuff like that, like literally not being able to see, will actually factor in. I feel like people won't like that, but
areas with things like that. We're going to try and relight up the forge here in order to be able to get to the boss. So that's
light
what
radius build.
Davian's doing here. So one of the other things that we might want to pick is multiple projectiles for one of our skills. So for example, we've got Fireball. If you fire it without multiple projectiles, you get a single fireball that explodes. Throw multiple projectiles on there, and obviously it does what you might expect. You get multiple fireballs.
Oh, slow down,
throw multiple
Buster.
Projectiles on there, and obviously it does what you might expect.
LMP, 20% less damage, 20% less attack and cast speed.
On there, and obviously it does what you might expect.
Shit, I missed what I wanted. Yeah. I could have went to this, but instead I had a doctor put a camera in my butt.
I'd expect you get multiple fireballs. So one of the things that's important is that you can actually move these skill gems, support gems around between skills. For example, we took the multiple.
No. See, I probably could have made it to this event too, but I thought at the time of this, like when the event was happening, they hadn't announced a delay yet. So I thought it was gonna be like a couple days before PoE 2 comes out, and I was like, probably want to stream and do stuff. Look at that, it was delayed.
Multiple projectiles, and instead we put it on, I don't know, this ice, I think you've got an ice skill somewhere, Frostbolt, then you'd be able to make that into multiple projectiles instead. So effectively, this is the way, another area.
Is there an app for PoE 2 like PoE 1? You don't want to play on Steam and another platform. I have no idea what you mean.
Character progression that you can use.
It's probably going to be the same thing.
Your characters in PoE. So you want to, I think there was another one as well, actually. Yeah, Firewall. Let's try Firewall. So Firewall is a skill that allows you to create a wall of fire. If you fire projectiles through that, it's going to add fire to the lightning projectiles that we fire through. So that is quite a nice little combo there as well. But if we want, there's another skill.
I mean, I have my codes on my code
if you
thing,
throw that on
but
any skill that creates.
I think all the codes you get, I think you get like access if you spent more than 480 or whatever. It just gives you access, and I don't think you need a code.
It's a wall. Was that the one? Yep. Then when you cast it, it's going to make a circle, which you can either put around you or around the monster. So that means you can cast that and then fire in all directions.
Comments on the PoE racing video? I don't know. People are fucking cooked, dude. The PoE racing comments were insane. They're like, yeah, I don't use this, so this doesn't matter.
Afterwards, so you know, it can add a little bit of power. It might be a little bit easier in this area as well when you've got tight quarters.
Code giveaway? I don't know. Someone can link it in chat, and I'll click it and accidentally show my screen.
All right. Now the next thing we're going to show is the warrior. So the warrior is our kind of big tanky melee class. Unlike the monk, he's a lot slower, but he hits a lot harder.
Yeah, I was referring to Quinn.
He's just going to.
The warrior ascendancy, I think, I don't know if it's Titan or the other one,
right,
but
so here's the warrior. Now at the moment he's using a two-handed weapon, so he's going to be hitting very slow, but very hard. But there's also something else you can do as well in PoE 2, which we didn't have in PoE 1, which is that if you switch to a shield and a one-hand item, then you've also got active block. So this is something that actually comes in handy. It's not so useful for just regular trash monsters unless they've got some special ability, but it can be quite nice against bosses. So let's have a quick look at that. So this is a big boss here, and the thing with bosses, they have large telegraphed attacks. So if you use active block here, you can use that to avoid all damage from the front, which is quite nice.
Wait, Quinn is, I don't even know if it was scripted or not. He's just built for content. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the race stuff doesn't bring new players in. But at least not directly. That's not surprising. I think they might be like the races themselves don't bring new players in. Obviously, new players can't do anything with it.
Your last 3 rips
they don't know what
of
they're
PoE
looking
1. Does that mean PoE 1 is dead? Of course streamers get all the secret info. Shaking my head again.
That's true. Thanks for 44-year reset data. But I don't know. I wonder if they're like usually races happen like at least halfway through the league when it's dying down. There's no way it doesn't at least like indirectly bring new players in because the like view numbers on everything are higher than they would be without it. Right? It's got to be better than nothing.
Now there are attacks that have a little red flash that you can't block, but for the most part you can.
I need more time.
Yeah. I got some watches. I'm still waiting for it to show up. I haven't got it yet. Should be here this week. Probably.
Now, one of the key areas that we haven't talked about yet in Path of Exile in terms of character customization is, of course, the passive tree. So Path of Exile is really well known for having a giant passive.
Oh shit, what do you hover
Character
over?
customization is, of course, the passive tree. So Path of
Frame by frame. Talkative try style. You missed it. Wait, what? Bad coding?
for having a giant passive tree. There's 1,500 nodes in the passive tree, and all the classes use the same tree. However, they start in different locations. So the warrior, for example, starts on the bottom left side here, and because of the fact he starts there, he gets access to a lot more of the melee-focused elements on the tree. Now, to quickly explain how the passive tree works, there are a few different types of nodes here. The smallest nodes are just like minor nodes, and they'll give very simple increases, like, for example, you've just got melee damage here and that kind of thing.
The tree is so squiggly in PoE 2, you know what I mean? Like, look, dude, it's so squiggly.
But the thing you're probably going to want to go for are called notables. Notables are the very slightly
Sign
larger nodes, and they
italic.
have much more interesting effects. They're often going to depend a little bit on what kind of build you're doing. For
Yeah, I'm curious how big stuff like this in builds is gonna be, like heavy stunned and whatever.
For example, this one here is 20% more damage against heavy stunned enemies with maces. This is something you're obviously only going to care about.
Wait, this is like Quinn's dream game then. Stuns are actually gonna be good. Hopefully, maybe. Well, I don't know. I don't really know if I like the like stunning bosses over and over.
If you're heavy stunning enemies a lot,
I don't know if I'd like the sound of
and
that.
of course using maces. So a lot of these notables are the things that are really going to define your character, and the list of notables is really when it comes to making build guides and things. Is this is what really matters. And in PoE 2, I've really tried to push the fact that notables are a lot more interesting, so there's a lot more stuff going on with them. But as well as notables, there's also other big nodes on
Yeah, there's got to be some like stun resistance
tree
or
called
something that
keystones.
will
And keystones are
stack
unique
up,
because they
right?
have both upsides and downsides. So an example of one right here is called Giant's Blood. It says you can wield two-hand axes, maces, and swords in one hand.
I wonder if it's gonna be like you're really gonna want, I don't know, like different builds are really gonna excel at different content more so than in PoE 1 where everything's kind of an
But
all-rounder.
you get double attribute requirements of weapons. So effectively, if you want to use a giant two-hand sword, but you still want to use a shield, you've got a way to do that. You just have to meet the attribute requirements to do it, which could be tricky for endgame bases. There's also other keystones, a few examples from other classes. There's one here that is, from PoE 1. Maximum life becomes 1, but you're immune to chaos damage. Since chaos damage does double damage to energy shield, this is something that you might want to use. Once you've got that, you don't have to worry about chaos damage anymore. You just need to build for energy shield and not life. Or another example of one that's been modified from PoE 1 is Mind Over Matter. All damage is taken from mana before life, but you have 50% less mana recovery rate. If you're going to build for this, it means you don't have to worry about.
That's gonna, if you can actually make up that mana recovery rate, it's gonna be insane.
Life once again, but you will have to build a huge amount of mana pool in order to sustain that. So these are the kind of things that you can pick from keystones that, as I said, have upsides and downsides and interesting trade-offs. Now, there is one other mechanic as well that I want to quickly talk about. So if you go back to the character and just have a look, Octavian was manually switching between, if you go back to the character and see, so Octavian was manually switching between one-hand and two-handed weapon sets. He was just pushing X to do that. When he's using both sets, there are things on the passive tree that you might want to be able to use for one or the other. So another unique feature for PoE 2 on the passive tree is the ability to split passives in two in order to allocate one.
And can't you have it? Why are they saying doing it manually? I swear there was a while ago at least. I thought they said that you can set it so like it'll auto switch for certain skills or something. You still do that?
For one set and another set for the other. So if we allocate ones in red here, these passives will only be used when you've got a two-hand weapon.
You're gonna use this copy of this tree for your first warrior?
And if you allocate passives in green using the other one here, these passives will only be allocated when you're holding the other weapon set, when he's using his one-hand weapon. So effectively, if he presses the weapon swap button now, it'll switch from one set to the other. So that means that he can effectively dynamically adjust his passives based on what weapon sets he wants to use. But the other thing as well is in order to make it a lot easier for you to be able to use different passives in your, different passives and different weapons for different skills.
Yeah, wait, what if you have a party full of time stop sorks?
Also have the ability to pick for a given skill which weapon set you want to use it with. So for example, the Stampede skill here, if you've got a shield, then when you use the skill, it will be blocking the entire time if you just demonstrate that quickly. So if you use a Stampede, because you hold your shield in front of you, you're blocking the entire time you're charging. And using the one-hand weapon will also be a lot faster because it's got higher attack speed. So that's something we'd much rather use with a one-hand weapon. But when, for example, we're doing our Earthquake or our Double Slam, this is something that we probably only want to use with our two-hand weapon.
Although the warrior seems really good,
damage.
but
so that means we can turn it off with the other weapon set. And now
everything they show is so damn
slow.
slow. Look at that.
So effectively, this allows you to have multiple weapon sets and do a lot of different things. It's also very good for, for example, on the sorceress earlier, she was using lightning and fire. She can have two different staffs, one that's geared for one that's geared for the other, as well as spec her passive tree out as well. So that's another character development feature that we have in PoE 2. Next up, we want to talk about the Ranger. So the Ranger is our primary bow cast, bow user, and she's all about range and mobility. So one of the first things we did when we were developing the Ranger is we wanted to make sure that everything you do can be done while moving. So this just makes the game feel a lot more fluid. So she's just a lot more mobile even from that. But she also has a lot of vaulting skills that allow her to jump up. For example, there's one there that freezes monsters. She jumps up and she can jump over monsters and freeze them. So this kind of thing allows you to, as I said, feel a lot more mobile in combat. Make sure you can get away from the monsters that you need to do since, she isn't necessarily the most tanky character. Now, one of the things you might have noticed if you're a PoE 1 player is the bottom left of the screen
why does every ARPG not have attack and move? They're all like stutter stepping. I can't think of a single one that doesn't do that.
Only 2 flasks, just a life and a mana flask.
We've
actually changed how the flask system works in PoE 2 very recently.
Orphan rounds?
Now you get one life and one mana flask, and that's all. And the reason we
actually
did that
I think
is we found that there was a
like
problem in PoE 1 called flask piano, where everyone was just sitting there pressing 1, 2, 3, 5 constantly, flasking. The thing is, we've actually buffed flasks significantly so that each flask has a lot more charges, but you only get one of each type. Now, one of the main things that people were doing in PoE 1 when they were using...
Is there still mounts? They haven't not shown mounts again, unless I missed
flasks, because they had they were using the other flask slots for mostly things that were making them resistant to various element types and so on. And so we wanted to have a system to allow that to still be the case and still have interesting character customization there. So we've added a new type of item called charms. Charms charge up using flask charges as you kill monsters, but they automatically trigger in order to grant you immunity to certain things.
That's the camera's inside of a tree. For example,
here, this is used when you become ignited and then grants immunity to ignite. So if you're having trouble with fire damage, then you can throw that on there. If you get ignited, it'll automatically quench you, and then it will charge up again from killing monsters. Now, there are lots of different charms that have different abilities. They trigger on different things. They get you. They make you resistant to different things. They can also get mods, from crafting and so on. So you can make them an interesting part of your build. But the point is, they're always automatic. You don't have to manually trigger them. So it kind of solves that problem of having to manually use flasks constantly. You get the ability to use more charms by getting higher level belts. This is relatively lower level, so you've only got one charm slot there.
Being on a mount with minions would be kind of sick.
3, and there might even be some uniques that lead to more charms later on as well, of course. Now, one of the other things that
Even though you
we
won't be
wanted
able
to
to do
upgrade
that,
as well is that
probably.
we found, so in PoE 2 there's a huge amount of encounters and bosses. There are actually 50 bosses in early access. There's going to be 100 in the final game. So one of the things we've changed is we've upgraded the map to actually allow you to see all of those on the map. So if you zoom in a little bit there, you can see that there's a bunch of bosses and random encounters around the area. Near to where Octavian is right now, you can see that there's a boss called Silver Black Fist, and that means that in this area there's something to find, a boss
Has anybody asked them about killing all these bosses on every character? Has anybody brought that up?
to encounter. So yeah, as I said, the bosses often have things that you can use to increase your character power as well. So
What
it's
if you have
important
to... You go through the campaign and then you like backtrack and kill 100 bosses on every character. Yeah, there's gonna be hard for day one. Oh yeah, actually they did say at one point if you kill the boss like in a map or something, you'll get it. They did say that at some point, yeah. Thanks, dear.
Forgive me, great creature.
So as you can see, he dropped a book of specialization there, and this is one of the items that allows you to do the split passive points in the passive tree, but it also gives you more passive points
You're
as well.
too late.
So it's something that you're going to definitely want to find. Now there are other bosses around the game that have different bonuses and so on, so it's definitely a good idea to explore all the encounters throughout the game and find all of those things. So next we're going to talk about the Witch. And while we're showing the Witch, it's also a good time to talk about one of the other character progression systems in Path of Exile 2, which is Spirit. So the Witch is a primary summoner, but she also has a range of other
Yeah, I
supporting
saw
skills.
there's
But
some
the thing we want to
bandits
show you first
type
is just
stuff.
the fact that she often, and in fact all the classes use a resource called Spirit. So there's a new type of skill gem, an uncut Spirit gem, which you can use here, and that'll give you a bunch of these, another skill screen with a bunch more abilities. What these ones are is for giving you things that are kind of somewhere halfway between a passive bonus and an active one. This one here called Grim Feast feeds on corpses to bolster your energy shield, but we've got lots of these for all classes. All classes can use them. For example, on Sorceress here you've got Outer Armor. There's one here called Raging Spirits, which means that every time you use a fire skill, it summons a Raging Spirit. So you can, like as I said, it's somewhere between like an active and a
Oh. That's interesting.
passive. But for the
I wonder, it seems like minion builds are gonna be, I mean, I guess it's not really a change. Minion builds are pretty active in PoE 1.
minion characters in particular, they're going to want to get a lot of spirit because all minions are paid for with the same resource. So what we're going to do here is, in order to use spirit, effectively what you do is you go to the skill screen, and if you've got minions there, you can just click the little plus button, get some extra minions, and there you go. Now, these are permanent minions, which means that if they die, they're going to respawn again automatically. You don't have to spawn them constantly. And that means that that's during boss fights and things like that. It makes it a lot easier. You don't have to worry about having to have corpses every time, that kind of thing. But we also do want to support large minion armies, and because of that, we also have minion skills that you can summon from corpses as
I think
well. So all
for
these
some
little
skills you do
scorpions
need
here,
a corpse. I saw them
those are summoned
casting
from
on
corpses.
corpse.
While you're clearing, you'll get large armies. During boss fights, it'll be a little bit more focused
But
using the minions.
I don't think for all of them.
Now he's also got some other supporting skills, a lot of things focusing on chaos damage. So he's got a skill called Contagion that'll spread between monsters and other things like Essence Drain and so on, like just a few other chaos damaging skills. Now the other thing with minions is that all the permanent minions come with extra abilities that you can trigger manually. So you see those little markers on your minions, you can use those to explode your minions. So that's the Arsonists, it's their ability. They'll throw a little bomb and explode your minion. There's also other ones. For example, the snipers have the ability to create little gas clouds. And the more minions you have, the more often you can use those abilities. So effectively, it means that each minion
Don't like the
also
Butthole
effectively serves an
Blast?
extra skill as well as being a meat shield for you as well.
I think that was pretty good.
that's a quick introduction to the witch. But now we're going to show off the mercenary.
Why is it taking 30 seconds to kill
we
white
did miss
mobs?
something. Sorry about that. Right, so just one other
every
quick thing I
time
wanted
they
to show you as
played-
well is that
Every
the
time they
witch has a
show
lot of other
footage, they're
summoning
playing
options, even
some
beyond just the ones that we
shit-ass
picked, because
build
she
that
also
doesn't make
has
sense.
things called specters. So basically, anytime you kill a monster on the ground,
There's been
it can
like
be turned
2
into a
videos
spectre.
ever where
We've
GG
actually
played a
created
real
one here from
build.
Act 1 called a Cultist Archer. They cost quite a bit of spirit, so we're going to unsummon a couple of the arsonists and put this Cultist Archer in. Now, the nice thing is that because lots of monsters in Path of Exile have different interesting abilities, all those abilities can be used by the summoner as well. So this one has the ability to summon these like purple polyp things that both slow monsters and add weakness to chaos damage as well. She's using it there with those little things that exploded there. Because those are going to make monsters weaker to chaos damage, it'll be a very good part of this build. It's not as many minions, but the nice thing is that it'll actually end up being more DPS, and I think for bosses it probably is better for this build than not. That's what these little polyp things are. All right, so moving on. Let's have a quick look at the mercenary.
I don't know who is following. I think it was just like a quest NPC or something.
So the mercenary is another ranged character, but this time using crossbows. Now, the main difference between a crossbow and a bow is that crossbows fire instantly, and they also have an ammo mechanic where effectively between a crossbow
Holy
and a
shit.
bow is
Okay, you want a hint for one of the PoE 2 launch cosplays? I've got that exact helmet.
crossbows fire instantly, and they also have an ammo mechanic where effectively, you fire until your clip is empty and then you have to reload. So it plays a lot more like an FPS. And we've got lots of type of FPS type weapons as well. I just changed it to WSD here because this character plays a lot better in that way. So if you've got like a shotgun type weapon, you've got a assault rifle type weapon.
Now here we go. This is what I'm talking about, Merc.
Find some monsters. And various other types. You've also got attached grenade launchers and things like sniper rifle type weapons and so on.
Why didn't they just make guns? Fuck crossbows, dude.
Plays very differently to the other classes, but I think it's really
essentially a
fun.
gun,
It's just like a whole different
you
sort
know.
of feeling of the game. This particular area is called Doyani's Sanctum. He's doing a lot of experiments on humans, and is very interested in anatomy and
playing
kind of
Merc
merging
on
them with
launch.
machines. There's a pretty interesting chest on the wall there that I quite like. If you click on that one, just. So there's a cadaver on the wall, and it like slices up and drops some items. So that's kind of fun. We actually originally just had half a person there, but it really just looked like an anatomy diagram. So we needed to do something to show the fact that it was actually a modeled human there. So that was fun. So one of the other things we haven't even talked about, which is another really important character development system in Path of Exile, is of course items. So now, items in Path of Exile work like many other action RPGs, but I think that we do a particularly good job of having interesting affixes and suffixes. If you have a look at the items on the character, they generate. We have normal magic, rare, and uniques. Magic items can have up to 2 mods. Rare items can have up to 6.
You can definitely use a crossbow ranger.
Each of the different slots has a pool of mods that's unique to it. But one of the other things that's sort of really important about PoE is crafting items. So here we have different crafting items that allow you to add affixes to items. If you use an Orb of Transmutation, it'll turn this magic item to a 1 mod magic. If you use an Orb of Augmentation, it'll add an
crossbow and ranger at the playtest I was at in like March or whatever was probably the most OP thing you could do. Granted, I think it was like literally bugged, but because people were like 2-shotting bosses with it.
An extra mod to make it into a 2 mod magic. You've also got Regal Orbs that will turn it into a 3 mod rare.
You can definitely use it.
Which is normally that I have 4, but if you do it this way, you get 3. And then you can use Exalted Orbs to add more mods than that to make up to 6 mods. Now, something in Path of Exile 2 that's very different than PoE 1 is that these currency items to add mods to items are much, much more common than they were before, and you're really going to be expected to use them throughout the campaign. It's like a really important element of player power. We've actually changed the way the scaling works in quite a lot of elements to kind of try and make it so that...
I wonder how much this stuff actually drops. Because in the beta thing, I guess not, I don't know what to call it, I don't know, play test that I played, there was like 0 currency dropping.
Up like new blue items is going to actually be an interesting choice for you. Using regals and exalts in them are pretty interesting. And also you get regals by disenchanting rares as well. So effectively you can get quite a lot of regals in order to upgrade items to rares relatively easily. So now these crafting items, the other thing that's important about them is you can use them on any base type, not just items you can equip. They're used throughout the game for many different purposes, for the end game as well, and many other things. So you could use them on flasks and charms. There's all sorts of places where you can use them. So it's definitely something that you're going to want to master and play around with. Now, the other items, of course, that we have is lots and lots of unique items. There are hundreds of them in PoE 2. There'll be hundreds and hundreds more as we go along. Some of them are pretty interesting. They all do things. They aren't just upgraded rares. They all do something kind of interesting. So, for example, here we have a boots called Corpse Wade. If you put that on there and then you walk through a corpse, it'll make them explode and turn into little puffs of green chaos damage there. That's not something you're going to get on a rare item. Another one here is called Sands of Silk. If you put this one on, what it's going to do is change your dodge roll into a teleport, into a blip that can blink through monsters. Once again, not something you get on a rare. But there's a few others here that are kind of interesting. Next one here is called Couture of Crimson. It makes Life Leech overflow maximum life. So as you attack monsters, you can get like over health above your normal maximum if you're using Life Leech. Another one here, for example, pretty simple in some ways, is Quill Rain. This thing here just has ridiculous attack speed, but low damage. If you want to make an interesting bow build where you're just making, where you want to hit huge amounts of times, don't necessarily care about the damage dealt, Quill Rain is going to be something for you. Or another one here called the Wailing Wall. This one here disables shield skills, but makes you able to block damage from all hits without having to raise your shield. So effectively, if you want to be able to block a lot of damage, but you don't
block all hit
damage. If you want to make an interesting bow build where you're just making, where you want to hit huge amounts of times, don't necessarily care about the damage dealt, Quill Rain is going to be something for you. Or another one here called the...
Does that mean block is different?
Wailing Wall. This one here disables shield skills, but makes you able to block damage from all hits without having to raise your shield. So effectively, if you want to be able to block a lot of damage, but you don't care about being able to use other shield skills, this could be a good one. So all of these are what we call build enabling.
I know you can raise
interesting things that you might be able to build.
Raise your shield, but does it mean the red ones too?
The character around, do something interesting with, and they're a big part of how the end game, things that you can find at end game, things that you're going to be sort of going throughout the game, things that might affect how your character is played.
So, on the eve of the end, the demon of Atzoatl has finally come for me!
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is there normal percent block still, or?
I bear the burden of our future! Pathetic.
Oh, true, there is glancing blows. The bosses look so good.
The ends justify the means. Let's see how you handle this. I can't give up. Not now. The cataclysm must be stopped. So you would take our devices and doom us? I think
Flip a coin for what you
I
play.
will fight to the...
Listen, I'm just here for the lady. There's no need for all this.
I've got you now. Freeze! Please!
Looks like that thing is just shooting right above him. About minions with guns.
Now! Are within my grasp.
the beams.
Nothing can stand in my... I've got you now. Fatal ambition.
That was kind of a sick move.
It's not over yet.
I want to see the big cluster grenade thing. Use it. Wow, he completely wasted that stun phase. Okay. I kind of hope the like cruel difficulty where you go through the second time, I kind of hope it's overtuned.
Need a sec.
Dude, I wanna see you stand in a beam of fire that you shouldn't stand in, you just die instantly.
All right. So far we've been showing you footage from the campaign. One of the really important things in any action RPG is the end game. Now, something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying there isn't enough end game content. We really want to make sure that in PoE 2 people don't feel that way. And it's something that we actually changed our priorities for as a studio relatively recently. Now, the first 3 acts of PoE 2 take around 25 hours to complete. This is already longer than many campaigns in other games. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame.
Probably.
We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access instead of working on endgame would actually be a very bad idea. So instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, it's much better for us to concentrate on endgame and make that great. If you're
I think Warrior looks really good. Is there like a Reddit post with all the full revealed ascendancies we've seen? Surely. This must be it. Okay, but where's... Surely somebody's got the full tree. Why is this... Dude, this stuff's usually already made, like, instantly. Why is it so hard to find? Okay, there we go. Oh shit, yeah, this is what I'm looking for. I need pictures for my pea brain. Bro, that fucking name is like permanently at the top, but there you go. Holy shit. Why can't I... God damn it, Reddit is such a shit fucking site. Oh, fuck. There we go. Oh my god, this site is so bad. Oh, fuck. Okay, I go here, right? And then I click spoiler and I can't see anything, so I click on them. And then, okay, I click on one. Great. How do I go to the next one? Oh, there it is. Wow, that's really good UI design. Good job, Reddit. Oh, that is top tier. Okay. Monk of Chayula. Maximum chaos res is doubled, mana leech is instant. Cannot recharge mana leech effects, also recover energy shield. Oh shit. This is Trickster. Wait, mana leech is instant. Into the Breach is the thing where the little things pop up, right? That you walk over for like they said damage and HP and stuff. Wait, yeah, this is I don't know. I feel like all the leech stuff they've shown seems really crazy, right? I bet leech isn't gonna be as good as it is in PoE 1. Because if leech works is pretty much just as good as PoE 1, then something like this in the new mom would be fucking nuts. This would be absolutely insane on the new Mind Over Matter. CIEV mom walk around with 1 HP? Holy shit, CIEV can be a thing in this. CIEV can be a real build. If EB exists. I don't think have they shown it? Said the first note on Blood Witch doubles your life pool if you're picking up the health orbs. Hmm. The leech numbers are much higher. Yeah, I'll probably watch the podcast. Yeah, Life Stacker Blood Mage looks pretty thick. Dude, the new Ascendancy art things are sick. Yeah, I mean the DPS numbers, but like depending how the leech works, right? I mean, even if you're hitting for like 50k with this huge number of 10%, but I guess it depends how they make it work. This one's weird. I think it's pretty interesting to give skills on the ascendancy nodes though. Alright, I'll be right back real quick. I need to get more water. Dude, I don't know how you revealed who he is after one message. There's the link. Additional proj, no accuracy penalty at distance. I feel like this isn't at distance. This is like a nearby sort of thing. What the fuck does that mean? How far does at distance mean? If you get swarmed or you fuck, are you gonna die? Yeah, nearby 2.0 at distance. Did you know they used to actually give like on skills and stuff or like on a node on the tree? They actually used to give the number for a distance. I don't know why they stopped. Look at this. Find it. See that? Radius 9. Why did they stop doing that? Instead they do at distance. The advantage of making a guild in this game, you have a guild stash where you can transfer stuff between people in the guild easy. I mean, they do type like 9 meters on some stuff now in PoE 1, but not like everything. I don't know, with how fast monsters are in PoE 2, I feel like this is pretty bad because you get swarmed a lot. So like if you're using something like this, you're presumably not putting really any points in accuracy, so if you get swarmed, you're screwed. Wait. That's for any distance of farther. I mean, the more accuracy you need to hit it. There's no way it's like, wait, what? There's no fucking way that is a thing. Where if they're further, you need more accuracy? No way. Holy shit, can you imagine? That could be their solution for off-screening. But then I guess you would just off-screen with spells anyway, so I don't know. Yeah, but then you just go spells. I don't know how to. Where did they say that? I have not ever heard that. Wait, that is cooked. I don't know, dude. Accuracy, like, is so dog shit to me. Like, in every ARPG, attacks are just fucking dog shit. Why? Like, why would you ever choose an attack over a spell? Oh, I guess, actually, are you gonna need, you might actually need accuracy on spells in PoE 2, because you're right, I think you can evade spells now. I think, actually, yeah. I don't know, dude, I hate accuracy, it feels so dog shit. I would rather a system that's like, I don't know, call it like mastery or something, and you need a certain amount to deal full damage to a monster. I don't know, accuracy just feels dog shit. I hate accuracy. Well, it's effectively the same thing, but it feels way less dog shit because yeah, it's effectively the same. It just feels better because when you get like I don't know, for me, I don't there it's I get this like primal feeling whenever like if I play a build that's an attack build and the monster has something like is evasive, right? Whenever I just start full ass missing and doing no damage, it like I just want to throw a rock through a window or something. I don't know. And I don't get that feeling if I'm just doing less damage. You know, it just feels bad to like I don't know, you're hitting something right in front of you and you're somehow missing. I don't know.
You know what can't miss? Linking your Amazon account with Twitch for a free Twitch Prime subscription.
That's true. Thanks for the 12-year Prime pod. I think there is Soul Eater. Infernalist. Damage from hits taken from your Hellhound's life before you. Demon form. And they said that demon form is like the longer you stay in it, the more damage you take, but more damage you deal. Infernal flame. The PoE 2 builds are going to be interesting. Elemental expression. What is that one? I saw some of the bandit reward sort of things. I mean, here's the reality about visual clarity. I don't know. I think visual clarity is essentially a stat on a build, and people think of it as just like a thing that shouldn't be in the game, like having like not being able to see anything. But I feel like that's a stat that like think of it as a stat on the build in your character sheet that you have to take into account. The most damaging poison enemies you kill is spread to other enemies within 1.5 meters. More accuracy, more visual clarity you get. Although, I do think they should add like a slider for skill opacity or something like that. Wait a minute. This isn't all of the revealed ones. I've been baited. God damn it. Okay, I guess this is, I just don't get a picture. 5% chance for slam skills cause aftershocks. Every second slam skill you use yourself is ancestrally boosted. Your hits are crushing blows. 40% more damage against heavy stun. 20% more max life. Armor from equipped body armor is double. Equipped chest from 20 slots. Although this ascendancy seems really solid to me. I think this is probably the safest pick. Does somebody else need a link that's not Lemgo or Dr. Cum? Because I'm not linking it for you two. Ancestral spirits when you summon a totem or cry. Should I go this for corpse exploding? Ignore war cry cooldowns. I mean, you just constantly war cry. Enemies have maximum concentration equal to 40% of their max life. Break enemy concentration on hit equal to 100% of damage dealt. Enemies regain 10% of concentration every second if they haven't lost concentration limit. What does this mean? Is that their stun bar? What is that? They don't cast me. Break concentration. Deal up to 30% more damage to enemies based on their missing concentration. Culling strike, decimating strike, and this is the one that's like it does 1 to 30% of the HP on hit. Dude, okay, in their like original Ascendancy showcase for PoE 2, they had like you could use any melee skill with a bow skill. I really hope that makes that in somehow. %10 chance for enemies you kill to explode, dealing 100%. Oh, dude, which hunter is the Ascendancy, dude? This has got to be the starter. This one seems like it'll be good later, but no, I bet he's gonna end up doing it. He's got to make a dad shoes unique. Yeah, Blood Mage should be pretty good. Life stacking blood mage. Although, I mean, it's hard to tell right now. Honestly, most of them look pretty good. The only one that looks pretty bad to me is Deadeye. And maybe Pathfinder. The Ranger ones don't look insane to me. The Ranger ones look meh. Granted, there's only 3 out of however many Ascendancy things there, but you know. Ranger's always bottom. Yeah, the backpack thing on this is pretty weird. They should just give everybody the backpack. They did say that there's like a way to reset your atlas if you manage to brick it somehow. The nutsack.
If you're a new player, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with plenty of content. But if you're an existing action RPG... So, let's talk about what the endgame is. So in PoE, there are many different endgame grinds. One of the things that's kind of really important is that people feel like they've got a choice between many different types of activities in the endgame. So for PoE 2, at the start of early access, we're going to have 8 primary endgame grinds that you can do, all of which have their own sort of systems for leveling them up, improving them, unique rewards.
I gotta order PC stuff.
Player power that you can get only from them, and we're going to introduce the first 2 of them right here during the campaign, which are the Ascension Trials. So the Ascension Trials in Path of Exile 2 are you do encounter.
No, I was waiting
to
hear if
then,
Starforge is going to give me
level up
anything,
all the way
but
to endgame and
it's
have additional
looking
mechanics.
like a no.
So this first one here is called the Trial of the Sekimas, and it's actually a sequel to Sanctum League.
Yeah, I think 4070 Ti is what I'm gonna get. Wait, TI, they make TI supers now? What the fuck? What is a TI super?
From PoE.
Thought it was one or the
PoE
other.
1. So we've actually done quite a lot of sequels to leagues from PoE 1 with new mechanics and new stuff, but all of them have new things going on. So basically, in order to the Trial of the Sekimas is a place where the Maraketh came to be tested and gain power. In order to gain entry, you need a coin containing the soul of a djinn. And then once you put it in the relic altar there, then you can enter and start playing. Now, the trial is made up of various different rooms.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a good timing because like Black Friday sales or whatever. So.
And it works a little bit like a roguelike type encounter system, where effectively
Wait,
you pick each
today
room.
Cyber Monday?
And then within each room, there's a different challenge. This one is...
Yeah, but 470 Ti is definitely all I need, and 4080 is like double the price.
Is a ritual trial.
I think 4070
which,
Ti is the play.
Has these monster summoners. So they're effectively summoning monsters, and you want to be able to kill those as fast as you can to complete the room.
Struggles and juiced maps, that's going to be your CPU, not your GPU. GPU in PoE 1 does literally nothing. You could probably you get like a Giga CPU and you run like a GTX
that one was relatively
980
easy.
And you're probably
so once you've
gonna
completed
be
the room, you can go into the next room to get your reward. Now in this case, we have a silver key. Keys can be used at the end of the trial to be able to get rewards, but effectively you have to be able to survive the entire trial to be able to claim them. Now this is the map for the trial, and you can effectively pick what type of room you'd like to go to next. There are a few different issues. One of them is
And
that
so you choose the
the next
keys.
room will have a type, so for a type of trial. For example, here's an hourglass trial, and it also has a type of reward, but also some of them have boons or afflictions that might get you. So this one says, for example, when you enter it, that it'll afflict you with blunt sword on entry, which means you and your minions deal 40% less damage. We probably don't want to do that as a minion build, but they have better rewards in exchange for that. So once you've picked your room, you can go and do go and do the next one. Now this one's a time trial. You have to survive for and kill all the monsters.
Dude, I look up
And one thing that I didn't
4070
mention
Ti
at the
and the
start of
first
this
thing that it
is
shows
that
me
unlike
is
in a normal game, if you
3060.
take hits in this mode, then you're going to lose a resource called honor. If you run out of honor, then you have to leave the trial. So effectively, you want to really try and play these runs as hitless as possible, and that means that all the monsters we've selected usually have to be avoidable in some way, have dodgeable mechanics, and that's sort of why Octavian is playing
Am I not
as
cold?
safely as he possibly
'Cause I've
can.
got
Here. He doesn't
two
want to get too
space
close to
heaters
the
in my
boss
room.
or that monster there, because he doesn't
Oh,
want to lose
blowing
honor.
out 200-degree air.
Oh yes, it is. Okay, no, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Okay, all right, so once the trial is complete, once again, you can go and get the reward, which in this case is a bronze key again, because we picked one that had the same reward. We'll do one more. So that one's a sacred water fountain, the chalice trial. Yeah, sure, let's do it. All right, cool. The next one's called a chalice trial. Effectively, there's a blood chalice here, which you need to fill with blood by killing rare monsters in this area. Once you've killed all the rare monsters, you can continue. Now, there are a lot of different rooms in the trial. There are around 70 in level 1, and they're random, what you get each time. So you should expect each run to feel quite different, and the kind of stuff you can expect to find, the kind of boons and afflictions you get, the monsters that you'll face, this kind of thing, all of these are very different. And there's also 4 floors as well. This is just the first floor. Each floor looks different and has different mechanics, rewards, and so on as well. So there's quite a lot of content here. And once again, like I said, there's got to be ways as well for it to sort of expand into Endgame, have more... have ways to expand it and ways to make it both more damaging and more rewarding.
I think PoE 2 is going to be less CPU demanding and more GPU demanding, because the game looks really good, and I mean, you're not going to be doing as many calculations because there's way less monsters and stuff.
There he is. Oh, avoid that one. All right, so that's this trial complete. And once again, you can get the reward you picked, which I believe was Sacred Water in this case. So Sacred Water is a resource that you can use throughout your run. Effectively, it's a currency that can be used in a shop that you can find throughout the run as well. Water is obviously a very hard resource in the desert. So in the interest of time, what we're going to do now is skip to the last room in this floor of the Sanctum, which is a boss room.
Formidable. Steel yourself.
All right, so now we have Rattle Cage.
Yeah, I don't know. Rattle Cage isn't really hitting for a boss, man. have head support. I don't know, is it like head hunter?
Infection.
So that's the boss of the end of the first floor of the Sanctum, but there's lots more
Witch
bosses
Hunter.
in Sanctum to find. As I said, there's multiple floors. They each have interesting things. Now, at the end of each floor, you'll get the ability to pick from various different chests. The keys that drop give the ability to open these caches here. So you want to pick which one because each of them have different types of rewards in them. Now, the other thing that you get to do here is use the Altar of Ascendancy.
Which one are you going to do? Sanctum for your Ascendancy or Ultimatum?
Now, unfortunately, we forgot to reset the Ascendancy class, so you're not going to be able to see the list there when we did the thing before. But effectively,
Oh, there's no way there's a delay.
First time you use the Altar of Ascendancy, you get to pick between 3 different Ascendancy classes. In early access, there's only going to be 2 available for each class, and we're going to be adding the rest later. And those give you interesting things that are only available to your class because no other class gets those things on the passive tree. Now, with Ascendancy classes in PoE 2, have really tried to do a lot better in terms of how interesting the things are. For example, this particular class, and because I can't see the name on the screen, I forgot what it's called, Infernalist, right? It's got some pretty interesting abilities. One of them here is called the Hellhound. So this one gives the ability to summon a Hellhound. When you summon it, it has a few abilities. One of them is that it sets everything next to it on fire. It's a minion, so because we're a minion class, this can be really useful. But also it takes damage for you. Every time you take damage, it gets transferred to the Hellhound. So, you know, he's a really good boy. Another one that's really interesting is that if we just respec quickly away from that,
Well, how are they recording it like that?
turning into a called demon form. So when you use demon form, you turn into a demon. While you're a demon, you lose life constantly, but you also have much higher spell damage and much faster cast speed. The longer you survive, the higher those numbers get. So you know, but you're going to continuously take damage. So you're probably, if you're going to use this, you probably want to do a build that involves getting high life regeneration in some manner, so you can survive as long as possible and do a large amount of damage. So that's an example of just 2 nodes from the Infernalist. But of course, you know, there's lots of interesting nodes there, and you're going to want to ascend, get more points by doing more Ascension trials, and you know, continue to get more player power. Now in PoE 2, you actually, all of the Ascension trials, oh, that's right, sorry, we haven't even finished this one yet. All right, hang on, where was I? All right, that's right. Okay, so let's talk about how this extends into Endgame. So effectively, as you go through this trial, you might find items called relics. And relics are these items here, which can be crafted. You can see an example of a blue one here. This one says monsters have a 4% chance to drop double sacred water and gain 16 sacred water at the start of the trial. Now, these are ways that you can effectively improve your odds as you go through, but there's some pretty interesting ones as well. Let's have another look at another couple. Bosses deal 4% reduced damage. These ones are very low level and simple, but do other things. So a league from PoE 1 called Ultimatum. That's that blood globule I talked about earlier.
Dude, how come? Yeah, I'm gonna play WASD. Everybody's gonna play WASD. 95% of players are gonna play WASD. But okay, how come games look the same as they did 8 years ago? Why do I need a new GPU? Okay, I mean this game doesn't, but like Stalker 2 looks like it could be made in 2016.
Now the blood globule may not seem very threatening right now, but as you go through each room, you're going to add more and more mechanics that are going to hurt you, and so it can get quite intense by the time you've gotten to the end.
One down. Who's next?
There we go. So we've defeated all the monsters in this room, and we can move on to the next one. So as we move to the next room, once again, the Trial Master is going to give us a choice. Basically, sort of double or nothing. Do you want to take another
that
reward,
Wukong game looked great, and it ran
make
very
the game
nicely
harder
on
again,
my card.
or do you want to take the rewards you've already received so far and leave with your ill-gotten gains? In this case, obviously, like most players, you're probably going to want to pick another reward and keep going. So there's the existing one, blood globules, and that'll keep stacking up. But we're also going to add shocking turrets here, which are going to add turrets through the room, which you'll have to deal with as well.
Love Josh.
Now this one is a
Conquered
trial that
private
requires
server.
it's a timed encounter type trial.
Live.
As you can see, there's those lightning turrets there now, which you also have to deal with, and it's going to spawn a lot of monsters that you have to survive. You don't have to actually kill all of them. If the time runs out, then they're all going to go away. So yeah, you can. You just have to survive. And the Vaal had a culture of risk-taking, so all these kind of risk versus reward mechanics very much work for them. The way they craft
I'm
it and a bunch
interested
of
to
other things
see
like
more
that all sort of relate to this kind of risk-taking.
in it. You think that's gonna make people stop asking? I don't think me pinning anything has ever had had an effect on people asking what I'm doing.
You've only got 4
Well,
seconds
you're not
to
the
survive
dumb
for 4
one.
seconds.
It's everybody who ignores it.
Yeah. There we go. Okay. Managed to.
Dude, it's
flask
gonna
through
be
it, so it's
weird
okay.
logging in there. You're not gonna have a filter. Well, I mean, I wonder if it'll be like the same formatting as PoE 1. If it is, then I mean you could probably whip up a little thing real quick.
So as you get towards the end game, there'll be a very significant number of rooms you can do in a row. You can just keep on making it harder and harder. In this first version of it, you're going to. In this first version of it, you only have to do 4 rooms to be able to ascend. But once again, if you can't do them all in a row in one go without dying, then you'll lose your entry ticket. So you'll have to get another one to get in. So once again, like the other challenge, you'll want to be make sure that you're ready before you do this trial. Now this particular one involves pushing this idol forward. When you're near the idol, it moves forward. When you're as you get further away, it falls down and doesn't move anymore.
I don't know. I think in this game, there's gonna be way less shit dropping, and I don't know. I feel like setting up your own filter will be pretty.
So
easy.
Ideally, you can get close to it. Now,
Unless you end up needing like, if you end up like wanting to pick up specific bases, like you pick up a bunch of white bases for some reason, then maybe.
move it forward, it's also going to spawn these, trigger these monster elevators with monsters that are going to come down as well.
Ah, fuck last Epoch's filter system, it sucks. It's inferior to PoE's. People are just too scared to type 3 lines of text. When you get locked into something like last Epoch's filter system, you end up having like these weird scenarios where it can't do what you want it to do. It ends up like really sucking if you want it to do something like really specific. As opposed to PoE, you can just type it in and it does it. But people are scared of text. Yeah, it's super easy. It's so easy to edit a PoE filter in like Notepad. It's so easy.
All right, finally. That one dragged a little bit, but it's okay. We finally got there in the end. All right. So, just like in Sanctum, there are also bosses that you can
the
get as
only
you go
thing
through here. The
PoE
order of them-
needs for its filter is if you this is the best part about last Epoch's filter. You can open up the filter and it'll show you what line in your filter is highlighting
It's
that
random,
item.
and so they can be very hard or relatively easy depending on when you encounter them and what things that you've picked before.
That's all it needs.
Before the boss, once
Perfect.
again, the trial master will ask you to pick. Do you want to bail now or do you want to pick something else? That looks okay.
They're in the deeds. Protect them.
So here's one
The
of the
trade
bosses you
site's
can find
completely
in the Trial of
different.
Chaos God.
There's no trade site has a bunch of shitty barriers like people being idiots and not selling their stuff. You have to scroll down to the bottom. There's nothing like that in the filter. You just type in what you want. It's easy. understand this. Unless I really don't understand why people hate leaving the game so much. Like, what's the difference? Okay, you click a button in game and it opens a text box on your screen, and it just has a different UI. Versus clicking a button in game, it opens a text box in your screen, but it matches the game UI. That's the only difference. I don't get it. Yeah, I was gonna say if you have one monitor and you're on a shitty PC, I completely get it. If you're not, you're a big baby. What don't you like about it? You click a box and your filter pops up. It's just outside of game. What's the difference between clicking a filter button that makes your filter pop up in game and outside of game? What's the difference? Why don't you like it? Just because it doesn't match the game UI? Is that it? I mean, I guess that's fair. Ruins the immersion. I don't like it more, I just don't care. It can be either way, they're effectively the same. I wouldn't mind if it's in-game and I just type in the text there either. That's fine. It's literally the same amount of button presses.
That's as far as we're going to go in this trial for now, at this low level. And of course, once again, you'd be able to ascend here if this is as far as you can get during the campaign. There's a lot more stuff you can get.
Thanks for the 40-year Prime.
So the trial master now is going to give you the rewards that you've earned
Time
throughout the
subs
trial.
still actually work on
And
bosses.
there are a lot of
I think
rewards
it
that are
does on
unique
some
just
bosses
to,
and not on others.
just to this trial. So let's go through a few of these that we've got here. Now, the first thing he's going to offer, one of the things we've got here is an
You
item
want to learn
with a
how to
socket in
code?
it.
It's not code. You type in show
we
item
removed,
and the item
gem sockets
shows.
from
That's
PoE
it.
2, but we've actually re-added back
There's just
sockets
a lot of text
in a
and
much more
setup
traditional way,
filters, so you get
as things
scared.
that you can put items in to get extra mods. So if
Like, you want to see a ringed buckler? You literally type show ringed buckler. That's it.
you have a look down the left there, you can see a thing called a soul core. This is a soul core of thunder. If you put it in a weapon, you get lightning damage. If you put it in a shield, then an armor, you're going to get 10% lightning resistance. Now this is player power. You can't get any other way than sockets, and it's only unlocked through content that you can get through here. Now, if you want to be able to actually add sockets to existing gear as opposed to using the sockets that are on gear that you get from here, you're going to have to use these things called Vile Orbs. Vile Orbs modify things unpredictably, and they work a little bit differently than they used to in PoE 1. Now, the first thing I want to mention is the fact that these corrupt items, and what that means is that after you've used this, you can't use it on another item again. So that's the last thing you want to do in your crafting step. This particular one
great.
here
If you're a
rolled
coder,
with
you can
got an extra
recognize
mod.
that
It
it's
got
not code.
14 to 20 chaos damage as an extra mod, as well as getting corrupted. But they can also do other things. So we'll use it on some of our gear here. You can equip it. I think you can leave it equipped. Yeah. So we're going to use it on his bow here. Okay, so that one gave him a socket.
I think crafting is going to be pretty cool, actually. Use like that and shit, and you slam it, and then you corrupt it.
Excellent. So now he'll be able to upgrade his bow with a soul core to get an extra mod. So that's really
But Last Epoch filters a screen of text too. Because all you're doing is filtering text on the ground. It's all text.
valuable. Probably wouldn't have picked that one.
It's okay to admit you're irrational.
Fine,
it's
that's what he had.
fine.
Then we've also got, let's see in some other results.
Common
That
thing.
one, okay, so that one just modified random mods on the item, so probably not good, not what you wanted. That's a bad outcome. On the other hand here, all right, added another mod, 25% increased armor and evasion. That's a very good roll. So effectively the theme with these things is that you're going to get random results. You don't probably want to use them on the items that you've got equipped because they're likely to potentially damage them or make
Last Epoch has all drop-down menus and checkboxes? You mean drop-down menus with text in them?
them worse. But there's player power that you can get from this that you can't get any other way. So it's something that you're definitely going to want to be able to do as you go through the game. Now, of course, because we got to the end here, we can also ascend. For this particular one, we might as well just ascend this character. So there's the Witch Hunter, which you could pick, and might as well just pick a simple node. I mean, there's a basic one that's just Culling Strike. You might as well pick that. We didn't actually plan to show this character class while we're doing here, so just ascending while we're at it. Now, right there, you also see there's an entrance to the Trial Master's Tower. That's like a special endgame thing, which we're not going to show you, but effectively that's the pinnacle boss for this particular endgame grind. But let's talk a little bit about how you're going to expand on this. So if you go back to the start of the area, the keys not only have let you get into the trial, but they also going to have mods on them as well that allow you to do different things. And just like the Vaal always have, we want to make sure that there's things that have both
Minus
bonuses
25 max player res.
and downsides. That they're very double or nothing type culture. So this one here says sacrifice up to 10 exalted orbs to receive double that on trial completion. So effectively, you know, you can go double or nothing on currency as well. But it also has minus 25% to maximum player resistances, which is a pretty nasty
I mean, tabbing out in Tarkov would be fine to sell your loot.
downside. You can roll these things and you know they have some pretty interesting mods on them. So yeah, it's once again, it's one of those things you can specialize into in-game. Now, of course, there's also uniques only available here and various other things available here. So yeah, you're going to want to do that. So those are the two trials that extend into endgame that are during the campaign. But now we want to show you how the actual endgame, sort of primary endgame system itself works. So we're going to have to get a higher level monk to be able to show you that. Now, I'm not going to get too much into the plot of this, but this is where you're going to start in the endgame. And just like in PoE 1, we have a thing called the map device that you're going to be using to travel around. But what you actually get when you click on the map device is going to be quite different. Now, the storyline here effectively is that there's corruption.
Okay. I don't know if this is going to be a little bit of a hot take. I think the Atlas looks like a mobile game.
From the beast is spread across the land, and you're going to need to try and cleanse it. Now, this is actually an infinitely scrolling map that goes in all directions and can.
I think they need to. I think what it is these like really bright color nodes. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I feel like they need to change these nodes.
Contains all areas you can go to. You can go to each map only one time, so you're going to want to you're going to try and want to find like, you know, interesting places to go. Now, this is the primary thing to explore after you finish the campaign, and there's all sorts of things.
I think the map itself and the terrain, how it looks, I think that looks good. I don't know, these things are so bright, it's kind of like sticking out like a sore thumb. No, I don't mean like the differences between biomes. I just mean it's like purely these for me.
To find on here. There's bosses, there's towers, there's beast corruption, there's rare areas with interesting mechanics, all sorts of in-game content that you can see these icons for around the place.
Like the actual terrain itself, I think it's fine, but I don't know, these... Something about
in order to travel to one of these, what you're going to do is click on it.
Change my mind once I see it in game. Why?
And then you can travel to it using a waystone. Now, these waystones effectively work like maps did in Path of Exile 1. You can craft them and so on as well. Once you've gone to the map,
wait, this doesn't have 4K?
then what you're going to find is a randomly generated... Oh, okay, he immediately clicked the portal back. Classic mistake.
I'm playing all League or way out from start. You need to drag the map around from it. I'm sure that you can like clip to where you last left off or something.
What you're going to find
probably Paul.
here is a randomly generated area, and we've really ramped the random generation up to 11 for this. Obviously, all the monsters here are also going to be random, and one thing I will mention is that the variety of monsters in PoE 2 is a lot higher, and they have a lot more interesting...
Now, 1440 is way better than 1080.
Which means that interesting
1080 actually looks so blurry.
Combinations of them in maps can really produce interesting results. These particular ones that were randomly picked here seem to be relatively simple, so I guess that point isn't that well made today, but that's all right. Now, this monk is effectively the same kind of build that we were doing before, but it's a lot faster for in-game. But what we're going to do is we're going to amp it up a little bit further just to sort of see some of the kind of things that you can do in in-game as well. So after we've finished clearing this pack, then we'll do that. So let's open up this, and what we're going to do is this is a character that freezes a lot of things, so we're going to add a cast on freeze gem here. And what that's going to mean is every time you freeze a monster, it has the ability to cast whatever a spell of your choice. In this case, we're going to cast Frost Wall. And we're going to add Fortress and reduce cooldown to that so that we can cast them all of the time. And they're going to go in a circle around the monster that got frozen.
How could you possibly think
effectively,
1080
because
is
it's gonna create
blurry? Because I had a 1440p monitor, and then I got rid of it, and I went back to 1080, and it looked blurry.
a lot more frozen objects around the monster. When you use your Glacial Cascade, they're going to do a lot more damage and explode for a huge amount of a huge amount of damage as well. So the goal here is to cleanse the corruption on the map, and you do that by killing all the rares, and if there's a map boss, then killing the map boss as well. Now there are map bosses that can spawn in every map. We've actually
I'm not talking about I'm not talking about YouTube. YouTube, it's gonna look exactly the same because it's compressed to hell. And on Twitch, it looked exactly the same. Been watching this on 360 and didn't notice. I don't know. You're cooked. You're cooked.
decided to not have a map boss
But,
every time you go to them, and instead you
I'm
can
talking
see
about
which
actually
areas have
playing
map bosses on
games
the main map.
With like
What
no
that means is that
compression.
we've got the ability to have the map bosses be a lot more challenging, but also drop a lot more items as well. So because you don't encounter them quite so frequently, and you can also choose, you know, do I want to do bossing, or do I want to just grind maps and do other things? So it kind of gives the player that choice. So once you've completed the map, it'll be green.
I mean,
on
1080 is
the,
fine.
on-
I'm just
on
saying,
the,
like, if
in
you
this
go to
area,
1440p
effectively
and then
allows
you
to
go
continue
down,
explore.
it's gonna
Now,
look
this map is
blurry
kind
to
of
you.
somewhat randomly explored, so you know, don't concentrate too much on that. But effectively, you're going to be expanding outwards from the center. Now, of course, the other thing you can do is craft maps with currency items. So if we get a you know, an orb of transmutation here, we can use that on there to get a mod on the item. Now, the prefixes are benefits to you, and the suffixes are negatives to you. So this is something that we've changed a little bit how it works. So that means that you can just get a map that's just a straight up boon to you if you do a single. If you turn it into a magic with only one mod, but of course if you're going to turn it into a rare, you're going to get a variety of downsides and upsides, and all of them can have different effects. So once you've cleansed corruption from maps, then you can start to unlock the Atlas tree, which allows you to further upgrade your progression system for this thing. So here's the Atlas tree here. Now I've actually made, what we've actually done here is all the different types of content have their own trees. Each one of them is kind of like an ascendancy class, and then for that content. But there's also a primary tree that you get just for killing maps. So there's a tree here for cleansing maps. There's also a tree for killing bosses, and then trees for doing other content on the Atlas as well. So you kind of you don't have to choose between, or rather, you can choose to do a piece of content, but you're not going to be losing anything from any of the other pieces of content when you decide to do them later. Effectively, they all have their own kind of scaling in that way. So a random example here, 20% increased magic monsters in your maps. Another random example, I don't know, 20% increased quantity of waystones found on your maps. But there's also like keystones here, like rare and unique monsters in your maps have 1 to 2 additional modifiers. It also adds extra bonuses to drops as well. So these are the kinds of things that you can get on the tree, and that's one of the progression systems as well. Effectively, is I'm going through the Atlas tree here, but it's also kind of the gateway to a lot of the other
1440p.
So, for example,
dude.
here we see a map that's got this little
Is
hand icon.
is
and that
4K
means
still
that
a meme? Like,
there is a breach.
can you
in this
actually
map.
run
There's also
games
the
at a
boss icon there, which
decent
indicates there's a
frame
boss
right
there as
now?
well. So we know there's a breach in there. You know, if you're looking for breaches, this is where you want to go. You can effectively always see the content that you're going to be able to face in maps.
Of course you
look around
can.
the-
I mean,
around
like
the, tree.
a year ago you couldn't.
And there's also going to be mechanics
No, you
for
weren't.
adding more of them later, which we'll talk about
Maybe
as well.
like, yeah, 60 FPS is trash. 60 FPS is actually unplayable to me.
So at the start, you'll just have to find them randomly, but later on you can add them to maps too. So let's have a look at this. All right, so breaches. So Breach is another one of the League sequels that we've done for Path of Exile 2, and it's also one of the sort of pinnacle, like in-game content
Holy
grinds
shit, he's
that you'll be
taking
able
notes.
to progress through. Breaches are effectively small fissures in reality that let you see into an alternate plane where demons roam free, and touching a breach will cause it to expand and reveal all the demons there that are lurking on that plane. So we're going to have to walk.
I mean, it
unfortunately,
depends on the
directly there,
game,
which is going
like,
to trigger immediately. So you won't get to
FPS
see what
at
it looks like
60
before you trigger
FPS.
it. But,
FPS games at 60
now.
FPS.
So when you trigger it, and this is a horrible location for it, when you trigger it, all of these demons will
First
start to come out of
person
the,
shooter
of the,
games at 60
other
FPS for
plane.
me are unplayable. I can't play it.
Now, as you kill the demons, it's going to extend the amount of time if you're a very good player and you can kill demons very quickly, you can keep this going for a very long time and like cover like half the map with it. If you're not as good, or maybe your build just isn't as strong, then you're not necessarily going to be able to do that. So it's very hectic. Oh yeah, there we go. So it's ended already. So effectively, you have to try, if you're very fast at kill speed, you're going to be able to take very good advantage of this particular mechanic. Now, breaches, of course, have their own rewards, which is why you're going to want to do them. Let's just have a look on the ground to see if we can find any. If you go back and have a look, did it drop any? Breach splinter. Right. So one of the so there's a couple of things that they drop. So one of them is catalysts, and the other one is splinters. So which one should we talk about first? How about the catalysts? So catalysts are a reward you can get only from breach, and effectively what they do is increase the quality of specific modifiers on jewelry. So this one here says adds quality that enhances life modifiers on rings and amulets.
The breach rings
so effectively, this is going to allow him, if you use that on your ring or amulet, it'll allow you to increase the it'll add life quality that'll make the life roll on that amulet go up. This is an area of player power that sort of seems relatively subtle, but there's actually quite a lot to this that you can do. Breach also drops breach rings that are one of the best ring-based types because they allow quality to go up to 50, which means that you can use those as base types to create some really crazy rings for the endgame as well. So that's one of the forms of player power you get from only from breach. The other thing you're going to find in breach that will sort of unlock the pinnacle boss are these breach splinters. So if you collect 300 breach splinters, it'll allow you to make a breach stone.
Breach rings are just like
the breach
normal
domain,
rings now, so you can put like 50% quality on them.
We're actually going to show you this pinnacle boss for this particular league mechanic, just because it's nice to see one. But we're not going to show you any of the other pinnacle bosses in this demo. But all of the different types of league, all the different types of content that we have here, all have their own pinnacle bosses that we can do. Now, this is effectively a map that's a single large breach, and you're going to have to be able to race.
No, they're not corrupted. I'm assuming they're going to be more rare though. I don't know if they drop as rare only or white because there's no scours, right? So it drops as rare. I mean, I guess you could chaos it, but... Holy shit, did he jump over that?
His message burns within our grasp.
I don't know, there's over 100 bosses, but a lot of them are like side bosses.
Here the great winds. We watch, we wait.
Gonna get slammed. Oh, do that? That's kind of sick. Every game is punishing for melee, there's no way around that. Some are just worse than others. I wonder, there's gonna be so many rage threads because softcore is more like medium core now. You can't really just get fucked.
They fight once more. Crush!
Is it the same way with bosses? Like, say you have a boss on your atlas or whatever, if you fail it's gone, right? Still? Surely. Medium core, if you die in a map, it's gone. If you die in a boss, I'm guessing it would be gone because the map's gone. If you fight a boss in the campaign you die, it's HP resets. I mean, every game gets easier over time. So I mean, eventually it will get easier for sure. Because they can only give things. You can't really take things away, right? You get 6 portals, but it's for taking out the loot in the map. Which probably, I don't know. I wonder what a super juiced map is gonna look like. That's gonna be interesting. William, I don't want 2 maps at those. I mean, it looked like it put it in a pretty big radius around it. Yeah, I guess that's 3 have to wait for multiple to overlap. Dude, once they like get in, oh man, the real endgame bosses, not just random endgame boss like this guy, but like the equivalent of like Exarch and Eater are gonna be so fucking crazy. Once we get into real pinnacle bosses. Advanced layered gauntlets tier 3? What does that mean?
All right, so that's an example of a pinnacle boss, and we're not going to show you the rest of them, but that's just kind of give you a flavor for what an endgame pinnacle boss might be like. But just like all of the pinnacle bosses,
does
when
that
you
mean the
defeat them,
mods
you're
are
going
at
to get
least
points
tier
for
3?
the ascendancy tree. Sorry, not ascendancy tree, for the Atlas tree for that particular content. So this is the breach one here. Now the idea is that you kill the boss, you make the whole league more difficult, and then you can beat the boss again at a higher difficulty and get more points. So the first point here you're going to see is +1 to Twisted Domain difficulty, which is going to effectively make breach harder. It says here difficulty causes monsters to have increased damage and toughness, as well as making them grant more experience to drop better items. But there's also effectively specific nodes that will give you interesting changes to that league mechanic. So for example, classed hands in your maps have a 25% chance to be guarded by a pack of magic monsters. Breaches in your maps have 50%
They
more
said all
classed
of the
hands.
mechanics
Those things are effectively like breach
boss,
chests that you find as the breach
I
expands
guess.
there. So that's like a bonus that you might choose to pick. There's lots of other ones here that you could pick as well. And as I said, each of the different types of content all have their own trees here that you can do your own stuff with. So that is, actually wait, there's one more thing that we forgot to tell you about, and this is kind of important, which is tablets. Okay, right, I should have gone over that earlier, so we'll just do it now. So effectively, right, when you do a breach in your maps, one of the things that you might find, and this is kind of important, are tablets. Now tablets are items in your inventory that you can use with these towers. If you open your inventory there and have a look at just find a good place. So when you play breaches, you might find these breach tablets, and what this does is effectively adds, then that means that you can, the Atlas, you know, mind has to have a way to expand it, a way to make it more difficult, a way to specialize into it, tell you whereabouts things are buried, and they're going to dig these things up using explosives. So effectively, you have to choose carefully where you're going to place the explosives in order to be able to get the most amount of bonus. There are also these things called remnants here that give you both bonuses and downsides for doing them. After you blow up the remnant, all the future monsters after that point will be stronger but more rewarding. So effectively, Octavian's going to place down some of these dynamite, the cosmic be expanding a lot over time. As we add more of these PoE 1 League sequels, a bonus notable on the passage tree. So that one's quick recovery, 40% increased stun, mysterious mist that goes to the area.
That looks like it's about it for this. Guess I'll watch this.
See ya. So sorry about the delay, everybody. We are here. Thanks for waiting. And take it away, Gazi, with the intro.
All right. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Tavern Talk. We have lost track of which episode this is, but this time we have Jonathan with us yet again to talk about PoE 2. How are you doing?
Pretty good. Obviously the response to the live stream we did was kind of crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what we really expected,
how
but
does DM
certainly
say Gazi?
there seems to be a lot of hype. So yeah, it's a bit scary, but I think we're doing pretty well.
Oh, for sure. A big congratulations.
See ya. So sorry about the delay, everybody. We are here. Thanks for waiting. And take it away, Gazi, with the intro.
All right. Hi, everybody, and welcome to. It was fantastic. Like the intro scene, I think it blew everybody away.
Accent.
Absolutely astonishing. I mean, DM, what do you think about the reveal? Like, I'm rating it at a 12 out of 10 so far. It's been the best one yet.
I mean, obviously everyone liked it. I would say that kind of expected it to be good because I was able to get the early sneak peek and, see it in LA earlier on. So when I saw it, I was like, okay, yeah, this is going to be pretty well received. One of my questions I did have for you to go right into it, we're going to do general questions, and then we're going to pretty much almost immediately go into like more specific questions. And these are questions mostly just posed from the community that they really want the answers to. But one of the general questions that I had for you was, it seems like there's been more and more an emphasis on exploration and world building. In Path of Exile too, you saw things like the skulls on the maps is one such example you've used for this before. So I was kind of hoping you could walk us through the process that happened when you guys started to realize we really want to have more of a focal point on exploration in the game.
So, I mean, to start with the story stuff like that, I mean, we really want to make sure that we're doing better than what we had in PoE 1 with regard to story. Like, a lot of people get through PoE 1 and they never even realize what it is, like what the story even was. But as for exploration as well, I mean, there's just, you really want to have that fantasy of well, I mean, you're playing a fantasy game, right? Like you just and I think exploration is a huge part of that. So there was a thing that happened, in terms of like the icons on the map and everything like that. There was kind of a moment when we realized that people actually didn't realize how much content there was in the game. Like there was a situation where people would walk past things, they wouldn't know that maps contain stuff. So we're like, okay, when people are dying to bosses all the time, there is stuff out there for them to find. They're just not actually finding it. They don't know that it's there. So the icon on the map thing was just like a really good step towards actually making it so that you realize, oh, you know what? This is actually a game where if I explore, I will be rewarded. And there's been quite a lot of other things like that we've done as well. Like, we've tweaked the random level generator. We've done to make it so that you've got things like where when you come to dead ends, we try to make sure there's stuff in dead ends for you to find. And of course, there's this, the particular encounters that we have, like every area we try to have 2. In some cases, there might even be 3, sort of just handmade little things you can find. And we're actually keen to expand on that as well. So one of the things that I'm keen to do is to have a larger pool of these kinds of things in the game than what you get the first time you go through an area, and they can be random. And then we could even consider having it so that when we do the
okay, I'm not gonna lie, I can't watch interviews. I just can't. Shorter version, 30-minute breakdown. Who does? Yeah, but I need the ADHD version, dude. Is that?
Well, I feel bad about that. Hopefully we didn't make him late for his meeting. We did go a little long there.
A little over?
But we got literally every single question in.
I'm sure the passive tree will receive massive renovations all through early access. Like, I just have no doubt of that. So one thing I should mention about that is that it does allow you to overcap your life by double.
I wonder, like, are you just gonna log in 1 week and your build's reset? Like, how long is it gonna be in between major updates like that and changes?
Pointed out.
Massive deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll just do like a full reset every couple weeks or something. Or maybe not, I don't know. Do they go for the reset angle or do they go for the change shit a lot? They'll do resets with large patches.
Mark actually mentioned that I forgot to mention that upside in the thing. You probably assume that this video was ready like a week ago. Well, let me tell you, we were rendering it out the night before. There are a lot of things about that video that I certainly would have wanted to improve, and the monkey running off into the tree was definitely on the list, okay?
You know I'm going to ask, can we hope maybe Blight can come to Path of Exile 2 at some point here?
Druid sort of has 3 primary forms. Don't know whether Rishi will be unhappy about me spoiling the exact inner workings of this. Our numbers don't scale as fast as some games do. It means that we're not going to have to be worrying about trillions of damage or anything like that.
Our numbers don't scale as fast as some games do.
You know, so I don't think we're going to have to ever do a number squish or anything like that. Like, we've never really felt like the need to worry about that. So first things first, we definitely want to make sure that juicing is still a thing. And the juice is substantial if you can get everything all at the same time. The question is, can you do that every map, or can you do that only some of the time?
But wait, can you mod?
So beyond that, can you modify the bosses themselves?
So generally speaking, not. So I'm pretty sure the Brimstone can't get mods.
Yes! Yo, PoE 2 is going to be a 10 out of 10 game, bro.
Hi, everybody. And
Yeah, I don't like rolling the bosses and stuff.
welcome to Tavern Talk. We have Jonathan with us yet again to talk about PoE 2. How are you doing?
Pretty good. You know, obviously the response to the live stream we did was kind of crazy. You know, I don't even know what we really expected, but certainly there seems to be a lot of hype.
So this one is going to be an obvious one. If I didn't ask it, everyone would be mad. So there's 6 classes coming to early access. Some of them have already been showcased, but they're not in there. Namely, the Druid and the Huntress. So I think people are curious about, are they coming soon? What's going on with these classes?
Yes, they'll definitely be coming relatively soon. I'm not going to promise a date, but certainly the next 2 classes you see will be those 2, like in terms of early access. I think I've even said this before, but we really underestimated what it takes to finish.
Dude, he has the same camera as me, I think. He knows the tech, dude. The shitty camera is supreme.
A class, I think. It's like you make a bunch of skills and you're like, oh yeah, you know, made the skills, that's the class, right? But in PoE it really isn't.
Honestly, shitty camera is supreme, dude. It's like I accidentally show my div card code. Nobody can read it because the camera's too shit.
Because you know, you need to make sure they can all be supported well. You need to make sure there's uniques that support it, that there's passive tree stuff that supports it. It's like a whole thing of like getting all that stuff into a good state. It's like plus also the skills, plus also thinking about all the stuff that can happen with other classes and like how does it tie in with all the mechanics. Like it's just a Goliath task. So I think the Huntress and the Druid are not far away. The Druid, we still have 1 form that we still need to get finished. So there's like there's still some more skill work to do there. The Huntress, I think we mostly have like working prototypes that we're happy with for most of the skills, but like there's still a little bit more to do. But yeah, it's just all that other sort of finishing work around like tying it into all the other systems, making sure everything's good that we need to get done. And you know, it won't take us too long, but you know, at some point we just had to say like, hey, you know, can we really do this for early access with all the other stuff that we're doing? And we just felt like we couldn't. So you know, we decided to cut for now.
Could you like give us a number? How many forms are we talking about?
So there's 3 primary forms for the Druid, but there's a couple of other like random shapeshifts around. I mean, you actually saw one of them, right? There's the shapeshift on the Ascendancy, the demon form. So there's a few other things, bits and pieces like that around the place. But yeah, the Druid sort of has 3 primary forms. The one that no, maybe I'm not going to spoil it actually. Yeah, I'm not going to say anything about it.
Go on, spoil it.
So this is probably a good time to ask this thing because you're talking about you know, the additional classes here. Does that mean we can basically expect changes to the passive skill tree? Because obviously there's the 6 starting nodes now, so when you add the other classes, there's going to be new branches. I'm assuming added for each one of these classes at this point, or were they going to
perhaps
double
a
down
software to shitify
I'm sure
your
the
setup?
passive tree will receive massive renovations all through early access. Like I just have no doubt of that. Until you really play it like properly, you just don't even know what's missing. One other thing I might mention, just because I don't know if it's like hugely well known, the starting area area
Yeah.
of the tree
It's
for
so
each class.
shitty that every time I reset my PC, it like randomizes the settings on it, and I have to tweak it every single time I start my computer. That's why sometimes the camera looks different, because I have to try and figure out what it's supposed to be set to.
Actually changes. There's actually 3 variants. So effectively, we actually did this first when we were playing the witch and the sorceress. So effectively, if you're a witch, you get 1 variant of the starting.
Holy shit, that'd be kind of funny. Get like a $10 AliExpress webcam, and then there could be like a redemption to and a microphone. And a redemption to swap to it.
Area. And if you're a sorceress, you get another variant. And then if you're neither of those 2 classes, then you get there's a 3rd variant that can go there, so that all the other classes, when they go there, they get slightly different stats again. The reason for that is because there's this problem that you have with where players, when they see a node that's got multiple things on it, and one of the things does not affect them, people just really don't want to allocate a node like that, even if the values on it are the same as what they otherwise would have gotten. So when we first did this, when we had 1 variant for everyone, the witch sorceress nodes were like plus 8% or whatever, minion and spell damage, right? And we found that sorceresses, even though a sorceress would otherwise get just 8% spell damage, sorceresses would just not take that because it's got this minion thing on it and they don't want that. So by having the trees be separate, it just sort of prevents that problem immediately. When we realized that we could swap those 2 out, we're like, well, hang on, we might as well have a 3rd variant as well for other players, because that will mean that there are some times when we have like balance things that are a bit annoying, where like we can't make a node for a class in the starting area as good as we want, because that would mean that other classes would all be incentivized to go there and take it because it's like too powerful, if you know what I mean. So effectively with that, we can like balance the because it's relatively close to get to the adjacent classes area. So effectively you can sort of just balance that so that it like kind of works a little bit better.
Can you explain how deaths in map work? Because there's been some confusion on why 6 portals, if you die you can't go back in, as well as experience penalty still being a thing. So we'll start with those 2.
Yeah, so basically when you die in a map, you can't resurrect. We discussed this quite a lot, right? Because we were like, we've got 6 portals, we could have it so that you can revive 6 times like you did in PoE 1. But the thing we were really worried about is just compromising the combat. I mean, obviously there's a limited level of cheese, but it's still cheese on the boss as far as we were concerned. So the reason for 6 portals is it's still important that you're able to pull out 6 inventories worth of items from a map if you're by yourself, like you still want to be able to do that. And yet we also...
Is that gonna even happen in PoE 2? There's no way, right? Unless the items are all huge.
don't want to make it just 1 portal with unlimited uses, because once again, that limitation on like the amount of stuff you can pull out of a map, I think is also kind of one of those things that's important. And there's also a slightly more mundane reason, which like seems a bit silly, but all the map devices that we've already sold, those are microtransactions that we need to support going forward in the store, and all of those have 6 portals. We can't really change that, so that's kind of just like one of those things that we just kind of have to maintain backwards compatibility for that reason. At the end of the day, the main thing that won out as far as is we just don't want to compromise the combat. We want to make sure that if you're going to kill a boss, it has to be like one life. You have to survive it. You actually have to properly kill it.
What about experience penalty when dying?
That's actually a very good question. It's still there right now, but it's not something I've like thought about honestly for like a little while now. So it's probably good that I have another conversation with Mark about it just to see whether we still need it. So we removed it from the campaign. The reason why I think I would still like it is because...
Have they said anything about how long it's gonna take to get to 100?
Because it's not really at the beginning of maps, but as you get towards the race towards 100, having death set you back so that you have to actually build somewhat defensively when you're like racing for 100, I think is kind of important. But I suppose the question is like, it may not be as necessary when you're talking early maps, right? Like it's really that from like 90 to 100 where it kind of starts to matter that the death penalty is there as a thing. So we could theoretically think about like, basically what I'm saying with that is like we could fiddle around with the equation for it a little bit, but yeah, the purpose of it really is to make sure that as you're coming towards the end, as you're getting to level 100, that like a mistake actually costs you something rather than just being like a nothing in the road. In order for that race to 100 to actually be meaningful, because like if you can just grind your face into the wall and still not lose any experience and just like die, it's like you get to 100 but you died like 2,000 times. It's like, well, did you really achieve the same thing as the guy who didn't die at all? So that's kind of the reason why it exists.
What happens when you're going in a party play in maps, and what happens to the loot there in the loot split between the parties, as well as what happens if X player dies?
So number one, we have changed how the loot scaling works for party members. If you're talking about currency, right? Obviously you want double the amount of currency we've got 2 players, because all players want to take currency. But this is also true for things like rings and amulets, because rings and amulets aren't kind of like specific to any one person, right? Like obviously the mods can make them that way, but everyone wants a ring, everyone wants an amulet if one drops. So effectively we also do plus 100% for things like that as well. But if you're talking about armors, well, there are 6 different armor types, and so if you look on average, you only need to increase the number of armors by 50% in order to be able to. Oh, wait, is it even 50%? It might be. I might be doing the math wrong here, but effectively, there's an amount of armor increase that you need in order to kind of, on average, make it so that everyone's still getting the stuff they want. Because certain players only want certain armor parts of the pie, right? For weapon types, there's even more weapon types, so the chance that 2 players are actually using the same weapon type is generally much lower. So effectively, what that means is that we cannot increase weapons by the same amount that we increase other stuff. So what that means is that the sum total of all of that means that the stuff on the ground from each player increases by some number, like 28%, if you actually look at it in raw drops. But the actual what makes up that 28% is like way more of the stuff you actually want and not the stuff you don't want. I guess it just goes.
Hey, thanks for the 3-year prime.
So the general philosophy that we have of we're trying to not drop as many things, but make sure the things we do drop are more important and better as you go up. So that's kind of like the as I said, just part of that philosophy there.
Let's say you're 2 players playing and 1 player dies.
I'm pretty sure the rules for this are basically the same as what they were in PoE 1. Basically, if you've got temporary allocation on, then the allocation will disappear, and then the loot will just become allocated to be free for all once the time expires. Definitely should make it free for all once you die, even if it's permanent. I assume. I don't know if we've actually done that. Oh, it does work that way? In that case, it'll just work then. So it's just the same as in PoE 1 in this regard.
Last one.
All right, who wants to make a PC part picker solely with parts that are going to come before December 6th?
And ultimatum version. The questions are, what happens if 1 player dies, if 2 players goes in, and the other one is the reward system there as well, I guess.
Generally speaking, of course, when we're doing things like this, when you're paying party play with a thing like Sanctum, to be technical, the map owner, but effectively the person who paid the cost, the person who put the key in, they're the person who kind of gets like the progress. So they usually get to be the one who decides what actions to take.
I don't know. I keep wanting to skimp out, but I probably shouldn't because I'll just write it off on my taxes.
What rooms to go to. I believe though that if you
basically get it for free,
want to go through and ascend, that the
I don't think a 2K PC is worth upgrading from mine right now. I don't know. It's probably got to be like 3 or 4K. No liquid cooling. Liquid cooling is for idiots.
Like you can both do the ascendancy, but I believe that the items that come from like key, the chests and stuff like that, they belong to the person who paid the cost of the coin that they used to enter. Is my understanding of that. I could be wrong about this, but I think that's correct. I'm sorry about this.
Why? Because you can either have something that'll have a chance of bursting and killing your PC, or you could just get a fan, which is pretty much the same anyways.
I don't have like completely clear information about some of that stuff. That's one of those things that Mark tends to be often addressing.
Since we're talking about loot, there is one question that people had related to loot due to some early access footage we've seen where there's like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 advanced gear, etc. So I was hoping you could break down what that's referencing.
Yeah, so effectively, when you get Magic Find gear, so like increased chance of rarity, we wanted to try and make it so that the gear that you get from that is better, and not just in the way of just getting like, more rares. I mean, it does do that as well, don't get me wrong, like you're still getting more rares, more uniques and so on. But we wanted to make it so that you could scale rarity by a huge amount. The way we do that is there's 5, and I don't know whether Rishi will be unhappy about me spoiling the exact inner workings of this, but there are 5.
I mean, my current computer has a liquid cooling with a deleted CPU, so I mean, I do.
Tiers to start with that you don't see, that you can't see, that change anything, because those don't change anything about unidentified items, but they do change the percentage chances
no, it hasn't
that you get
so it does.
certain things. For example, chances to upgrade currency to higher types of currency. You're getting like the chances of not spawning items with base types that are lower level than what you would need. So effectively,
yeah, this is looking good. This is looking good. Dude, what do you, dude, I'm not, if you're not trying to push like fucking a bigger number on Cinemark or something, there's no reason for water cooling.
Sort of clamping the base types. That you're going to get into like a small.
This is really only 2,300.
Range at the top, and like these kind of things, while also increasing like magic and rare and uniques and stuff like that. Those tiers start to open up like what types of uniques can go into the pool. And to be clear here, there's always a chance that you can upgrade through these tiers regardless of how much magic find you have, right? You don't need magic find to get this. It's just that magic find is effectively increasing the chance that you upgrade through them. A way you can make drops in an action RPG feel good is just by dropping tons of crap on the ground. But like ideally, we can actually make it so that you don't have to worry about it in the first place. And so you need to find a way to give people the hit of dopamine without having to just do that by like dropping, literally covering the screen. But it's like ideally you get that by the value of the items, like you know that the value of that stuff is really good. And I suppose on some level, item filters are even sort of achieving that anyway.
Since you bring up the concept of loot filters, official confirmation loot filters sounds like are supported.
Yeah. So they're supported in exactly the same way they were in PoE 1. There's no reason for us to drop support for something like that. Like a lot of people have filters that like highlight certain things that might be good for various reasons. But we try to keep things like relatively visually clean, and also we don't want to try to make.
Depending on where in the world you're reaching ambient temps of 30 Celsius and you don't have air conditioning in your place, you'd want decent cooling. Air cooling will not help you. Well, luckily I don't live there.
Make too many value judgments for the player about what is important or not. So therefore we try to like not do too much of that stuff, but obviously players come up with their own schemes for what they think is important.
It seems like there's been more and more an emphasis on exploration and world building.
We really want to make sure that we're doing better than what we had in PoE 1 with regard to story. Like a lot of people get through PoE 1 and they never even realize what it is, like what the story even was. There was kind of a moment when we realized that people actually didn't realize how much content there was in the game. People would like walk past things, they wouldn't know that maps contain stuff. There is stuff out there for them to find. They're just not actually finding it. They don't know that it's there. So the icon on the map thing was just like a really good step towards actually making it so that you realize, oh, you know what? This is actually a game where if I explore, I will be rewarded. And there's been quite a lot of other things like that we've done as well, like tweak the random level generator to make it so that you've got things like where when you come to dead ends, we try to make sure that there's stuff in dead ends for you to find. Every area we try to have like 2, in some cases there might even be 3, like sort of just like handmade like little things you can find. One of the things that I'm keen to do is to have a larger pool of these kinds of things in the game. You just want so like every time you go through the campaign, you just get a feeling of like, oh, there's stuff here I haven't noticed before, there's stuff there I haven't, like just little things. And I think those little things really contribute. So I think that feeling of just like, just finding random stuff is really important. And we want to do that as much as we can.
PoE 2 is focused a lot on new player experience, eliminating a lot of requirements for going to third-party tools or third-party sites. And a commonly asked question is that if we're going to be able to search and look up, say, monsters and their abilities in-game, sort of like a Necronomicon or Wiki in-game.
This is something that I'd be super keen to do, especially because some of the monster models are so awesome. You don't really get to appreciate them from game camera perspective. Like every weekend, my friends come over and I like to show them like, hey, here's what we've been doing on PoE 2 recently. But the thing is, I've got the tools. I can like open up what's called the asset viewer and like, hey, look at this cool monster, like show them close up and like, hey, look at, and there's also the funny things like the animators make all these idle animations for the monsters that you basically never see because obviously you never see a monster not attacking you. So one day, and we don't have this in the game right now, but one day I am very keen to make an actual sort of bestiary of like, here's all the monsters in the game, but like, we can actually see the model and like appreciate it a little bit, and that would be a great opportunity to be able to show various abilities and things like that. It would be sort of handy, I think, for people who are wanting to play specters and to be able to have a big list of all that stuff. So I think that would be a really cool thing to do one day.
Speaking of animations, I'm going to go off script here from our list already and ask you about the cinematic, because it's kind of the first full like major cinematic that has really been revealed so far. So was it difficult doing your first cinematic, and did you guys get the result and the response you were really hoping for?
Yes, it was definitely very hard. I mean, obviously we've never done anything like that before. I mean, I wrote it myself, and like there was a New Zealand company who we commissioned to kind of to work on it. So that was certainly like I mean they did a really good job, right? Like it's really awesome. I was really concerned, right? Because obviously the comparison is to like Blizzard and all the crazy cinematics like that, and to be honest, like the quality of the animation is not what Blizzard does, right? Like I mean they like we do a lot of things in order to make it so that like it is like I want the content to be really awesome, but it's like in terms of just the raw like like amount of millions of dollars that they probably spend on their cinematics, right? Like we're not at that level. So we're not there. But I was really hoping that you could get a feeling of like the world and the kind of I want to make sure that people understand right from the word go that like there is a brutality here, and like we're not sort of pulling any punches when it comes to the kind of things you can expect in the game. So that was kind of what I was going for. The thing that I actually based it on is I was thinking about a lot about the Riddick movies, the classic like like a team of guys go in all overconfident and then they get picked off one by one. That's kind of what I was imagining. Is like, okay, how are we going to do this? But it also has that sort of idea of the flip of like the team you're following are like the bad guys, but you kind of think of them as like but they're kind of yet the main protagonists, and it's like you get
I don't know. John Forge gave everybody except me a PC.
that flip at the end where you realize that the bad guy hunting them all is actually the good guy. So I was pretty happy with that one as well.
I am a notable Blight enjoyer, so
yeah.
I'm going to ask, can we hope? Can you tease me with anything? Give me some copium that maybe Blight
I thought that was like
come
a
to Path of
fucked
Exile
up
too.
SpongeBob in the background.
Well, I will say this: Blight is a relatively easy league to add compared to some others. So when we're looking at leagues of like here are some leagues that we can put in like relatively easily, that is one of the ones that would be relatively simple for us to do. Obviously, one of the reward system it previously had has now been moved to a different thing, which means that Blight will need a new reward system, and we've got ideas for what we can do about that. But we've got monsters we can use for it. We've actually got a bunch of environment art from Act 5 that that would suit Blight perfectly well.
So I'm just hearing Blight login. That's what I'm hearing when you're saying.
PoE 2 looks like there's a significant amount of ways to increase power on maps. How does the juicing compare to PoE 1 for endgame mapping? Now, we saw a lot of it in the reveal, but could you elaborate on it?
So first things first, we definitely want to make sure that juicing is still a thing, but I don't know that you'll be able to get to quite the level that you can get in PoE 1. It's a little bit hard to say because it's exponential, which you're lighting yourself on fire. Too many players have to do that, like it's not like it isn't the same for every league. Like for each league, we can decide what we want to do there. But generally speaking, for those 4 games.
Yeah, dude, this is the 6th. I'm ready. Okay. Somebody said Rob was like faking playing PoE 2. Full playthrough, Path of Exile Act 1 through 2. Okay, well, he's not, but... I don't... Dude, his title definitely seems that way.
But left on their own, men will...
Whole playthrough, Path of Exile 2, Act 1 through 2. Live. Holy. I mean, he's not, but the title and stuff, I mean, definitely seems like it. Maps are now like a delve, kind of, but...
Wait for the merc.
Dodge roll cannot avoid damage. So dodge roll does have iframes. Newer warrior gameplay? No.
Hello Lily. Thank you for being an awesome member to the PoE community.
I think it does
I'm
have
still a
iframes.
sprout but have loved the PoE 1 experience and am really keen on this sequel. And it's so awesome to see how this community is hyped for this.
Hey, thanks for the 7-year resub, Zulu. No problem.
Is it still to release that being from the Tree of Souls?
Always listening to dialogue. He's a lore lover. Dude, okay. Never mind, I don't know that. If I went to the event and I had to play on a console, I think I'd lose it. I'd have to spend more time figuring out controls than actually playing the game. 40% reduced damage. Herald skills deal 200% increased damage. Huh. That's interesting. This is time for auto bombers. What are Herald skills still like the same, essentially? Dude, I hope there's a worm blaster. 50% reduced enemy chance to block sword attacks. Jesus Christ. +1 to evasion rating per 1 armor on equipped gloves. Whoa, Buster, you skipped a good one. 50% of max life as armor. 10% increased attributes. %2 increase. Wait. Did I hear something that they said that the tree is going to be different per class you pick or something? Or slightly different? For the starting area? Life leeches instant, cannot use life flasks. No, like the actual nodes change. %16 increased attack speed if you haven't attacked recently. Oh, totem's true. Recently is usually 4 seconds. Increased amount of life, leech life 25% faster. Holy shit, he's going all over the place. What is he doing? Why doesn't he just go in order? What the fuck is happening? Increase bleeding duration, chance to bleed. AoE. (32% increased chance to inflict ailments, break 30% increased armor on enemies affected by ailments. Yeah, it's Bajira. GG employee behind them said to hurry up. Jesus Christ, dude. It's against your 20% reduced crit damage bonus. It's really close to the start. AoE cooldown. Why wouldn't you go to this one? You've already showed that one. Bro, just go in order. You already showed these. It's okay. We've seen them. Accuracy while dual wielding, movement speed while dual wielding. You're watching somebody have an aneurysm on the passive tree. Wait, those nodes are pretty good. If low life is still 50%, I mean. Ooh, increase armor evasion while leeching. A lot of accuracy nodes. Low life is back to 30%. Shit. An accuracy rating equal to your strength. Ooh, that's a big one. Well, go on. We've seen it. Go on. He skipped the big one. He skipped the big one. Holy. He's edging, dude. Wait, hasn't he already shown these? He's going in a circle. He's going in a circle. Bro, we've already seen these. Wait, so was there no masteries in this? I just realized that. Not yet. Are they planning to? Increase damage with hits against rare and unique enemies. Increase calling strike threshold. Oh, that's an interesting node. Attacks can increase accuracy equal to their crit hit chance. Life flask gain charges. Okay. Do attack damage per defense. Block. Why does he skip them? Just fucking go in order, dude. Thank you. 15% pen. Alright. Grenade duration, crossbow reload speed. Stun threshold equal to the lowest of evasion and armor on your helmet. Helmet threshold equal to the lowest of armor and evasion. I think it's that. You already showed that one. If he goes this way, Jesus fucking Christ. Joe, why are you going backwards? %50 base armor from a commit. Also added the stun threshold. Found with 200% of armor against critical hits. Wait, I thought they said there was going to be no life nodes on the tree. Where to access the talent tree? In game. Over 50% of life and you heavy stun. Holy, that's a max res. Oh, pain attunement. Less crit damage bonus when on full life, more when on low life. Increased effect of ignite. Shit, flails. Why does he, like, why does he go in here and then he skips half of them? No, you're not getting a link to this. This is the worst video I've ever seen. Alright, fine, here. Take it. Suffer. Recover ES equal to 1% of armor when you block. Oh shit. Aegis on the tree. Yeah, what's up with the life nodes? They said no life nodes. I can't imagine that It might not be that good, because who knows how much army you get. Why I just... Bro, where is he going? Why does, like, how is he deciding to show these? He just... He just skips randomly. Well, what happened to these two? Oh my god, why are we going back here? We've already... Maybe we didn't see that. I don't know. Recover 5% of life for each endurance charge consumed. +1 max. Okay, we've definitely already seen these. We've definitely already seen them. 0.5% of his damage from his hits in the past 10 seconds is regen to his life. That was a big one, I think. Chance of aftershock for slam skills or strike skills. You use it mace. Any increase, decrease skill effect duration yet? I don't think so. Holy shit.
Strength some increase 3%. Located pretty much in the middle of the strength aligned section of the tree. So there is actually some increased maximum life on the tree, but it's a very, very rare stat instead. Next up, check out this one, Made to Last, the outer edge of the tree, and I wanted to highlight this, which is located nearby. This one makes jagged...
What is jagged ground? %25 of armor also applies the fire damage taken from hits.
far stronger. Now, speaking of fire damage,
2% to max fire res for each 40% uncapped fire res. A weird one. Did you see Spark might be good again? I don't know what you mean. %5 of physical damage from hits taken as damage of a random element. Oh shit. It's that deal lightning damage or move lightning exposure. inflict cold. Did they say how many poisons you get on max, like by max by default? It's like 50. Cannot use charms, 30% more recovery from flasks. That sounds like shit.
Upset if they make any design decisions based upon satisfying the need to move a microtransaction cosmetic forward. If they don't want to have a crafting bench and you bought a crafting bench microtransaction PoE 1, you can transmog the other who gives a fuck, man? Are you fucking kidding me? I think if one person complains about that, like this might be a little bit of an extreme take, I think it's life in prison. I think
I
you
agree.
need to be locked away
Oh, life in prison, along with the UI designers of websites like YouTube and stuff.
for life.
I agree.
If that matters to you, I'm sorry. It's life in prison. That's actually not the punishment that I would like to say, but that's the punishment I'm going to say so I don't get banned. I would have a different approach, but
the charm.
Web designer max roll? I think max roll is mostly fine in design. Oh, someone was like mad that they can't use the MTX for their crafting bench PoE 2 or something. I don't know. Arms have 10% increased effect. Evade all hits. 50% less evasion rating. 75% less damage over time you start taking damage over time in the past second. 50% more DOT if you haven't started taking DOT in the past second. Ooh, deck stacking. Accuracy stacking.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Mercenary gameplay. IGN. Let's see what the IGN gamer looks like.
Every time.
Well, I mean, like how they play, not what they look like.
I play Path of Exile 2, and I've been lucky enough to play it a few times now, I grow more confident that it's going to be special. I've now played as the Hunter, Monk, Witch, Warrior, and most recently Mercenary. You'd think that I'd be tired of doing 2+ hour sessions with each of these classes, but the
What do you mean tired of it? The game's not even out yet. How could you be?
inverse is true. Its beta release on December 6th can't come soon enough. I'm going to focus this preview on the mercenary. While it's not my favorite of the classes, the mercenary is very unique in that it transforms traditional Path of Exile gameplay into what you would expect from a top-down shooter.
He's aiming too well. This is B-roll footage. Oh, where's the merc gameplay? There we go. I thought they played for like 8 hours. Why are all these videos only 1 hour? Yeah, who's gonna play the D2R ladder on December 6th?
Oh, it's been many years since I saw. One of these little beauties. Feels good.
I like how when Blizzard posted the patch notes for like the new D2R season and I said spoiler alert, there's nothing in here. I like how the Blizzard milkers were still getting mad. I'll check this out. I love milkers, dude. I can't find the funny one. I think you deleted it. Oh, I found it. Okay, check this out. I found the good one. Spoiler alert, there is nothing coming. And I mean, I'm not joking. Like, I wasn't even a meme. I'm not shitting on it. There's nothing in here. There's like right? Like, it wasn't a joke or a meme or anything. There's just nothing. This guy's... D4 is still a good game for casuals. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean you need to tweet about it every day. This post isn't even about D4 something Diablo fans can't even read. Post isn't about Diablo, and she's literally quote tweeting Diablo. Those are the people left who are defending Blizzard. So if you ever defend Blizzard, just think those are the people you're in the group with. Okay, I mean, only thing I'm gonna say, I can't believe they had the game. They had D4 in a pretty good state, and then they release a $40 expansion that just completely ruins it. It's awesome. Get the most out of 300 points before. Oh, we don't know. Well, I guess we kind of can guess what stash tabs will be in PoE 2. Yeah, dude, the sounds are so good. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and play some Diablo Immortal. Gotta do my dailies. I'm back. Was there any secret cool news? Super OP PoE2 info? Did I miss anything? What's that? Trump? Oh, wait. No, what is that trumpet? Is that the game? I thought it was my music. I guess it was the game. Just shoot him, dude! What are you doing? Bro, shoot him! Now this is the IGN gameplay I'm looking for. Yeah, this is the Hillick equivalent. What are you running from me? There you go.
I fought some big buggers before, but
We could sorely use your system. It's against it.
Permafrost bolts. Converts 80% of fizz damage to cold damage. More freeze buildup. Bolts shatter on impact, dealing damage in a cone. Multiple bolts from one burst can hit the same target. Oh shit, shotgunning. Finding their damage into single hit. Yeah, I think after we've played PoE2 for a while, I think PoE1 is gonna feel really dated. Doing good. A video guy was saying in D4 is, and can you link that? That sounds hilarious. You want to see something else that's hilarious? I saw this post on Twitter. People are really searching hard for PoE versus Diablo drama, while ARPG enthusiasts are just happy to have more good games to play with a good patch anytime. Seasonal rotations will have you busy all year long with those two titles. And then I was like, this is weird. Why can't the reply and stuff are grayed out? Why is that? And then I click it and then I'm pre-blocked. I've never interacted with this guy ever. I have never interacted with him in my entire life. You what? I don't know why it blocked me. Probably because I meme on D4. That post was coincidentally like right after one of my shit posts on D4. Wait, I don't even know. Isn't blocking and muting basically the same thing now? Because you can see block people's posts. Yeah, I don't know. When I asked some people who that was, and the things I heard weren't good. I don't know if they're true though, so I'm not gonna spread it. But I had no idea who that guy was, so I asked some people, and I heard some not so good things. Hey, thanks for the 2-year Prime, Eli. I don't know. If you just look up his name on Google, it'll come up. Yeah, I'm probably gonna go Witch Hunter. Or Gemling if they show some more good Ascendancy node.
Hey everyone, this is Manly.
Is this you? What the fuck? God damn it. Same camera quality. I don't know, the Demon Witch does seem good. I don't know, dude, the Merc just seems too fun. Look at the sounds, dude, it's just so good. I bet this guy got... Did he fight the Devourer? I bet he got filtered by it. I don't think he did. The Devourer in Act 1 is gonna filter so many people. I don't think he fought it. Portal's Witch hold weapons? Surely. I'm sure the monsters can hold up shields to block damage too. It seems like, I mean, there's some block stuff on the tree. I don't know if it's gonna be any more than just like normal block, but. Come on, why is there no like full gameplay? Gamescom. I mean, this is just the... Witch Hunter leaks crazy DPS build on Merc PoE 2.
All right, guys. Leak 5% damage to enemies, but
between 10 and 60% of
accuracy and
be farther away.
What is the leak?
From no mercy.
That's very cool.
I'm here for it all.
I like, wait, one shot and then it points to only doing like 20% of the HP. One shot and it's a picture of a health bar with 20% missing. Wait, I guess it's... Okay, okay, yeah, okay. One shot as in that's the one shot. Okay, yeah, I get it. Holy, that is genius, actually. That's the biggest brain clickbait I've ever seen, actually. I give him props for that. That's kind of genius.
A world map and travel to various spots.
Even, oh my god, IGN, what the fuck is this shit? PoE 2 mercenary class hands-on and endgame first look, and it's fucking cell phone footage of Jonathan presenting this?
To dispel
what?
corruption.
Are you
Here
fucking
you can
kidding
clear
me,
towers,
man?
defeat bosses,
like we need
chase. And at the end, where you get to pick.
Dude, this my Twitter prophecy is coming true. I mean, it's really, everybody knew. Dog shit. Incoming massive tsunami. God, it's here.
One of 3 ascendancy classes. Also
It's
showed
here,
off the
dude.
which is demon form, which allows you to become a winged monster who is faster. Does
What does
more
that have to
damage.
do with mercenary, you sons of bitches? The shit tsunami. How does this work? Does that work? I don't think that works. What oh wait. After? Did that work? Okay. Wait. No. What is it? What is the format? There it is. Well, the filter function wouldn't be... Oh, I guess this week would probably work. I'm probably going Witch Hunter unless other Ascendancy stuff gets revealed. I don't know, do you think they show anything else? Like, do you think they'll show us any other Ascendancy nodes? Do you think we're in the dark till the 6th? No, I did not watch the Rage Gaming PoE 2 thing.
Hello.
I don't know, it's early access. Probably more like a beta than an alpha. Have anything good? Act 1. Why is it all Act 1? I heard they got a lot of playtime at this event. Diablo is in trouble. Path of Exile 2 is dead. Seraph gameplay. What the fuck is that? Seraph? Oh my god, it's a NFT. Wait, isn't that guy here? I recognize that name. I mean, that's a good image. Holy shit. Oh yeah, PoE 2 is dead. Blue chain. What else we got here? I don't know. At like the end of 2013, like October 2013 or something, I made my PoE account. Five years old then. Hmm. Have they made? Yeah, they did. I heard a lot of the like skills on here are outdated. Oh, I guess these ones probably aren't. Erupting Cry. Corrupted Blood deals 10% of your strength as physical damage per second. Or war cries inflict corrupted blood. Watch Rage Gaming's new vid. I think he just goes over the ascendancies and what you should play. Like, oh, you want to be a witch? Then you play the witch. Oh, you want to be a warrior? Then you play the warrior. I'm pretty sure that's what the video is. Aura? Withering Presence. 30 Spirit Reservation. Wither enemies in your presence every 2.55 seconds. I'm gonna start Merc. Shocking hits from sported skills have a 50% chance to also shock enemies in a 2.5 meter radius. Searing Touch. 80% increased fire damage, cast speed, chance to ignite, effective ignite, living bomb. Although it's gonna be really weird going into it blind. It's been so long since going into a league or whatever, like blind. Yeah, I got a Valdo box. I got a div card from it. Hi, Helmet Dorn. No, I'm gonna go softcore. I think softcore is the way. If you want to, like, get good. Start softcore. Learn everything, go hardcore. You're so gonna use this in every fucking thumbnail, aren't you? Oh my god. I don't know. It's not me, dude. I mean, how is it made? It's from some video game. It is not me. All right, thanks for the next Twitter post. You're fueling my Twitter. Jaw maxing. Yeah, this is me if I'm mute. VTuber thing? That'd be pretty good actually. A low poly VTuber would be kinda cool, honestly. I imagine the trade side will just be the same. Wait, support requirements. When you put a support gem on, it like adds stats to, like, if your skill requires 105 int and you put arcane surge on, it would go to 110. Hmm. This is not what I clicked. I'm really curious, like, what the upper end of stats we're gonna get, like, How much life are we gonna have in maps? How many, like, what's our stats gonna be looking like? Or are we gonna be swimming in stats, or is it gonna be a struggle? I think we should call him Wilson, like. Yeah. Character class, ascendancy. What if I click this? Oh. Has somebody PoE 2 witch passive tree? Surely somebody went through it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, so here's the thing. Yeah, people are watching them, but if you take into account how many people are actually subscribed to these guys, their view numbers are really low. So it's not that bad. It's not that bad that they have that many views. I don't know. All I know is these guys' last Epoch videos, within like the first minute, they had said something incorrect every single time. I'm kind of scared to watch these on stream because I shit on them so much. I'm scared they're gonna like DMCA me or something. Yeah, I guess I could watch Crip's take on PoE too.
I've listened to the many comments asking for my opinion, my take, how excited I am about PoE 2 finally being playable, and it will be playable on December 6th in early access. And I will be playing December 6th, or as early as the servers are stable. It looks like there will be quite a lot of people trying to play on that day, and understandably, it does seem to be like a pretty good game from some pretty amazing developers. So what's going on? Well, they had their big announcement. They had like a stream. I watched it as it was live. I did a little bit of a react. I wasn't quite as animated. You know, the people that are basically main gaming Path of Exile 1, you know, they've been in kind of like a content drought lately, so you know, for them it is the craziest thing, every little bit about the game. And
like a content drought, I feel like it's been a fucking flood lately.
Get it. I have also been looking at a lot of the podcasts that they've done. They've done a lot of Q&A. Jonathan and some of the other devs have been really busy trying to talk about the game and tell people about it, so hopefully I can give you guys a little bit of insight. A lot of what I have heard from the devs is that a lot of the questions that they answer in these Q&As, these podcasts that they participate in, pretty much everything that you imagine that you might want out of Path of Exile 2 will be there, but it seems like a lot of stuff will be added as the early access stage of the game is underway and afterwards. So we don't actually know what kind of game in its completion we will get on December 6th. The last time I played Path of Exile 2 was at ExileCon, which was about 1.5 years ago. They were very nice to invite me once again. Flew out to New Zealand with Anya. We had an amazing time. It was really awesome. They got me to open up for them on their show. So it was really cool, but I have heard that the game has changed quite a bit since then, several times over, in fact, so I don't actually know what to expect. I don't really go...
Yeah, I'm curious how the difficulty is gonna feel different from even the last time I played, which was like 8 months ago.
like super crazy hype mode on something unless I've actually played it, unless I actually know what it's going to be like. You know, I was super crazy hyped about the Bazaar, and still am, because I was playing it. I had played it literally days before I told you guys some of the news about it in Family and Friends and Closed Access for Bazaar in that case. In PoE,
like
I haven't. I know they've had some kind of
near-ish
alpha,
the end
super
of
NDA
Act 2,
stuff.
I think.
I mean, I'm not under an NDA, so I'll just tell you I wasn't part of that. I don't know what it was like. I don't know what the game is exactly like. To be fair to them, they actually have invited me on several occasions to some of their events to check out and playtest some of the content, and it's just been like really unlucky timing every single time this has happened. Like the last time they invited me for an event, it was our 10th wedding anniversary. So yeah, we had already made plans, and we were not going to cancel them for PoE 2 playtest, though I very much wanted to go and do just that. So that's kind of where we're at. I don't have hands-on on the game. I don't know exactly how amazing it will be on day 0 of early access. I think it's pretty fair that most people should have the same expectation, but I also want to back that up with the people that are making Path of Exile 2 are largely the people that have made Path of Exile 1. Jonathan and Mark are two people that are pretty front and center talking about the game and presenting it as they did in their announcement, and these are two devs that are pretty much there from the beginning in Path of Exile 1. Path of Exile 1, probably from a developer standpoint, is maybe the most impressive game that I have ever seen in my life. So, you know, I don't know if they'll get everything right on day 0 of early access, but I am sure that Path of Exile 2, however long it takes, will be probably the best game you will play for a good while to come. And that, of course, is exciting. And you might be asking, hey, Crip, are you just going to play Path of Exile 2 all day, every day from now on? The answer is, sadly, probably not. I will be playing quite a lot when it becomes playable in early access, but honestly, I just don't know if it's a good idea for me to stress my arm specifically quite to that degree. I have been playing Path of Exile 1 every single season for almost a decade now. I love making new builds.
What does he mean almost a decade? It's definitely been over a decade.
I love trying something.
I mean, I guess that's still technically close to a decade.
New every time they have a new season, tackling the mechanic, and I play the hell out of a Path of Exile 1 league for like a couple of weeks, sometimes like a month. And lately, I've tried to kind of pace myself because I know a lot of you guys don't watch religiously, you don't know the in and outs of
Unless maybe it means playing it like full-time
my life, but like 5 years or so ago, I had an onset of cubital tunnel, which is effectively it was nerve damage from the ulnar nerve, which is kind of the underside of the arm, and it was pretty substantial for a few years. In fact, it was very difficult for me to even like hold a mouse properly. And early in the onset of it, I was just like dropping objects I had in my hand. It's kind of a bizarre feeling to kind of lose the control of your body that you've had, especially for a piece of it that you've so finely tuned over decades to use a mouse, for example. So I took a lot of measures. You know, I went through the whole, you know, doctors and rehab, that kind of stuff.
He doesn't have a GoFundMe in his description, dude.
I did have some, so far, temporary, hopefully, possibly permanent nerve damage. I did actually have the nerve. It's kind of the nerve that it's like your funny bone. If you hit it on, you feel the funniness. Yeah. So they basically had to take that and they moved it on this part of the arm. So I've already had the surgery, and post-surgery, I've actually been a lot better overall. I rarely have a lot of the symptoms that I had on a regular basis, but it's one of those things where, on one hand, you know, I don't know if...
Does that mean if he hits his arm like right here, it's like he hits his funny bone?
I would have an interest in playing Path of Exile 2 for every single day of my life moving forward, just to be honest with you guys. PoE 1 is a fantastic seasonal game. I imagine they're going to try to hit the same points in PoE 2. Might play a lot at the start, but probably eventually will go into the seasonal cycle of things as I play with Path of Exile 1. But yeah, like these days, I try to pace myself. If I do a PoE league, I try to, you know, if I'm going to play all day, every day, I try to limit that to about a week. And then, you know, just a few hours a day, just to pace myself. I've noticed that I kind of... Now, back to the Path of Exile end of things. The best part about Path of Exile for me is coming up with a build, coming up with a really cool way that you can take on the game. And while I don't have a lot of specifics from Path of Exile, nothing. And that is kind of interesting. But they did share a few slides, a few pieces and crumbs of information in their announcements and further in some of the podcasts that they've done. So I thought I would give you guys a little bit of insight there.
How does, like, I don't know how controller helps people with RSI or whatever. Controllers fuck my hands up.
Get to that.
Every time I use them and I'm like seriously gaming, my hand gets fucked up.
So this is part of their endgame content reveal, and I want to actually focus largely on the passive skill tree. It's a little bit different than the one that we have in Path of Exile 1, because
controller, you gotta like crangle your hand. On mouse and keyboard, at least I can stretch it out and shit.
Basically all the classes kind of start from this center area, and this is like a monk part of the slide, so he starts from there, and I'm guessing monk is like int dex, so this is probably the sorc, and over here is probably the ranger, like the pure int, the pure dex. This is probably like what was formerly the duelist, now is the mercenary, I believe the mercenary.
Dude, your hand is like this with the controller. When you're doing like something like this, when you're doing the like your thumb goes backwards and stuff when you're doing controller stuff. I don't.
Mercenary will start here, then we have the pure strength, and then like int strength. I think
There's
that's
no
kind
way
of how it's going to work out, but it's a little bit different than in PoE 1, because in PoE 1, not only do they start in further distances away, the passive skill tree itself works differently. The main thing is that there's no life nodes on the passive skill tree. So there's going to
actually there is
be nodes that you can improve your tankiness, but it's not going to be chasing life percent nodes.
What do you mean? Everybody plays with their thumb behind their hand. This is normal. You don't play like this?
And while the number of nodes from going to one class starting area to another, actually counted them, every single one, it's actually exactly the same as it is in Path of Exile 1. So while that is true, it looks like you have way more options to pick up stuff as you go along, and I think it's actually a little bit more convenient to go to another class because you have kind of like these mid-highways that are far more limiting in the Path of Exile 1 skill tree. So what does that mean? What that means is that while you still start in different parts of the same passive tree in Path of Exile 2, I strongly believe that it will be far more accessible to reach otherwise distant areas of the passive skill tree.
You should see, if you think that's bad, you should see what Amador can do. She can put her fingers like all the way from here to like back here.
When compared to Path of Exile
all
1.
Of them.
What does that actually mean? That actually means that you can play a sorc and then go all the way down here, the complete opposite end of the passive tree, and not actually come out with a crappy build. So that is very interesting because it opens up a lot more possibilities in build crafting, and they're already pretty complex passive skill tree. And we also have to keep in mind that with the weapon swap mechanic, you can actually have two versions of the passive skill tree, each one attributed to the weapon swap. So it's going to be lots of stuff here. When I actually have access to being able to make a build in their passive skill tree, that's when my hype's going to go to a 10, okay? I'll be honest with you guys. The best part about Path of Exile 1 for me is making the build. Playing the game is like a tiny bit below that, but making the build is just so awesome. I love doing it. I even try to make builds for like other people sometimes, like other streamers. I get involved in kind of the stuff that they're into to try to like help out. I just absolutely love it. I have no other way to say it. So when we get there, it's going to be really cool. Another thing that they have for us is actually the ascendancies. So there's going to be a lot more ascendancies than that. I'm
not cut out for the React life. I'm really not. I don't know how people do it. I'm not cut out for the React life. Exclusive deep dive. Oh, dude, I got the passives. Six-hour reaction to the 2-hour podcast. Holy shit. Thanks for the prime phobos. Dropping the Merc build guide? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna drop any build guides. I feel like it'd be irresponsible. Unless we get a ton more info. I think pretty much anybody who drops like a full build guide and like says with certainty it's gonna be good or whatever, you should just like block them. I mean, like before release, like I mean, later on day one is holy a YouTube subscription. Welcome to tier 1 beef. Thanks. World first, actually world second. Beef. I don't know. I mean, like day one build guides or whatever, for whatever you're doing is fine, but I don't know. Someone releases like a full build guide and gives like definitive takes on it. I don't know. They're probably full of shit. I mean, it all depends how you present it. Like, if you just show your character on day one, I think that's fine. But if you market it as like the best thing to play or whatever, probably cooked. The day one queue build guide. How many numbers can you get in the queue? I have the biggest numbers. I'm the best queue player. Seven ads. You're too good. Although I'm it's gonna be very like there hasn't really been a bad PoE League launch in like really bad. There's been a few with like hiccups, but it's been a really long time since one that was actually super bad. It's gonna suck. I don't know what the last super bad one. There was a few that were kind of bad, but I feel like this is gonna be. I think it's gonna be rough. There's no way they get enough servers for how many people are gonna play. I'm saying it's like I'm predicting 700k on 700k. Eek. Why 700? I don't know, because I think their peak they've done is like 350, so I'm guessing double. I don't think they're going ham on marketing. I don't know. I don't know. Their marketing's so weird. Thinking PoE 2 will be easier to get into for 2 IQ people? No. I mean, maybe a little bit, but mostly no. Yeah, I don't know. I was really hoping they did more marketing for PoE 2, but it's been... I mean, they've just had all the streamers, basically. Has anybody seen ads for it or anything? I mean, I guess it is early access, but... I don't know. Yeah, we'll see when it's a full release. I don't know, the game, I mean, it should be a little bit easier to get into. And I mean, like, comparatively, everybody's gonna be pretty lost. But I mean, people with PoE 1 knowledge are definitely gonna have a huge advantage. Like, I mean, elitist of me to say, but I think if people who, like, are coming in blind, if they actually can make builds that are good, the game's gonna be trash. But I'm kind of elitist, so. Fine, good. I don't know. Like, you can clear most content with it. Well, it's not that it's allowed to, that it's that, like, if people can come in blind and make builds that do most of the game, that means one of two things. Either the game is undertuned, or there's no complexity in making a build. What does number 3 seller on Steam actually mean now? Where do you find top sellers? Oh, top sellers. Well, it looks like it's number 2 behind Steam Deck. Above COD. Dude, I think they just put Steam Deck there to promote it. I bet this is a fake spot, so I bet PoE 2 is actually number 1. There's no way there's more people buying Steam Decks. Global. Global top sellers. Oh. Number 4. Yeah, maybe it's by revenue, but I don't know, that seems weird. Are that many people still buying Steam Decks? Maybe. I guess it is around Christmas time, that's true. I don't know. It's just global top sellers. Dude, how many people still play PUBG? My God. How do so many people still play this game? I wonder what the game looks like now. Old PUBG was amazing? You mean like amazingly bad? That game was so bad. I don't know. It was like bad in a good way almost. It was so buggy. People still play Fortnite. Well, Fortnite's a really good game actually. It just has a stigma because kids play it. I liked sometimes you just fly in the air in PUBG. You like hit a rock at a certain angle and you just fly up, or you smash 2 cars together. Gem. I think a lot of I think a lot of the gems here are outdated and wrong. I'm pretty sure. GTA 6 drop on December 6th. Holy shit. I don't know. I think GTA 6 is going to be disappointing. Oh, there's a cast on Minion Death one? That's kind of cool. On the 10, how excited am I for PoE 2? I don't know. I don't remember the last time I was actually excited for something. Excitement's not the right word. Looking forward to it is a 10 though. Excitement in this economy? You go broke if you get excited. I'm ready. I'm so ready. I want to blow up my screen with grenades. Change chaos orbs? I think the way chaos orbs work now is they add one mod and they remove one. Yeah, I'm gonna order my new PC stuff today, probably. I mean, I'm running out of time here. I'm not gonna go Intel specs. I don't know. I don't know yet. It's gonna depend on what will show up in 10 days. Yeah, I'll build it live. Dude, the backseating is gonna be crazy. Mute chat when you build it. I'm gonna intentionally fuck with the thermal paste to give people a meltdown. Yeah, but I don't know if I'll be able to get everything from Amazon. Elmer's thermal paste. What brand of thermal paste do you think tastes the best? I'll probably get a 4080. I don't know, 4080 or 4070 Ti. I mean, I don't know what the computer component market's like right now. So I mean, my computers in my room can't they can't get any hotter. My computer basically are permanently at the maximum temp. Like I probably don't even need to upgrade. I could probably just clean my computer and get a sizable performance boost. I wouldn't even need a new card and stuff. Hmm. Is there any more stalling? 4080 died. Jesus. Wait, how is your wait, what? How is your 4080 died already and it wasn't able to be like R-made? Isn't that shit only like a year old? Dude, my 780 died like years after it was released, and they sent me another one like no problem, and it was multiple years. I mean, that was a long time ago. It's probably changed, but I don't remember what brand it was. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna make build tutorials when there's builds to tutorial for. I'm not gonna do a bunch of bait dog shit early when we have no clue. Maybe I should just maybe I should just overclock my CPU and get a new card. That might tide me over. I mean, this computer already has weird problems. I don't really know if I should overclock it. My specs are below the stream. Well, not on my streaming PC. I don't need to upgrade my streaming PC. My stream PC will be set for. Well, actually, I do need a new GPU for the streaming PC. Once they allow like the new encoder shit or whatever that you need a Ford series card for. My gaming PC is already set up to be overclocked. It's delitted with like a custom loop and shit. Yeah, dude, I've got it. More than it probably should. Yeah, but you see the problem with selling it is I don't want to deal with fucking idiots on like Craigslist or something who are gonna try and shoot me. Dude, you're crazy. I would never do it myself. Fuck that shit, dude. I don't know. I mean, having another PC is always fine with me. I've got few. I wouldn't mind another. I'm probably gonna move this PC to be at a desk next to Amador or something. I don't know. It's similar to my stream PC, I think. Yeah, I use a dual setup. I could not go back to a single PC setup. It is way worse. So much worse. Quit your job, play video games. Here's what you do. I'm gonna give you the pro tip, okay? Yeah, you can be homeless. It's fine. Here's what you do. You get like an okay laptop, but still cheap. And you use GeForce Now, and then you just like leech off of public Wi-Fi. I mean, a couple $1,000s will probably last you. You can make that last you at least a few years. And then you can RMT your stuff. And I bet if you did that and RMT your stuff, you could sustain yourself as a homeless person. GeForce Now discontinued. What? No way. Wait. What? No. That can't be true. Oh, you go to like a library.
Bada bing bada boom.
Hey, thanks for 39-year Prime packs. Alright, well, there's gotta be other things. Oh, there you go, other things. How do people stall all day? I don't get it, dude. I don't know. How do they do it? It's incredible. I don't know, I haven't played enough BG3, but it seems pretty good. You have to be born with it. I was not. Chat interview? I do want to do that. I'll do that probably leading up to PoE 2 a little bit more for the true stalling. Okay, that tech that Jungron showed on that build is pretty cool, and I don't know how this has not been thought of before. This could have worked for so long now. I don't know how this tech is actually super cool. I don't know. And it's so simple too. It's so cool and it's so fucking simple. How have I not seen this before? Well, okay, the tech's not necessarily for Infernal Blow. but the tech is in this video.
This is a showcase of one of the coolest and most powerful mechanics I've ever stolen, but also one of the simplest. You see, in this video, I never actually reached full energy shield, and this very concept is exactly what enables my elementalist to have ES overleech. You see, back in Gauntlet, some XD streamer mentioned that if you never reach full ES, your leech won't end until properly depleted. Now, both Ghost Dance and Divine Shield prevent your energy shield from going above evasion and armor values respectively. If you ensure that your max evasion then with Ghost Shroud and Ghost Dance is slightly lower than your max ES, you will heal never to full. Basically, letting you get Soul Drinker, the Trickster Overleach Ascendancy, on any Ascendancy in the entire game.
Oh, I haven't
this is
seen
what
anybody
basically lets you
using
turn a
it.
shit Ascendancy like Elementalist into a sort of budget cosplay of a Trickster, while retaining the offensive bonuses for an Ignite-based build. So this build itself is heavily inspired by Garotha's Infernal Blow Trickster, featuring a bunch of ES gear, an Ephemeral Edge to get massive lightning damage, and then we scale that into Ignite damage with the Shaper of Flames notable on Elementalist. If you want a deeper look at the character, I've linked the POV in the description. It's stock cap with about a 170k max LE hit and a 21k max Fizz hit, while mostly being optimized for movement speed. So if you want much higher performance, pushing like 15, 16k ES, and being like, I don't know, around 20-ish million Uber DPS, then yeah, you can do that with relatively small changes. And there's actually a lot of really cool pieces on this thing that make both clearing really smooth and make bosses move at literally half their base speed. So every single boss I've done, all the Ubers and stuff, have been really easy to do. Super unfair fights, really.
Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty cool. So you cap your ES with Divine Shield or Ghost Dance, right? And then you can't go past it, so you always have Overleech, essentially. I mean, you don't need that much of armor or evasion. I mean, I think some people used it, but I never saw anything huge. Some Reddit from 3 years ago talking about this. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it a secret, but I'm surprised I haven't seen anything like popular use it. Actually, insane news. Do you think this is going to have insane news?
Talamoana Exile's talkative try here. And oh my hooded one, new Path of Exile 2 information is coming from everywhere. Interviews with Jonathan Rogers, legal leaks from the PoE 2 event, and people hyper-analyzing every single new PoE 2 video and image out there. Videos from awesome folks like Dreamcore and is a quest in Act 2, which allows you to get special character buffs from killing a specific type of a bug. Says Ren, he's probably very, very happy about that. Finally, we learned that Jonathan Rogers is nervous about launch. They expected to have interest in the early access for Path of Exile 2, but not this much interest. So his sole job the next 11 days is making sure the servers do not explode on.
Talk to her. Oh, that's a podcast. Are people just re-uploading their gameplay from the last LA event, trying to sneak it in? I think people are. This is from LA too.
So the gameplay footage in this video is from the alpha playtest that happened in LA back in spring of 2024, where a bunch of other content creators were there.
Rambling. Well, I think every PoE2 video at this point is basically just some rambling. Yeah. Path of Exile 2 is looking a lot like... Well, I need to click it now. I don't know what it's looking a lot like.
I'm hoping they don't limit themselves too much to the old game, because I'm assuming they're using the same engine, using the same stuff, because it's going to be an expansion, basically. Kind of like Overwatch 2, that's not really good,
What the fuck is this guy talking about?
a good precedent.
We'll also be getting some juicy graphics updates in part from engine upgrades and back-end optimization.
So I feel like Path of Exile 2, like, it's almost going to be kind of like Overwatch 2, where it's not going to be like a total...
Well, Asmongold, funny you'd say that.
Wait, that was... What is this?
This is a bind spectre gem.
Stop!
Using it,
Why is YouTube...
Hello builders, do you know the gas event rules? Each viewer can make...
What is this? Did they pay some girl to... There's no way this is the person who runs this channel. What?
Cut 3 guesses per video, and the guess only counts if it is made on the latest video guide. Please take a few seconds to read all the rules on the first comment of our latest video guide, The Explosive Arrow Elementalist, and increase your chance of winning. We are still working on so much more content for this league, so stay tuned.
What?
This is...
Oh! No DMCA. What the fuck is this shit? Join the Ultimate Witches Sabbath in LA for guaranteed fun. Dude, my algo is perfect. I can't fuck it up. Beef. Oh my god, dude, I'm so ready. Can I just skip for... Can I just skip like 2 weeks and fast forward? Fungus Bingus Beef. Oh yeah, Wilson time? I mean, I thought about not logging into stream for like a week and just doing videos and stuff. I thought about it. Dude, I'm not cut out for the React stalling live. Oh shit, when is the Grim Dawn thing? Isn't it in December? Wait, they have a live stream today. They do that? Yeah, supporter pack should be available the whole time. Oh, God. Dude, I don't think I can watch another campfire chat. I don't think I can do it. It's too tough. Yeah, I can only make it in the campfire chats until they start talking about like, yeah, so we made this skill 5% better even though the next best build is like 100 million times better, but we gave it a 5% buff, guys. Please log back in for the mid-season event. We will give you double XP. They got some runes. Is there gonna be mirrors? I'm not sure. Not for me. Dude, the new art for currency looks so good. Top comment. Hold that they I can't believe Blizzard is so like I don't know, dude. Petty. I don't know. They do everything purposefully on the same days as other games. Like they purposefully do everything at the same time. Like they target. Yeah, comments are looking good. Thanks for the gift sub, Windsor. $150 Leviathan kill. Oh shit. Hmm. The jeweler orb thing's kind of weird. I mean, I'm definitely not gonna stream the RuneScape League. I don't know. I don't know. I'm probably just gonna stream PoE stuff up until PoE 2. Perfect time for Lily League? Oh shit, maybe. Yeah, I think they are 3-link immediately. I think every gem gives you like, it gives you 2 sockets for sport gems and they're always the same color. Unless they've changed it, which is gonna be kind of annoying potentially. Because you get the gem and then it will always have the same colors. Like Frostbolt will always be like 3 blue or whatever. Unless they've changed it. That's how it originally was. Seems like it could be good or annoying, I guess. I don't know, did they change that? Are they white now? Okay, never mind then. There's been so many changes, I don't know what's like what's new or not. Okay, never mind, they're all white sockets then. I don't know, I've seen pretty good interest in most of the things. The only class I've seen like pretty much no interest in is Ranger. The other ones like Merc, definitely a lot of people want to play. Monk, definitely a lot of people want to play. Witch, a lot of people want to play. Sork, yep. Warrior, yep. I don't know, I want to go Merc first. Merc or Blood Mage? I think it's looking like it's between Witch Hunter and Blood Mage. I mean, Gemling seems good, but it seems more like an all-rounder that you probably do. Like, usually all-rounder ascendancies are things you end up going later. I don't know. Minions are, with how good the combat is in PoE 2, I feel like playing minions is just wasting it. Minions are like the last thing I want to play, honestly. Unless they show something really cool. Yeah, they get some skills and stuff. You can tell them what to do. Have they shown a Spectre gem yet? Because looks like there's going to be some sick Spectre monsters. Have they shown the actual gem itself? Oh yeah, that's not very helpful. Grace and determination still gonna exist? I don't think so. Not in this list anyways. Are there auras? Arctic armor. Yeah, aren't the cast on things auras now? Yeah. I wonder if there's gonna be like items where like a scepter gives a cool spell you can only get on the scepter. Has there been any really cool ones they've shown? Chris Chan is having a baby? There's no way his mom can give birth. Oh, I saw this. Chris Chan baby. Wait. What? Did you just type Dr. Comfort? What? You gotta... I don't want that. What? I have never heard of that. Oh my god. Yeah, gem should still level up to 20. Do not put it in the Discord. You're not... Do not. Watch this before playing in the early access. You think that's good? What we got here?
Path of Exile 2 Early Access already looks packed with content and an eye-watering amount of endgame. As we get closer to December 6th, here's a quick recap and rundown of all the info you should know ahead of jumping in. From when and how to access, what you get access to, plus all the new goodies waiting for you in it. Now, for those of you who don't know specifics, early access will begin at 11 a.m. PST on December 6th, and it's expected to run for at least 6 months. You don't lose your character, and the progression is
cool. It doesn't tell me anything I need to know, that just tells me what's going to be in it. I'm gonna send it a Dude, he can't have. He already got T-boned today. You can't send him that. His brain can't take it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is there gonna be Fextra Life videos too? Actually, I hate to say it, but Fextra Life's YouTube videos are actually pretty good. I'm sorry, but their videos are actually, at least the ones for Elden Ring, were pretty good. Which is really surprising. Thanks for the T1 sub mentality. Yeah, I mean, but you would think, usually when people do things like embed and commit literal hundreds of thousands of dollars worth, probably even millions of dollars worth of fraud to companies, usually their content's not good anywhere. Yeah, and their site shit too. I wonder how many $1 million of fraud they pulled off on sponsors. I don't get this. Which class and ascendancy to pick? Like, surely new players can figure this out, right? Like, okay, you wanna be a witch, you click the witch. That's what all these videos say. You wanna be a warrior, you click the warrior. Do not check your DMs. Grim Dong. Wait, Extra Life has a PoE 2 wiki? Oh my fucking god. Wait, I think this is all AI generated. In the eagerly awaited follow-up to the renowned action RPG Path of Exile 2, PoE 2 in parentheses, the Witch class makes a comeback with an entirely reimagined array of skills and gameplay styles. As a formidable wielder of dark sorcery, the Witch specializes in inflicting damage from afar while skillfully controlling... Yeah, this is 100% AI. The witch's main characteristic is intelligence, influencing her spellcasting prowess in mana recovery. Level Sork Ascendancy and realize it isn't witch. I bet that will actually happen to a lot of people. They'll pick the wrong witch. Wait, this does it. Wait. In Path of Exile 2, various classes can summon creatures, but if you're aiming to command a formidable army, the sorceress is the ideal choice. That's the wrong one. It's... Oh my god. I mean, everything has minions. That's true, but anything about being able to add UI elements like H? No, I don't. I mean, they're pretty strict about their UI. I don't. They don't. They don't want people to really edit it. I hope that there's a little leeway though. PvP. I already got the 480 starter pack. Yeah, but what if PvP is actually good because the combat's actually good in PoE too? This could be the game to make PvP actually good in an ARPG. The world first. I mean, it's possible. Using a wide zoom remote, you can move your head 30 degrees to see your HP bar. Well, you can put your HP bar like in the middle of the screen, just not next to your character. Wait, you've always been able to have your HP above your character. You can do that in PoE 1 forever. I doubt we're getting influence items at the start. I'm sure they'll add stuff like that though as it comes. I mean, I don't know. I think it's gonna be pretty basic at the start. Which I mean, I guess that's good for new players, like getting in and stuff, right? I think because nobody played it. I don't know, the battle royale. Um, the battle royale stuff is like, I don't know, it became usually like battle royale players are super casual, just jump in and whatever, right? The PoE one became like really sweaty really quick. I think a lot of people didn't play because it became really sweaty really quick. I mean, it was kind of true. It is in true PoE fashion. If you didn't know the build to go, you're gonna get fucked. Is it sweaty? It's a single battle royale game, Zoluvium. PoE battle royale. Hologram Masters in PoE 2. I don't know. I hope not. I don't think PvP is like because you have to balance it. I don't think it's worth their time. No, they didn't do any balancing for that, but was I haven't heard anything about a resistance penalty. Infernal Flame stuff? I don't know, your mana just gets replaced by it, and then I don't know exactly how it works, but I think it just gives you buffs and stuff. It doesn't really explain too much. Have they said any, like, I don't know if they said something about it, but like, I mean, you get, I mean, it's probably in the other ascendancy nodes, I would guess. I mean, I think they just don't want to spend money on that.
Fully clothed cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch.
Hey, thanks for the raid, Garotha. You guys have any tips for surviving 2 weeks? I'm not built for the stalling React life. I've already seen Arcane. And my urge to log into League of Legends is rising because of it. Yeah, I do have to try the new TFT set. Legendary map juicing, similar thing. Well, the problem with that is I don't really ever juice my maps. That's not my thing, so I have very limited knowledge in the history of juicing maps. I mean, I guess I could do simple overviews, but I don't know, what is there, like, the fractured maps is a big one. I don't know, T17 juicing. I know. Top 10 worst farming metas in PoE history. Coming in at number 1, resetting glaciers in Legion League. That was the worst shit ever. I need to play now. I don't know. I don't know what my div card would be. Seers, that you gotta hold it. You can't do it at the start of the game, because if you do it at the start of the game, it's gonna be shit in like a year or something. You gotta wait for the first like round of power creep to set in. You know? Maybe we should have been given earlier access? No. I hate when that happens. I hate when streamers get early access to things. Or like unrestricted early access. It's so good that GGG basically purposefully avoids giving content creators beta access and stuff. As opposed to, like, look at D4 and Last Epoch. Before the major patches are even out, you already know everything. There's no discovery for anybody. I mean, there is, because their creators aren't as good as PoE 2 creators, so they missed a lot of stuff. But if that wasn't the case, they would have been solved before day 1, but somehow they missed a lot of builds that were really obvious, but Like, imagine if PoE creators had unfettered access to early access. It would be you would have nothing to discover. The game would be solved in like a week. I mean, maybe not completely solved, but you have a pretty good idea. You are well, righteous fire VMP2. Oh my god. Where's that? I need it's time for that my flip to come out again. It's time for this clip to come out again.
The base damage, you know, we'll see. As someone in chat said, life is unfair. It's just a video game, you know? It's not like I've got a whole entire website dedicated to it, right? It's just a video game.
Is it time to make this clip 2.0?
We're just here to have fun.
I think it might be that clip 2.0 time.
Why? Hello and welcome everybody. Also good morning. So today I wanted to go ahead and address a topic that has been very prevalent in the PoE
I mean,
community.
there is no way it's gonna be like it is in PoE 2, right?
Our community for the past maybe 3 months or so, and that is going to be, is Righteous Fire going?
My prediction for RF in PoE 2 is gonna be like just a buff you pop that's temporarily, like, it's gonna be like Vol RF is right now. It's on a duration and you pop it to take damage for more damage or something. Alright, I can't tell. Is that a dick? Do I need to ban that? I can't tell what that is. Is that a dick? It's not right for me. Oh, it's forcing, okay. I can't tell, dude. This is what it looks like for me. You know, it could be. Oh, not like that. That's not what it looked like. There we go. You know, I mean, you can't really tell. It could be. There's some round angles there.
To be in Path of Exile 2. Now, a lot of people also ask, you know, how is the playstyle going to be, since PoE 2 is going to have a very different form of, you know, how you play through the game, especially in like the early, mid, and late game stages. Well, today I want to go ahead and show you guys some proper footage, because in the past we've had, you know, individuals basically doing interviews with Jonathan, and DM specifically got a nice little exclusive for Righteous Fire. So we're going to go ahead and listen, then I'm going to talk to you guys about, you know, after what's going on. So here we go.
On here is you had mentioned Righteous Fire as an example when we were talking about cosmetics.
Holy,
and
this
MTX,
is some advanced reacting. There's 5 people.
It's fundamentally getting changed.
Can we get more?
And I was hoping to ask for Pox here. Shout out to Pox. Can we get any information related to a Righteous Fire or where that is going? I was kind of wanting to follow up with that.
So first off, I want to state that there is one thing I want to see here. We're leaning a little bit into this too much. A little bit of psychology is coming in here. I've watched too much Law and Order and shit. But if you look here, right, real fast, if you actually look at his face, you can see that as DM asks Jonathan about Righteous Fire, he starts to form a smile. And this is because I genuinely feel it's going to be reworked in a way the players are going to like. But anyway, let's listen real fast.
Related to a Righteous Fire or where that is going. I was kind of wanting to follow
There's
up
that
with that.
Dude, Fox is going to be like Talkative Try, where there's this 10-second interaction between them, and he's going frame by frame on Jonathan's face to try and figure out what RF is going to be like.
Mentioned it previous.
So it's not an early access right now because it's not a class that is not. It's one of the skills for a class that's not going to be an EA. So you'll get that a little bit later.
Now, before, let's talk about that. He said it's not in early access right now, and it won't be in it because it's tied to a class. Now, to talk a little bit about what they're talking about, I believe.
Oh, does that mean it's going to be an ascendancy thing?
The way they're going through their releasing schedule is they're basically going to show an ascendancy
or
show a base class. So in this, I'm going to assume that it is going to be
the skills
Templar.
linked
and when
to
Templar gets added into the early access, then a bunch of skills with Templar are going to be coming in. Remember that it's not literally
Yeah.
tied to the class, meaning you don't have to play a Templar to play Righteous Fire. But I believe this is how they're releasing their skills kind of in waves, if that sort of makes sense.
But it is going to be in. We have a prototype of it, and we've got it working a way that we're happy for it to work. But yeah, unfortunately, just not an EA, or at least not an EA at the start, right? When we add the character,
there we go.
It's going to be in.
Not an EA at the start.
Significantly changed, or
it is very it is very different.
Okay,
but it's still fundamentally. It's still fundamentally a thing where you're lighting yourself on fire and there's fire damage around you and that kind of stuff, right? It's just that, like the exact mechanics from a stat point of view. Like, if you looked at it on the screen, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's Righteous Fire. But if you look at the stats, it like works quite differently.
There we go. Thank you. I had to ask for Pox.
Fair enough.
All right, so that is pretty much that. I already thumbed up the video. I can't thumb it up more, even though I want to. So now I'm going to go ahead and talk to you guys kind of about my plans with PoE 2, specifically in this early access, since obviously we cannot play Firebar. And I thought to myself that, since we haven't seen any footage on RF, maybe it's tied to an ascendancy. We've actually seen that classes now have literal skills on their.
I think it would be cool if it was on like Chieftain or whatever. I don't know, something like that. And then,
ascendancy that can be
ascendancy
augmented.
skill. I like the idea of tying special skills to ascendancies. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I don't
Mage
think
has
they've
like a
shown
stop
any
time
DD.
that you can actually put support gems with. I think the war.
I imagine it's going to be like D2 DD where you can't really just
Warrior
desecrate
has
over
the
and
Jade.
over.
I'll be more than happy to try it out and jump
Or
on
it's gonna be shit like in PoE 1 now.
to it, right? But at the beginning, like, I'm not playing Path of Exile 2 to just find a skill gem and say, all right, guys, that's it, we did it. I want to explore this beautiful game that they've created. I want to find my niche in Path of Exile, and you know what? It'll probably be RF again. But at the beginning, I want to be able to feel like I have the opportunity to explore any way I want, and that's, in a sense, I'm extremely happy it's not here at the initial early access, right? Because this means I get to go through, find some ascendancies I like, find some cool skill combinations, maybe even figure out a little bit of stuff, right? And then from there, we're going to go ahead and jump in, and when that gets released, we'll obviously re-roll and try out Righteous Fire. So as for what I'm going to play, man, I have no idea. There's so many things that I really want to try the cluster grenades that you've seen from the mercenary. In general, I want to try crossbows. I really want to try anything with a spear, but I'm imagining that's coming with Huntress, and that's not out yet.
Dude, I'm sad that Huntress isn't getting put out. Huntress was by far the best feeling class I've played in PoE 2. I don't know how it's not out. That was one of the earliest ones they showed. It felt so good to play, dude.
I really want to see how melee feels. I'm a big fan of melee gameplay, but in PoE, melee gameplay is very different than the way they're doing it in PoE 2. PoE 2 is going to be a bit more actiony, and that's how I prefer my melee combat, right? So I'm very curious. I think the only thing I don't have an interest in are bows, and that's probably about it. Minions seem cool with auto resummoning. A whole bunch of stuff looks really cool. Monk looks awesome, especially the Chayula Monk. Another really cool thing that I have to bring some attention to, and this could be a double-edged sword. I'm going a little bit off tangent here on the video.
I mean, so far, Ranger by far looks the weakest, I think. I think both Ranger classes, I don't think, are looking very hot. Granted, we don't have all their ascendancy points yet, but Ranger stuff ain't looking too hot. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there'll be some OP poison still, but no, I'm not sold on the concoctions. Maybe this could just be my bias from PoE 1, but I do not have hope that these concoctions are gonna be good. Maybe they will in PoE 2, but here's DD. Holy now, this is the kind of quality I like. Deals physical damage. Why is it physical damage? What? Deals physical damage equal to 20% of corpse's max life. Yeah, this is definitely gonna work, like, I mean, it might be good still. It could still be good. But it's definitely gonna work like D2 DD. Not like PoE 1 DD. There's no way. But I mean, it might still be good. Yeah, like DD of scavenging. I don't know. I think that the bow skills I mean, the bow skills they've shown actually looked pretty good. Bunny ears. I don't think so. The bow shit they did show looked pretty good. I mean, we got oh, where is it? I don't know. There's like some lightning zappy shit, and then there's the poison plant stuff. Those are the only two I've seen, and they look pretty good. Like actual gameplay wise, I mean.
Yo, what is up?
PoE2 group play teaser roundup.
Guys, Snap here. Today we're going to be talking about everything Path of Exile 2 in relation to party play and group play. There's actually quite a lot to go over. We do know a lot of stuff about PoE 2, but obviously there's a lot of stuff we don't know. So today we're going to be talking about all the stuff we can talk about. A lot of interesting stuff that came out of the Endgame content reveal a few days ago, as well as a lot of cool stuff that came out of the interview with Jonathan, with Gazzy, and DM. Once again, there's timestamps in the description if you want to jump to a particular timestamp. But anyways, let's jump right into it. The first topic I want to talk about and address in the description if you want to jump to a particular time.
That's the skill right there. You see that? That is the skill.
But anyways, let's jump right into it.
That's my build right there. That is my build.
Once again, there's timestamps in the description if you want to jump to a particular timestamp.
Right there, that's my build.
But anyways, let's jump right into it. The first topic I want to talk about and address is, of course, the presence or lack thereof of aura bots in PoE 2. Now, if you're familiar with PoE 1, a big staple of party play in PoE 1 is going to be the existence of an aura bot that just basically functions as a walking stat stick for the rest of your party. If you go through all of the skills that have been teased in any of the footage, you can very clearly see that there is a lack of any aura skill from the previous game. So from everything we've seen so far, basically leads me to believe that aura bot, as we know it to exist in PoE 1, is really no longer a thing. But that doesn't mean there isn't other ways to build support characters in PoE that'll make a powerful character that you can bring into party play. A few other quick things you might notice about PoE 2 gemming is that there is blasphemy, as well as all of the curses we know and love, like elemental weakness, vulnerability, despair, etc. So of course, curse bot could be a thing that is in PoE 2. However, there are a few important things you need to know about curses before you actually go and build a character around. One, you need to know how easy it is to access max curses. If it's very difficult to reach 3 or 4 max curses, it's probably going to be very difficult to build a character around it. The other constraint you need to be worried about is how much curse effect and what the base effect of the curses even are. We don't know how much penetration the elemental curses give us, and we don't know how much curse effect is available on gear or the tree, so it's tough to say the power level of this kind of thing. But it is worth exploring when the game actually comes out and we have more information on the passive tree, etc. And this discussion kind of leads us into the topic of...
Yeah, he's smart. I don't think there's enough information for this to be anything of substance.
Of what makes a support ability that you could definitely other characters deserve this.
But it's going to show that. Yep, I knew it was going to show this shield. Yeah, he's a good player, group player, juicer man. I don't think we actually have seen it. I haven't seen a stash anyways.
Monsters, it also exists on a gem, but there is no southbound equivalent or anything like that we've seen yet. Now, Rarity does have a lot of different...
How's the Quinn box solving going? Did he do it? He gave up. How far did he get? Three to 4 sides at 7.5 hours. Well, that's not that bad. Wait, did he use hints though? Did he use the hints? No? Okay. I mean, if it's raw dog, then, I mean, that's not bad. I mean, how long did it take me? I think it took me like, let's see, let's do some calculations. So the first stream, I was doing it for like 5 hours. The second stream, I did it. Oh god. Wait, was I doing it the whole time? Dude, the last I owned the last side. Right. 3 hours. So 8 hours, and then... Okay, it took me like 9 hours. It took me about 9 hours to finish the box. The 120 minutes duration on it is cooked.
Hello? This
What
is
do we
One Man
got here?
Left,
What do we need to know?
and
The game is free. Wow, thanks.
In 2024, the gaming industry has gotten really toxic, really nickel and dimey. And outside of that, you probably never need to spend money again. So yes, it's about the freest possible game that can still make money.
More first increase.
Number 2, wording matters tremendously. There's a bunch of games where you just, you know, something says, oh, this deals more damage, this deals more damage.
Community specialists. Is he gonna... Oh, this could be good.
9, community specialists. So speaking of these, you know, things on YouTube, the game is so wide in terms of knowledge that there's not just like, oh, I'm a Path of Exile content creator, so here's all the builds. No. There's so many different build archetypes that are so hyper specialized, there's so much game knowledge, that the community's full of specialists. I have like 15,000 hours in this game, and out of like 50 categories, I'm probably considered the foremost expert in like 2 of them. And that'd be like mana builds and delve. There's so many things out there that just have their specialists, so, you know, if you want to play minion builds, you're probably going to find a guy named Gazi. If you want to play Righteous Fire, you're probably going to find a guy named Pox, who's going to be in for some bad news when he sees the recent PoE 2 announcement. But every single sub-archetype in the game...
Yeah, wording matters. I wrote down a few video ideas, and something I want to do is have a video where I go over, like, all the big buzzwords.
Communities has their content creators that specialize in that thing. So it's probably good if you're a new player to identify early on, like, what you enjoy. Do you enjoy shooting things with a bow? There's people that's most of what they do for build videos. You can follow them.
You are the totem.
Maybe you just want to make money. You're a money addict. You like hearing those tinks. You like divine orbs dropping. You love loot explosions on the whole screen.
Oh shit, D3 Challenge Rift 388 guide. Why new players should not be apprehensive.
Channel, just going over some tips for new players. I've seen lots of posts on the forums and on YouTube and on different community posts where it looks like there's lots of new players wanting to try Path of Exile 2, but they feel really overwhelmed by the reveal. So I thought I'd just go through a few hopefully reassuring points to go through why you don't need to worry and you should be excited about jumping in. The first thing I've noticed is people are just saying they don't understand a lot of the reveal, and after a while it just became super overwhelming. You're not the only ones to think that. I've played this game for years, I release content on it, I like to think I know the game really well, And I'm the same. By halfway through the reveal, my head was starting to spin, my brain was starting to go into overload, and it was a lot to take in. What you need to bear in mind is that they deliberately gave us as much information as they can. So they've given us explanations on all the systems that are going to be available at Endgame. These aren't things you're going to be doing in 1 to 2 days. These are long-term goals to do throughout your playthrough in the early access. It might be if you play a lot, you get some of these within the first week, but it might be you don't get there till 3, 4, 5 weeks into your playtime, and that's absolutely fine. The game can be just taken. The other point around this that's really important to point out is you don't have to interact with all of these mechanics because every single thing you pick up from them is tradable. The only thing in this game that you cannot trade is gold, and that is used for respecing your skill tree, buying stuff from vendors, and using as basically an auction fee if you want to exchange stuff on the currency auction house. Everything else from any mechanic can be purchased via trade. So what does this mean and why is it important? Well, if we take Path of Exile 1 as an example, there are players that have played this all the time.
That's a pretty good point.
I'm going to go and learn how to do Breach, or I'm going to learn a bit more. You really don't need to worry about learning them all. Builds are another point, and the skill tree where people get really, really overwhelmed. There's been changes made in Path of Exile 2 to make the skill tree a bit simpler. There's no life nodes on there anymore. And this was a big problem that new players had in Path of Exile 1 is it didn't understand that a lot of your tree needed to be live if you wanted to have a time where you're just not constantly dying. The other problem people had in Path of Exile 1 was attributes. So the way the tree works in Path of Exile 2 is any nodes that path between, let's say, weapon nodes will be an attribute node. In Path of Exile 1, the right-hand side of the tree was dexterity, the left-hand side was strength, and then the upper part was intelligence. All of the travel nodes consisted of those. If, for example, you were on the right-hand side...
I feel like the skill tree is not going to be any less hard for a new player to make a good one.
Of the tree, in Path of
Not a significant
Exile,
amount.
95% of your travel nodes were dexterity, and you had no option to pick anything else. What you ended up with is you would sometimes need 40 strength in your build that you couldn't get from the tree, so you'd have to then waste a slot of your gear to get strength. Now that's circumvented by the fact that every travel node you can pick what attribute you like. So if you're already...
I mean, they might still be squishy when they choose the rings with damage on them over life or something. You could still, like, roll the potions, so I'm assuming you'll still be able to roll them as instant or not.
Overstacked on dexterity, you can pick strength or intelligence as your travel node. Another part that is now looks like it's gone from the game is cluster jewels. These were jewels that slotted on the outside of your tree. There's an absolute ton of them. Most of them are very difficult to craft, and the whole mechanic, if you're new, is quite hard to understand. These are completely gone. Which is really going to help new players because nearly all build guides used cluster jewels, and it was a point when new players got a little bit confused. There is no longer that issue. Jewel sockets didn't used to be connected to your...
I mean, personally, I'm not a fan of cluster jewels, but I feel like they're pretty easy to understand what they do. Well, yeah, I don't know if that was real. New players are not even thinking about cluster jewels. New players don't even... People who are just starting this game don't even know what that is.
Your main path in tree, you would have to take 2 or 3 nodes away from the tree to get a jewel socket. Now they're on the tree, so you don't have to worry about, do I spend 2 or 3 points path into this jewel socket? If you path through one, you can put a jewel in. And lastly, unless it's been removed, it will give you hints as to what each node will do for your build and whether it's something that you should take. But looking at the tree, it is fairly simplistic. The nodes will give you some sort of utility, so it might be chance to blind or chance to crit, or they will give you damage for your specific weapon or damage to a specific element. It's very, very simple compared to the Path of Exile 1 skill tree. Yes, there's 1500 nodes on it, but if you're playing a mace character, you won't touch probably 1100 of those nodes because they will do you no good whatsoever, and it's going to be plainly obvious. If you are a mace character...
But that's I mean, that's like the same way PoE 1 is. It's not that simple.
You're not going to go and take 50% more damage with swords. And lastly, which was a massive, massive problem in Path of Exile 1, was when you went the wrong way on the skill tree, you basically were stuck. The only way you could respec in Path of Exile 1 was a currency orb called an Orb of Regret. You might find 2 or 3 in the campaign, and you got 2 free points each act. But if you decided you'd gone very, very wrong, and you need to respec 15 points in Act 4, you weren't able to do it, and it meant you then had a inferior build, and it would annoy you because you knew your build could be better, but you just have no way of respecing your points. This can now be done in gold. If it's like Path of Exile 1, it's very, very cheap early on.
Milk
As you get really, really
meter.
high level, it's more expensive, but by then you're probably swimming in gold. Another thing that I think people are getting overwhelmed with is the amount of different weapons and skills. Path of Exile, which I think is one of the best things about the game, you can use any weapon on any skill on any class, and it makes for some really fun builds that you can come up with when you know a bit more about the game. You can ignore this in most instances, and you would just pick the weapon that they recommend for your class. Along with that, they will also recommend skill gems when you pick them up. If you follow these and you follow a simple tree of just, if you are playing a crossbow build, you take all of the crossbow damage nodes, you take all of the physical or elemental damage nodes depending on what you do. You use a crossbow, you use crossbow skills, and then you play the mercenary, and then you get all of the perks to go with the ascendancy. Just keep it simple. It may be that there are...
What if that's not true though and it actually just sucks? What if it ends up sucking if you just do that? Like you pick crossbow man and you go click all the crossbow nodes and you click nothing else.
Looking for a build to play after the first few days, you want to look for something called SSS Viable, which means that you can farm this gear on your own, or League Start or New Player Friendly. Does it mean they are? No, because you do get dishonest creators, but there are a ton of good creators that will make guides for simple builds that will get you most of the way to the end game and allow you to start playing, having some fun, and earning some currency. And then the last thing I would say is learn the crafting system. Compared to Path...
I want to go... It's looking like Witch Hunter with Firecracker Grenade. That looks juicy.
Exile 1, this looks a lot simpler, but it does look a lot of fun, and it looks, if we do get the currency amount that they say are going to be dropping, you're not going to have to worry about messing up a craft because you'll never see that currency again. It should be fairly plentiful. Keeping your gear decent is one of the most important things you can do. Don't worry about pushing high tiers and maps or getting through the campaign.
Right now you can't respec Ascendancy with the gold. I don't know if you'll be able to do it in 2.
Quicker.
December
Concentrate
6th.
on making sure that your gear is up to speed to where you want it to be. And the easiest way to know that is if you start getting crushed by stuff when you go in Path of Exile. I have a full-time job, I have a family, I go out, and I still play Path of Exile 1 every league. It's my main game that I play, so spare time I do spend mostly on that game, but I get everything accomplished that I want to every league, and I've been able to learn the game pretty comprehensively. Just don't expect to run before you can walk. If you have 1 hour spare a night to play a game, that is plenty to play Path of Exile 2 and have a ton of fun. Especially in early access.
I skipped that, so I killed him. I didn't get any loot from him. The key here is I want to show you guys.
Gifted 20 for a 5 for no yapping, only gameplay. That's the end of the video.
We get tweaked a little bit by the time that December 6th happens. And I kind of push it a little bit irresponsibly here. I purposely bring a lot of monsters because one of my favorite things in RPGs, I'm a OG World of Warcraft mage type of player. I just want to group up a bunch of monsters and then cast Blizzard or whatever and blow everything up. And then you can see kind of. Also, I did get a cold skill right here, so I got a cold shot. I'm trying to freeze them, trying to shatter them, do some AOE, and just trying to demonstrate here what the what the experience is with these early skills. At least what you're gonna expect. No, like I said, I'm not trying to.
Oh shit, he's in the Devourer zone.
Demonstrate things how they aren't. Don't worry, there's a lot of contrast in this video a little bit later on. So anyway, that's the pack of monsters there, and then the first boss that you fight here is the
on
Devourer.
the 6th unless you
the
spent a
tunnels.
lot of money on PoE 1 already. Alright, this guy, unless they've nerfed him a shit ton, this is the noob filter.
And you can kind of see the experience reloading your different magazines over and over again, and switching between them. So this is
Okay, I think they nerfed him because what they just did right there, the one I played, you would be one-shotted. This like spit right there, this one did so much damage. That would have been death.
That was like a couple minute time skip, and you can see he's not dead yet.
Yeah, dude, that shit killed you instantly.
This is literally what I did.
I wonder if it's gonna just feel super easy now. Because of how it, like, all the times I've played it, it was absolutely fucking insane. I wonder if it's just gonna feel easy now.
I was just like, this ain't for me. I'm out. So, I did see gameplay Path of Exile 2 at ExileCon. Sork was so poorly balanced and so underpowered. Actually, at least the first and second, if not third time, Sork always felt really bad. And that was...
Yeah, at the LA event, I chose Sork. That was a mistake.
Basically my metric for, am I going to like this game? Like, can they do a magic caster properly? Well, this happened. Right off the beach, the very first boss that I killed gave me a +2 level of cold spell skill
That's
damage,
bullshit.
47% increased cold damage, and level
That
2
is
freezing shards
What
right
is
here.
that,
You can see
dude?
the difference between the mercenary and this. Now, kind of a concern that I have is the reliance on gear here, because
The LA event? There's warrior, huntress, monk. I think 1 or 2 others. Oh, warrior, huntress, monk, sork. Alright, I think it was... Oh wait, no, it didn't have huntress. That was ExileCon. Yeah, it was ranger, not huntress. No, I don't think they didn't have druid.
I can't actually attribute how strong I felt
I think
in this
it was
playtest
those
versus
4.
the last one on Sork. I can't separate it too much because I didn't have this crazy gear when I was doing the previous playtest. But I can tell you, if you get good gear, at least on a Sork, if you get a good staff, things will feel really good. So yeah, this is just watch his life bar.
Dude, what the fuck? His staff is cheating, dude. Oh my god. This is bullshit.
The little spin of joy.
That's bullshit, dude.
Had a little fun there, and yeah, that's just with that starting staff. That is the difference in power there. When that happened, and I saw how strong I was just like, okay, I'm feeling it. I'm kind of seeing it here. And this is the next boss in the next zone too. Just to confirm that it wasn't a fluke. Just wait for the shatter. Yeah, so I was very excited. I was very encouraged. I want to call just special attention just how much detail there is to like the physics effects of all the shattering. I'll turn up the audio during some of the fighting a little bit later on. Just the freezing shards going through the flame wall, seeing them lit up and all that, igniting the monsters. The effects are like almost a little too subtle, but it adds a lot of style to it. And
Freeze might be like really good because of how fast the monsters are. Freeze builds might be OP.
And I think it's really nice instead of like the Path of Exile 1, like
you just get fucking
So yeah, they added a lot of new support gems, and I think that this is really going to be what differentiates Path of Exile 2. As the thing about support gems in Path of Exile 1 is they very often trend, or are picked at least, towards the more what gives me more damage, right? Like we have some that are a little bit more utility focused. You can do something like Fortify, where you kind of have like a hybrid offense.
Yeah, wait a minute. What the fuck are his keybinds?
Like Inspiration.
Oh, open bracket.
There are
K,
some like
closed bracket.
upsides in addition to damage, but a lot of the time you're just saying,
Backslash.
how do I take the highest damage support gems that I can while not taking too many downsides or getting
I think
as much,
he's using. No, I think he is using WASD, but you left-handed. Wait, what does being left-handed have to do with that? Oh, because his mouse goes in his left hand.
little side utility.
That's sick.
In addition to that, that's what we see a lot of the time in Path of Exile 1.
Makes me
and
sick.
Kind of a cool thing, actually not kind of a cool thing, I think one of the most interesting things about Path of Exile 2, and we're gonna see how this plays out, is the forced single support gem. So for example, faster casting right here. If I take a faster casting, I can only have one of those on one of my skills. And because of this, I have to be very intentional in what I use that for. I really don't think it's going to feel like Generator Spender. It's not going to be like a Diablo 4 snooze fest. It's not.
I mean, I'm saying there's a reason left-handed people have a lower life expectancy.
Generator Spender. It's utility, single target, multiple.
Because they use the mouse in the wrong hand.
And that's like the way that you want to think about it. So I end up using quite a few different skills in my damage rotation. It's going to be more about evaluating the threat and the.
You know how you have like a heart attack you always feel in your left arm?
In the way that everything's happening, and that's how I'm going to be using my different skills dynamically in combat. And for example, Fortress right here. This is one of the cool support gems that it actually makes your flame wall summon, or anything else like ice wall as well, summon in a circle. So you can use this to encircle enemies, encircle yourself, encircle an ally, and then like we'll see this later on when I'm playing with MP. I am putting this around the monsters, and then MP is shooting as a mercenary through my flame wall and then boosting his shots. And there's a lot of interesting additional utility that you can get here through these support gems instead of just, oh, I'm going to put elemental focus and control destruction on every single skill gem. Just to, you know.
All right, let's see some gameplay.
Well, one of my favorite things in Path of Disenchanting.
Oh, yeah, wait, that shield looks sick.
And I'm not control clicking there. All right, so I did not mouse over all of these. You can see the scroll bar. There are a lot of support gems, and a good chunk of these coming soon as well. There are so many. There's going to be a lot.
Why didn't you mouse over all of them? Take like 2 minutes.
You know, one of my favorite things in Path of Exile 1 has always been.
You good content creator for PoE 2? I don't know if you look at any of, I mean, pretty much any big PoE streamer is safe.
Customize your build for yourself. Like, hey, people ask me, hey, should I use steel skin on automation or cast some damage taken? Even little things like that, you can customize them in a way that fits your playstyle.
That gets their left
If you're in
hand
hardcore
first.
and you got to play really intentionally and slowly around your cooldowns, cast some damage taken, or even manually casting it is the play. If you're in softcore,
pretty much like 90% of Twitch PoE streamers are pretty fine to follow. The issue is more when you get into the random YouTubers.
and you're running 1 billion miles an hour, automation.
You're pretty safe if you just stay away from people who only make YouTube videos. People who only make YouTube videos are like the devil.
Could be fine. Like, it's not a bad choice, but it could be fine. And I think that type of decision making, and like there's a lot of conversation about, like, you know, from the hardcore solo self-found racing perspective, like, this is always the right play. But there are, you know, inefficient methods of play that could be, you know, turn your brain off even more and you get your Netflix on. And I think that you can customize your builds.
You think Pat the Math tries to log in, boots up stream, and he's just banned instantly?
So they're giving you more tools to do this. This is a new skill called Ember Fusillade. Unfortunately, I was you know, with my gearing, I was like really pushing to cold skills, but I kind of wish I went into.
I mean, that happened the last time he streamed. Last time I streamed, he was banned before he even ended patching. So.
To fire, because some of these fire skills they're beautiful and really cool. I'll turn it up a little bit for you.
Yo, what the fuck is that? I haven't seen that skill.
But as you can see, my cold is just so strong. But oh my god, the animation is just gorgeous. Like, now don't move. Walking around and self-casting Ice Nova, you're gonna see a lot of that. It just ended up being the strongest tool, unfortunately, for me a lot of time. Here's another boss, just showing how strong I am. This is about halfway through Act 1. But yeah, like, I don't know, this is clearly a fidelity upgrade, a huge fidelity upgrade over Path of Exile 1.
Dude, his damage is not okay.
So you can see in the upper left corner, building up the freeze. See those debuffs right there. We also now have the damage numbers. I can go back a little bit. You can see the damage numbers up here. You can see their weaknesses and strengths right here, debuffs, and then the damage numbers, just like Dark Souls, which is pretty cool. Here's me kind of mousing over a couple things in the passive tree. Didn't see anything crazy. I didn't explore everything in the passive tree.
Well, you got like the craziest starter weapon of all time is like +2 cold spells and 50% increased cold damage.
I was bouncing, like, playing the game, chatting with Octavian and Jonathan, you know, chatting with the other streamers, and God, it was. I wish I could have played more. I could have explored more, but I wanted to do a little bit of everything while I was there. Yeah, this one is really cool. Frozen Vortex. When you shatter an enemy, 30% of the overkill damage is done per second. It lasts 3 seconds, so you basically get 90% of the overkill damage that you do
cool.
as damage over 3 seconds total, which is pretty cool. I don't think I was doing that much. So the cool thing with Cold Snap, rather. So Cold Snap is a skill that shatters. So kind of like the rotation that you can do here is I end at Frostbolt, so you can do Ice Nova. You can cast your Ice Nova on Frostbolt by default. I just found my Frostbolt was going too fast, like casting too many skills, just that got a little bit too much. But what I ended up doing was dropping Frostbomb when necessary, casting Ice Nova, freezing, and then Cold Snap will shatter a frozen enemy for damage. And then you can link that with Frozen Vortex, so that shatter overkill damage will then put like a nice strong vortex on the ground. Ended up being a pretty cool combo. Unleash is about the same as it was in PoE 1. This is to demonstrate a little bit more. So,
dude, this sound was so fucked at the last playtest that I was at in like March or something.
Frostbomb on the ground, casting Ice Nova, and then Cold Snap to shatter them.
You would have just died right there. Those monsters that throw the blood spears
And
did
showing
like
how dangerous zones
absurd
can be really
amount of
quickly.
damage.
You can start getting stunned.
We had to play like Treasure Cat, those things, the courtesans.
You do have to be pretty
This is from like, it's new.
intentional.
It's from the
about
last playtest, which was
just
in
charging
November.
forward.
Or
There
I
we go.
think
Here's
early
Bearcat.
November.
AKA
Early.
Candlemass, I guess. Same monster from PoE 1 with a different name.
I don't know if it was intentionally overtuned
So as you
or
can see,
what,
my damage
but
is not as much. I believe I still have the same staff.
I mean, I think they.
On the beach. So with all that said,
I think they either got equivalent or more playtime at this one than the one I went to. So
it's just that same staff, no additional damage items or anything.
I don't see why they would
and
do it
this is
for
probably
those
about
ones in
2/3 to
Abyss.
3/4 of the way through Act 1. Probably 3/4. I think this
I mean, I
is
guess maybe they got
almost
more
the last
done
zone.
or something. 'Cause- Yeah, I don't know. If I was going at like, I mean, obviously you got a good weapon, but if I have 8 hours, surely somebody fully cleared everything there was in 8 hours. Because there's only like, have they even finished all 3 acts? Can they do all 3 acts? They got 8 hours. Surely somebody got like pretty close or did finish.
All right, so I didn't want to like go. This boss fight takes a little bit. This is the final boss of Act 1. Got an Exalted Orb. Show the new item that I got. I finally did upgrade my staff. Level 5 Freezing Shards. I actually spent, I edited this. I spent a lot of time, like a solid 2 minutes or so, 2 to 3 minutes, trying to compare the damage numbers between all my different skills. So the interesting thing here is I lose the +2 cold skill gems, and I gain level 5 Freezing Shards as well as some freeze buildup.
Why would you
which is
switch
what I
that?
end up taking this. But you can see you
What?
have your DPS numbers right here, which are... So I was originally looking down in the lower right corner in PoE 1, but these tooltips, I hope they build these out a little bit. I think they're trying to simplify it, but when you mouse over your skills in the lower right corner, it shows nothing. It just says the name. There's no data whatsoever. I think they want everything to kind of be in the skill gems, like kind of kept over in the corner here in the skill gems panel. And there's a rough DPS estimate. Again, because you're comboing so many things, it's not going to be accurate whatsoever. But you can see these DPS numbers changing as I'm changing my weapons around. And I keep trying to mouse over here to like see if anything changes, but it actually, the tooltip doesn't change when you change your items. I think that's just the base gem tooltip. So here's, I believe, the first boss fight in Act 2. There's my Frostbolts flying in.
Oh, dude, all his damage is gone now. What's he doing? You're using the wrong skill. Your damage is gone. Where'd your... Oh.
This fight ends up taking a while.
Well,
this is, you know, if we're going to talk about some of the cons. At least for the sorceress gameplay, there wasn't that much I can do. If we think about the tools that I have, and I went into all of the cast speed that I could. I had faster casting. I took all of the cast speed nodes on the passive tree. If any gear gave me any cast speed, I would take it. So the problem with this fight is if you go above this line up here, there's a bunch of hyenas standing on a cliff that will just shoot arrows at you. So you're stuck in this little triangular arena.
Why'd you switch your build?
And periodically, the boss will just, if you walk away from him, he'll do multiple slams. He'll do a charge attack at you. Like his scariest, I guess I'm spoiling the boss fight sorry, so spoilers if you don't want to know how this boss fight works at the beginning of Act 2. But if you get too far away from him, he'll do a charge attack at you, or he'll do really big slams. And I actually don't have any tools that give me very good damage at range.
I mean, I don't know.
I can cast Frostbolt
I
with
guess.
Ice Nova and Frostbolt, but it's not like PoE 1. You know, later on, maybe if I get Unleash and Spell Echo or whatever.
I mean, I tried different spells, and then I saw it was shit, and I went back to my first spell when I did the playtest. That's what I did. I tried a new spell, it's dog shit, and I go back to the old spell.
I can make this work.
And that was pretty much all spells, because I played Sork. I was just like Spark and Firewall the whole time.
But if you cast one Frostbolt, and then maybe I can get 2 Ice Novas, and then one Frostbolt and 2 Ice Novas, I'd rather just cast 3 Ice Novas, right? Or even like 3.5, because a Frostbolt had a slow cast speed. Because
Dude, what testing do you... Yeah, the test is done. It's shit.
cadence, it was actually way better for me to just stay close to him.
The
Thing
test
the way
is
the fight works
over.
I can't walk up here, like I said.
He does no
and
damage
if I walk
now.
away from him, he'll do like really scary range stuff, and I'm kind of stuck in slow cast animations. And it's actually easier to just, you know, roll around him when you're really close. Also, he periodically spawns ads, and because the ads are not nonstop but pretty free, I guess I
Where'd it go?
hate it, but
what?
I guess I cut this out because I didn't want to spoil the whole fight. But yeah, that's basically what the fight was. I just wanted to point that out. Conk effect. Oh yeah, I got Solar Orb, which is just a cool. You put a fire orb on the ground. It's very pretty, and it does burning damage. Just kind of mousing over some of the support gems here. You can see a couple more support gems that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the site.
The camera, you can see.
I don't know if the site's probably not gonna be very helpful for the PoE 2 launch because I don't just put random shit that I think is gonna be good. I wait until I actually know it is good. So it's not gonna be very useful for the launch. But yeah, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, just leaving this for anyone that wants to pick through.
What site? I'm just making a site where I basically take everything that's good and I link to it.
And just see everything.
And maybe explain a little bit more if it needs
So
it or
So
something.
I'm gonna let the rest of this play out. You can just watch some of the gameplay here as I finish up playing with MP. Thanks for everything.
Might do
over
a
the past
few
years. It's
ratings
been
on it
really
or
cool
whatever.
Going through all the discoveries and sharing cool stuff with you guys with PoE 1.
Yeah, basically
and
just
I'm
the
excited to
big
start a new chapter with y'all
link
in PoE 2. Hope to see
aggregator.
you guys there. Subscribe to the channel and all that if you want a little bit more. And I'll see you all soon. Have a good one.
Dude, I don't know how it doesn't exist. I did the stupid post on, I bring up Twitter too posts because people are stupid, but I don't know. I posted about it on Twitter and then people are like, doesn't this already exist? And then they're like, isn't this what Maxworld does? I'm like, no, not what Maxworld does. And then they link like poebuilds.com and I'm like, dude, this is literal, you just linked literal dog shit to me.
Bye.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
Yeah, this not quite like this. Like, I mean, I'm not going to just link to random websites which have builds that I don't think are very good. This is kind of just like a amalgamation of literally everything. So I'm only going to put the good things on it. Because this has zero beneficial value for noobs. I mean, like, maybe above, okay, the top half. Okay, why did they just link to Twitter? What? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, the top half is okay, but the bottom half is like, what the fuck is half this random shit? So, I mean, like, kind of like this? Yeah, sort of. Something like between a mix of this and this, but pretend this isn't full of a bunch of shit. Chaos recipe? I haven't seen anything. Holy, did you just slam mana? That's crazy. Now the question is, do I put a section on the site where I label things as bait? I think it's too toxic. Well, I put it on the site because it's bait, so I can warn people. I don't know. Some things are just so egregious. No, I'd make a bait section. It's just all Jungrum builds. No, I'm gonna start softcore. I wasn't sure what I was gonna start until they showed this all the new info where softcore is basically like medium core. Eventually I'm gonna main hardcore again, but softcore being like medium core, I think it'll still be like, my plan was kind of like as a split because I wanted to go softcore to start to learn the game, but for me that would have been boring. But now that it's like medium core, I think I won't be bored with it. I mean, I probably wouldn't have been bored with softcore either, but I'll have more fun if it's more like medium core, you know? Your build kind of has to be good still. And then once I actually get good, I'll go to hardcore. Dude, I got wrecked by this bitch in the playtest I played because I just did no damage to her as Sork. I was just stat checked. Yeah, I don't think hardcore is gonna be the scene. I don't see why it would, especially with softcore being more like a medium core now. Wait, that revive animation was kind of sick. That's kind of a sick revive. Emerald Jewel. Herald skills deal 20% increased damage. Holy. Dude, a full Herald build. Ben says he's going H. Well, Ben's Ben. He could raw dog at HC and he's gonna clear the game. Ben and Woody gonna fight over the Olive Garden gift card. What else we got? Come on, somebody upload something. Somebody upload something. A melody for the Vanished Path of Exile 2 dark ambient soundtrack. This is gonna be it. Path of oh Jesus. That's not what I wanted. Game's not even out yet. Open official PoE Discord and react to PoE 2 general chat. Is it good? Oh, here we go. Here's a
Yo guys, what is up? Max in our Path of Exile 2 video, and today we're doing a little bit of a class.
What we got here?
So starting out on Ranger, you have kind of 4 starting skills. The game starts you out with Lightning Arrow, which allows you to chain damage to nearby enemies. It's a great little starting skill, gives you a little bit of AoE damage without having to get like support gems for it quite yet. And that felt great to hit the
He
ground
just
running.
poop himself?
It also
What
gives
happened?
you Escape Shot, which is this attack where you like jump up in the air and shoot a like cold arrow down at the ground.
What
which
was
will,
wrong with this
chill
guy?
Enemies, sometimes freeze them so that obviously you can escape from them. It helped get some pace and like space between you and some enemies, which is kind of a big part of this character. One thing that they stressed, and you can kind of feel it when you're playing this character, is when you're starting out. One of the like big things that you can get in your skill tree and as your supports, and it's like a big focus once you start leveling the ranger, is you need to pick up nodes in your skill tree for additional poisons. You can apply a second additional poison, you can apply a third additional poison, you can apply a fourth additional poison, and that seems fundamental for poison damage, which is quite a big departure from Path of Exile 2.
I mean, dots are
One,
probably
where, like,
going to
you
be
just
strong.
do these skills where you fire
Dots
a bunch
are
of things and
usually
do a bunch of
strong
damage,
when you
and all
need
of
to
them
focus
stack
on
poisons,
dodging.
besides like Viper Strike of the Mamba, which is only 1 poison. That is the build I'm currently playing in PoE. It's a lot of fun.
Will be the most
But
popular
that was
class.
a
I'm
little bit
guessing
awkward
it's probably going to be Merc, yeah.
start when I was using Poison Burst Arrow, because you had to shoot it, and then the main part of the damage was kind of inflicted on. This is it fires an arrow damage over time. And so you kind of got like main damage skills in this.
Did they actually get support gems? That's another thing I didn't mention. In the playtest I did, I never got a support gem.
Supporting skills, because you can't like make everything like as high damage as you'd maybe want. So you got to pick and choose where those like big hitting supports go.
That's another
So
thing I forgot to mention.
But it basically allows you to store all of your poison damage. So you like click it. It's a persistent.
Come on, why is everything a freeze
Explode
frame?
after
I
a
want to
delay
see
and
you
can be
playing the
poisoned.
game.
Combo based, where you're using different skills in conjunction with each other to deal damage. Path of Exile 2, maybe people will figure it out. Maybe we'll figure it out later on. But for your first playthrough, you're not just clicking one skill, hitting a skill, and running by enemies, hitting a skill, running by enemies. Like in PoE 1, you put on like Toxic Rain or something, just shoot it up in the air with your Mirage Archer, and you're just zoom. You just move constantly through enemies. This was much more, shoot my arrow to group enemies, shoot my arrow down to
I mean, the
put
Sorc
postules on the
Ascendancies
ground,
at least
shoot
look
my
good.
explosion to trigger them, and then move on to the next group. Like you're just doing more and
But,
more
I mean,
moves,
it's hard to tell
for,
right
like,
now.
Each pack of enemy definitely plays a lot slower.
He's getting
I kind of like that. Everything feels more intentional. But this was kind of the combo that I was working with, where I group enemies, throw the postules down, and then like Plague Bear explode them to get big AoE.
Yeah, just drop a god
my
tier
playtime
stat.
before this I got was to
Notable
This one was
passive
really
skills. Here we
interesting.
go. Oh shit.
But that seemed really cool. I did have a little look through the skill tree and to
+1 to all chaos skills.
point out some cool nodes. I thought this one was really interesting. Dark entries +1 to level of all chaos skills. Kind of insane. This was on the like outer edges of the skill tree. There was also escalating toxins, which was interesting. 10% increased poison rate.
Well, Ranger's side is looking pretty good over
Each
here.
poison you have inflicted recently, up to a maximum of 100%.
I mean, I don't know if they've really clarified on this. So yeah, like if you log out and then you log back in, you should be in the same spot and it should be like paused or whatever. But what happens if you just wait for the like instance to time out? Do they save the instance or like screenshot it somehow? Or is it going to be you log out and then you wait 15 minutes to log back in scenario?
So you can just get your poisons to last a really long time on enemies. A bunch of chance to poison on hit and poison effect. This one was pretty crazy. Unwithered enemies are withered for 8 seconds when they enter your presence. 20% increased effect of withered. If you aren't aware, withered is like a debuff that is like stacking more damage or more chaos damage against enemies. So just free massive multiplier of chaos damage against them is pretty insane. This one was cool. Leeching toxins, 30% increased effective poison, and you recover 2% of your life on killing a poisoned enemy because sustain is pretty
Confirmed
difficult.
it reset. Wait, so it doesn't do the pausing thing anymore?
A very cool node. After recording this video,
Yeah, I'm learning the
They did
game
do a
on
reveal of
softcore
the Ascensions. I
first,
didn't get to
since
the
it's
Ascensions in my
basically
time
medium
playing,
core.
but they revealed that Deadeye and Pathfinder will both be available to the Ranger class.
The
Deadeye is
hell's
going to be
going
kind
up
of focused
here?
more on like your
Got some weird
ranged bow damage,
third-party
where you're going to be able to move around faster with Tailwind,
CPU,
which will increase
GPU
your
load
movement
meter.
speed. You've got some interesting passives like Eagle's Eye, which you have no accuracy penalty at a distance.
Oh, like after you wait for the instance. So yeah, wait. Logging out is actually going to be waiting 15
I think this
minutes.
is going to be the Ascension if you really want
Holy.
to go like focused into like more of your bow attacks and like lightning damage, and then Pathfinder is definitely going to be if you want to more.
I mean, I guess that's good.
Focus on poison.
You should, I
You've
mean, you
got
should be punished for
returning
it.
poisonous concoction, but as an ascension node, so you can actually choose if you want to make it a bleeding for all poison builds on Ranger. Type theorycraft videos before the game came out, not as like something to specifically follow, but as just guides to like, you know, kind of get the juices flowing on what is available. I've currently got 71 pages of build resources and stuff like that that I'm working on that kind of just showcases a lot of the different synergies
Logging out to avoid death doesn't feel like gameplay. I think a lot of people misunderstand logout macro. See, something that a D4 guy, Joe Shelley, actually understands is logout macro. The purpose that logout macro serves is it allows you to push way harder than you would without it, right? So, like imagine, let's say a boss race, right? You're watching a boss race. Instead of somebody going in on day 2 and trying it, you're going to be waiting for day 14 until they know they can do it with no death. That's what's going to happen.
that are going to be available. And obviously, we still have so much more to learn about this game, but there has not been a game that I've been more excited about than Path of Exile 2 in a really long time. I cannot wait for this game, and I cannot wait to make some more videos for it. So I hope you guys enjoyed. I will catch you all in the next one, guys. Take care. Peace.
Okay, why have I seen the word leak? Are people calling the gameplay footage that is from a marketing event leaks? How to get early access free. You spend $480 on the game so you get it for free. What the fuck is this, bro? What is this? Do I even want to click this?
Yo, what's going on? How to get this supporter pack for free. This is only $30. LOL coupons. I'm going to show you guys how to get locked. So I'm going to try 3, and then that's going to...
Jesus Christ. Over. Are these all D4 guys who are posting this? Holy shit, it is. There have been so many. Dude, the few people left who get like really mad when you meme on D4 are probably so fucking pissed because every D4 creator is being like, it's over for D4. And those people get really mad. Okay. What? Can somebody explain to me what changed? So before the reveal, a lot of people were like, this game doesn't look like my kind of thing, right? I mean, they didn't say it as nicely as that, but then after the reveal, they're all like deep-throating it. Is it do you think it was the cinematic? Was it the cinematic?
So, just what are we facing here? A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance.
I mean,
much greater rewards for defeating them. For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding boxes. These
content creators. I mean, there was a few content creators that are like that too, but
one such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient
I don't know. I mean,
monuments that
is this shit really isn't?
The monsters around them. The monsters that feed
this looks way crazier than what that was originally showed. I don't think so.
Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items.
Having 5 more monsters on the screen is all it took.
These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to
from years ago. I'm not talking years ago, I'm talking like a month ago.
Attack you the moment you open it, and the box is often have mechanisms to unleash powerful systems with a guaranteed mod from a category. For example, we could use this one on some boats to ensure a movement speed mod. Rarely, essences will gear. They are all the tablets you can find from Delaria can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delaria. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive and breach you may find breach splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a breach stone. Using a vile technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your breach stone to access their domain.
Where's that like where's that video? I can never find this like source video of the presentation. Why is this video like hiding? It's fucking gone. Holy shit, Path of Exile 2 announcement, Twitch reaction. Nah, PoE's at the top. There it is, holy shit. Where'd it go? Okay, let's see Breach.
You're going to be expanding out. I've actually made
the Breach. The Breach.
There, which is going to trigger immediately, so you won't get to see what it looks like before you trigger it. But Octavian can do that now. So when you trigger it, and this is a horrible location for it, when you trigger it, all of these demons will start to come out of the other plane. Now, as you kill the demons, it's going to extend the amount of time.
Yeah, I guess that's pretty decent.
If you're a very good player,
but we knew like Breach and stuff was going to exist.
And you can kill demons very. I think you're going to find a breach that will sort of unlock the pinnacle boss are these breach splinters. You doing?
I just like I don't. It's just kind of weird how people thought that like the Act 1 gameplay was representative of what it's gonna be like when you're level 95. I don't know.
Oh, it's breach as well. Okay, whatever. Let's not worry about that. Now, of course, because the league mechanics overlap, you would be able to kill breach monsters inside the circle and summon them again by the with the ritual, I believe. All right, so when you use the ritual, it effectively closes you off into a small area.
Yeah, that's true. And D4,
and you have to fight all the
similar.
monsters that you killed in that circle again.
I'm not talking about like D4
But
people. I'm talking about like there was a few PoE creators.
Thing is that there's it empowers them. There are multiple rituals through the area. So after each time you do this, you get a type of points called tribute.
It's like, dude, it's fucking Act 1. What do you expect it to be?
Rituals even more powerful. You can go to another ritual circle, kill more monsters inside of it, and then you'll be able to make the it'll summon both the ones from this circle and from the subsequent circle as well, making the rituals very, very tough by the time you get to the end.
They can upload their single player PoE games online yet? Holy.
All right. So then when you click on the ritual, it'll open the screen here, which allows you to spend tribute. Now, I don't think we want to spend too long on this, but effectively, this is the reward mechanic for ritual, and the more tribute you get, the more things you get. Jesus Christ, why are there more monsters? Oh, the map is beyond. Wait, is that because it was a corrupted map? Okay, right. So because this is a corrupted map, by the way, every time you kill monsters, it's got this mechanic called Beyond, where it leaves these little orbs behind, and then demons can get summoned from them when you kill them. That's just one of the random corruption outcomes you can get due to beast corruption in a map.
Oh, Burb. I guess I can keep playing this if you want here.
Now, one of the things you might have noticed if you're a PoE 1 player is the bottom left of the screen there's only 2 flasks, just a life and a mana flask. We've actually changed how the flask system works in PoE 2 very recently. Now you get 1 life and 1 mana flask, and that's all. And the reason we actually did that is we found that there was a problem in PoE 1 called flask piano, where everyone was just sitting there pressing 1, 2, 3, 5 constantly, flasking. The thing is, we've actually buffed flasks significantly so that each flask has a lot more charges, but you only get 1 of each type. Now, one of the main things that people were doing in PoE 1 when they were using flasks is they were using the other flask slots for mostly things that were making them resistant to various element types and so on. And so we wanted to have a system to allow that to still be the case and still have interesting character customization there. So we've added a new type of item called charms. Charms charge up using flask charges, so as you kill monsters, but they automatically trigger in order to grant you immunity to certain things at the point when you get those things. So for example here, this is used when you become ignited and then grants immunity to ignite. So if you're having trouble with fire damage, then you can throw that on there. If you get ignited, it'll automatically quench you, and then it will charge up again from killing monsters. Now there are lots of different charms that have different abilities. They trigger on different things. They they make you resistant to different things. They can also get mods, from crafting and so on. So you can make them an interesting part of your build. But the point is, they're always automatic. You don't have to manually trigger them. So it kind of solves that problem of having to manually use flasks constantly. You get the ability to use more charms by getting higher level belts. This is relatively lower level, so you've only got 1 charm slot there. As you get higher level belts, you get more slots up to 3, and there might even be some uniques that lead to more charms later on as well, of course. Now, one of the other things that we wanted to upgrade as well is that we found, so in PoE 2 there's a huge amount of encounters and bosses. There are actually 50 bosses in early access. There's going to be 100
Yeah, you
in the
like this
final
meta?
game.
I'd play a video and leave.
So one of the things we've changed is we've upgraded the map to actually allow you to see all of those on the map. So if you zoom in a little bit there, you can see that there's a bunch of bosses and random encounters around the area. Near to where Octavian is right now, you can see that there's a boss called Silver Blackfist, and that means that in this area there's something to find, a boss to encounter.
When they release a poorly received
the bosses
PoE
often have
League,
things that you can
they'll
use
pull PoE 1
to
League
increase your character
forward.
power as well. So it's important to kill them.
Oh yeah, let me look at this post thing. Dude, Twitter quality is so fucking bad. Path of Exile to Malice. Can they upload this shit to YouTube or something, dude? Malice. Critical emits an aura that continuously inflicts critical weakness on enemies in your presence. Critically use causes it to have plus 0.5 to crit hit chance and can stack up to 20 times. I'm blocking the description. I mean, you can see most of it. Oh shit, oh shit. Discipline allies add 38% of your maximum mana to their total max. Oh, that's kind of OP. That's huge. Discipline's nuts. Wait, level 19 requires level 84? Ooh, 97% increased spirit. Allies in your presence deal 118% increased damage. Oh shit. Alright, it looks like Orobots are still gonna exist. That answers Snap's video earlier. Yeah, your minions should be allies. I'm dragging something else out at the same time and I have no fucking clue what it is. I have no idea what that was. I just dragged something in OBS like way across the screen and I don't know what it was. And I can't see it, so I'm gonna hope whatever that was, I didn't need it. Puzzle box? Yeah, I did that like last stream. Dude, the last two puzzles I owned. I got them instantly. Somehow. I got div card. I think that mod's got unique, DM got unique, Jung got unique. Was there anyone else? Rise got, what do you mean? Rise, did he even open it on stream or anything? Waggle got a unique. Some shit uniques already. I don't know. I've heard I don't know. I've heard the unique design process is a lot of back and forth trying to argue with GGG what you want to do. Dude, the guy that smashed his got so much shit and he probably got told to do it by GGG. He got so much shit and they probably told him to do it. He got so much shit for that, dude. It's Towley, WoW streamer or something. Yeah, I mean, Yeah, I mean, but I don't know, like, look at it, you don't really care about PoE, right? Imagine it, like, you don't really care about PoE, and then you get this fucking schizophrenic box with weird inscriptions all over, and you gotta figure out how to open it over, like, multiple hours.
18 fully clothed cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch.
Oh shit, thanks for the raid DM. Just trying to figure out how to stall for 10 more days. Yeah, I don't know. He got so much shit for that. Did he delete the post? He got so much shit. No, it didn't. So much shit. And he probably was encouraged to do it. Rise showed his code, but he was quick. Where do you see oh, this. Yeah, Arrow. They had a little fight. Holy, is this drama alert? Although some of this guy's replies were a little, I don't know. I'm the guy who made it possible for creators like you to do what you do. I don't know. Some of his replies are a little cooked. Thanks for the 47 your resub, Jake. You're a young buck in this game. I've been doing this for 15 years. You'll learn eventually how this ballet works. Good luck in PoE 2. I don't know. I mean, he got way too much flack for this, I think, but holy shit, he sounds like an asshole in his replies. This is the scenario where you just don't respond. Yeah, he definitely got to go ahead on this, for sure. Oh, nothing interesting. I don't know. I was kind of surprised. He got so much shit for this. Hey, that's me. Yeah, I saw the Malice Scepter thing. I wish they would release their teasers on YouTube too, because Twitter quality is just poo-poo fart. I couldn't see anything. It was just like one big greenish brown sludge in the video. Oh, it is on YouTube? There we go. Now we're talking. Okay, it wasn't when I checked. It was. Oh, you guys saw that. I checked. It wasn't there. Oh my god, my ears. Oh, I can see now. I can see. I wonder how like hard it's gonna be able to get top end items. Like, is it gonna be like the old days where if you get like life and 3 res, you're gonna fucking shit your pants and screenshot it and post it on Reddit? Yeah, everybody's playing WASD. Everybody. Or 95% of people. No, no, no. I'm ordering a new PC today. After stream, and then a new monitor. I can't play this game on 1080p. I can't play it. I don't think I'll get above 100 FPS on 1440p. And this game looks too good to waste on 1080. Specs, I don't have them yet. I don't know. I have to look at what will actually show up before I have to find what will actually show up before PoE 2, so it might make a little bit of a difference. 5,500, Jesus Christ. I hope that's in like Canadian or Australian Monopoly money or something. I'm gonna put it together. Unless, I don't know. If I can find a pre-built that's not at like a $900 markup, I would do that. But if I build it, that could be stream content where I could get the world's most insane backseating of all time. No, don't put the thermal paste as a P. Put it as an X. No, don't put it as an X. Put it as a P. I mean, I am gonna put it together on carpet. There's carpet in this room, so every single PC I've ever put together, I've put together on carpet. I've never not put a PC together on carpet. I have never put it together not on carpet. It's always been fine. Grounding bracelet, just wear the side, just hold the side of the case if it's metal. I need to find the picture of I don't know. It is impossible to fuck up a PC. If you fuck up a PC while building it, you really gotta do something fucked up. I'm out of stalling videos. Alright, back to this. This can just be the background footage while I wait for more videos to come out. Alright, it's not working.
Now, one of the other
Is there a half sword update?
things that we wanted to
Let me
upgrade as well
see
is that we
here.
found, so in PoE 2 there's a huge amount of encounters and bosses. There are actually 50 bosses in early access. There's going to be 100 in the final game.
Although, you know, maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's possible that I static damaged it because if my computer's on for more than like 24 hours, it blue screens randomly sometimes. So, I mean, maybe.
One of the things we've changed is we've upgraded the map to actually allow you to see all of those on the map. So if you zoom in a little bit there, you can see that there's a bunch of bosses and random encounters around the area. Near to where Octavian is right now, you can see that there's a boss called Silver Black Fist. And that means that in this area there's something to find, a boss to encounter. So yeah, as I said, the bosses often have things that you can use to increase your character power as well. So it's important to kill them.
I'm trying to find... See if I can find the picture of what I did to my streaming PC. Oh nope, that's a video of recording somebody crying through the walls when I was in college. Where is it? No, that's not it. Hold on, I'll find it. There were people in my walls. Stream snipers.
So as you can see, he dropped a book of specialization there, and this is one of the items that allows you to do the split passive points in the passive tree, but it also gives you more
I can't
passive points
find
as
it.
well.
I think
So
it's on
something that
my
you're gonna definitely
old
want to find.
phone.
Now there are other bosses around the game that have different bonuses and so on, so it's definitely a good idea to explore all the encounters throughout the game.
The
and,
trap
find all of
house.
those things.
No.
So next we're going to talk about the witch. And while we're showing the witch, it's also a good time to talk about one of the other character progression systems in Path of Exile 2, which is Spirit. So the witch is a primary summoner, but she also has a range of other supporting skills. But the thing we want to show you first is
I'll
just the
find
fact
it
that,
eventually.
she often, and in fact all the classes use a resource called Spirit. So there's a new type of skill gem, an uncut Spirit gem, which you can use here, and that'll give you a bunch of these, another skill screen with a bunch more abilities. What these ones are is for giving you things that are kind of somewhere halfway between a passive bonus and an active one. This one here called Grim Feast.
All right, I need more stalled tent. I'm gonna put my shit on the new PC. What do you mean? Oh. I mean it's time for a fresh install for me anyways. I'm pretty it's definitely time for a fresh install. Oh, I need to make sure that this isn't leaking anything. Okay. Yeah, it's time for a fresh install, I think. Also, that's after I cleaned it up the other day. I cleaned it up
You
like
got mail.
literally yesterday.
I noticed Elon Musk commenting on PoE gameplay on Twitter. Good chance he jumps on the hype train as well.
Hey, thanks for the 600 bits. Okay, but actually, I need to see Elon play PoE 2 when he starts to shit on D4. That'd be great. I think that'd be hilarious. The lore. I need to know. Thanks for the 17-year Prime El Duque. Come on. What's this?
We need to have a talk.
Alright, this
And
can be
time,
good.
It's not about me and your mother.
Okay, it's good.
I'll remove your head myself.
Alright, yep, the topic of today's video is going to be PoE 2. I've got some notes here, but I'm mostly freeballing this, so let's see how it goes. As a disclaimer, I went to LA to play the PoE 2 beta. I have not played the updated version that some content creators have gotten access to. Personally, I feel like content creators spam pre-release content is kind of weird. I didn't like how in D4, content creators had like full guides in the entire game, and they already played through all the raids and stuff before the game even came out. I don't like that kind of stuff. Personally, I don't mind it that some content creators have content though, as I feel like it's important for, you know, a small department outside of Q&A to do things. Getting into stuff that I liked about PoE 2, I really like the gameplay and feeling.
The
It felt pretty
RuneScape guy.
modern, which is like kind of weird to say, because playing PoE 1 does not feel like a 2024 game. It kind of feels like, in a lot of cases, that I'm just playing a game from like 2010, which...
Yeah, playing PoE 1 after playing PoE 2, I think, is actually going to be kind of hard. I don't know. Even after watching the latest, the big reveal on PoE 2, even like looking at PoE 1, I'm like, damn, this looks like dog shit. I mean, it really doesn't look that bad, but I don't know. It's like the animations.
You know...
I mean, Textures wise, it's not that bad. I think the worst part about PoE 1 is the animations are all really big dookie. Texture wise, I think it's pretty good.
Shout out to anybody that plays Brood War or any like, you know, WoW Classic or anything like that. You guys already know that playing an old game is perfectly fine, but
wait, what am I doing? I'm trying to stall it. I'm playing at this. I'm not built for stalling. It's defaulting to faster than normal. I need to play like this.
Issues. I can understand why they made a second game. I'm not the happiest about it personally, but playing on a new engine definitely felt a lot better. A lot of the spell effects are way prettier. I have a feeling that when we get to maps and we start playing some like Giga Blaster builds, that we're gonna have some pretty crazy like just effects on screen, and it's gonna be really satisfying to play overall. I also kind of like the new gem system. I felt like not having to mess around with your sockets 24/7 was a really nice system. Part of the issue that a lot of people have is understanding how it works, and I feel like they do a better job explaining it. It's still pretty confusing for anybody that's never played any Path of Exile before though, so hopefully they fix up the tutorial if you're watching this.
Rolling magma I tried rolling magma when I played and it felt like shit, by the way.
Please make something to help the new players.
I think I can confidently say that is not going to be the leveling
I don't
skill.
want to, you know, make a new player guide. Maybe that's something I'll work on if people want that. But talking about some of the stuff that I didn't like, I didn't like a lot of frustrating situations, and it felt like there were a handful of them. So there are certain areas where dodge roll doesn't really help you that much, and you're just kind of like dodge rolling over a single mob into another mob. It almost felt like a lot of zones were like, if you were to take the mud flats from PoE 1, and just every zone is like that. This is a kind of big downside for me. I don't think we're gonna see as much crazy speed running through the entire zone and not killing anything, because, you know, a zone isn't 3 levels above us. But what you will see is a lot more hearing and taking our time.
I don't think it's gonna feel like that on I keep saying release, but on early access release. All the times I played it did feel like every zone was mud flats, but I don't think it's going to be like that anymore.
Which, for some people, will definitely be a big turnoff. In my opinion, it's definitely worth playing before you actually get into it. I'll talk about like my personal story with it a bit later, but just to kind of TLDR it, I went into it kind of hating it. I really disliked the first 30 minutes, and after that, I really didn't want to stop playing. I got to the point where we got to the end of the playtest. I think it was a few hours, 3-4 hours, something like that. And I just kind of wanted to keep playing. I just wanted to keep seeing like what would happen. And as far as complicated issues are concerned, this one might have been fixed since then, but the itemization was really weird. So items feel very important. In the first run that I did, I played through as a ranger, and I was pretty weak, and I was kind of going through it, and I couldn't afford a bow that was really well rolled in the town, like a really well rolled rare bow. But
just drop a insane weapon like subtract them.
I could go to the equivalent of Faustus, the gamble guy, and I was able to gamble a bow, and the bow rolled so well that the next 30 minutes that I played through was just insane. I was popping off, it felt amazing. And I don't think you can have, you know, an item feel that good if the game isn't, one, a little bit difficult. You know, if you have like a mobile game level of difficulty, you kind of run into a situation where like the items are meaningless. It doesn't really matter. You can kind of walk through naked and still kind of do things pretty well, but you know, you get 15% MS boots like I did towards the end.
I wonder if they're gonna, if that first boss is gonna have like an Oni drop.
And then all of a sudden you
can
butcher, dodge out of things that
whatever
you
the first, what's the first guy's called? I don't know.
That feels really good. Obviously, it does lead to some frustrating moments though, where you don't get the movement speed boots, you don't get the good weapon. You know, your build just kind of sucks because you messed up like I did, and you know, it is what it is. I'm sure a lot of these issues will kind of go away as we get better at the boss fights and more accustomed to the gameplay. Personally, apparently they kind of touched up on itemization a bit. I don't really know what's going on there. Hopefully that gets a bit better, just because of how frustrating it was in the second run that I did. Talking about other stuff, I guess I could just get into the story that I have. In my playthrough of PoE 2, I was playing through as a ranger. I got pretty far into Act 1, and there was a boss where it calls a giant sword down from the sky, and I died at the same frame that that sword, like I killed the boss at the same frame that that sword fell down and hit me, and the boss bugged out. And I raised my hand, I said, "Yo, Octavian, am I missing something here? I killed the boss." And he said, "Oh, is it not clear to the players where they're supposed to go?" And I said, "No, it doesn't show me." And he's like, "Oh, you go up those steps."
yeah, there were no stairs to go up. My game state was just kind of broken, and they were like, well, maybe we can like teleport you through, and that didn't really work out. They were like, maybe you can like fight the boss again, and that didn't really work out.
Okay,
So
in this area, yeah, at the playtest that I was at, and is that the one he was at too? In this zone at the end of Act 1 was super overtuned. It's the, I don't know if you said, I mean, I was talking about it earlier, but the blood bitches, the courtesans, they're called, that they throw blood spears, like one-shot you. They have to clear super slowly. Make sure you don't get hit by those. And then you could also, like, have the boss bug out and you just can't progress and you have to do it again. And there was no, like, waypoints. There were, like, 3 floors. There was no waypoints or anything throughout it. And if you died, you went back to the very start. It's like a huge fucking zone.
I had to completely restart. I didn't get to use like my stash or anything because of the way that the playtest was set up. We was kind of just assumed that you play one character. Jonathan was like, yeah, sorry about what happened. Hopefully this makes you feel a little bit better, but you are technically the first, you know, the furthest than anybody else, which makes sense. And I said, actually, that kind of makes me feel worse. I've been anticipating PoE 2 for the last, I don't know, 5 years. Realistically, I kind of expected it to come out like a couple years ago. I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of on the copium train. I expected it to come out like a while ago. Ended up coming out for beta, will be this December. And playing the playtest made me realize that the game is just, it was just not ready. It was just not completely finished. I hope they iron out a lot of the bugs. I hope they fix the bug with the sword boss. So let's pray for that. I don't even know if I'm allowed to talk about what happened, but you know, I'm putting it in the video, so it is what it is. I think it's funny. Later on, after I rerolled, I was pretty mad that I had to reset the first 20 minutes or so. Kind of feel like the mud flats, like I said earlier, but you get over it. You equip a chest piece, you be a man and play better. Personally, I felt like it was really fun by the end of it. The witch build that I ended up making was,
yeah,
like,
I mean,
a
it was
lightning
originally
spark
supposed to
wizard,
be.
And
Still,
I accidentally took lightning warp.
It was
'cause
originally
I
named
looked at lightning
PoE
warp,
2 as like a marketing angle now, and then it changed.
and I said, oh, a mobility skill. I would love a mobility skill.
Like, it originally was supposed to be like an Overwatch 2 kind of angle.
It turns out that lightning warp is not a massive mobility skill. It is instead a cull ability, which the tooltip reads, I just am American, so I decided that that wasn't really in my forte. So I kind of clicked it assuming that I'd be able to blink around the map, and it turned into a cull ability. And I said, this kind of sucks, why would I want a cull? And then I started one-shotting giant packs of monsters as long as I was able to cull one mob, and it owned. It was sick. I didn't want to stop playing. My single target kind of sucked, so the end of the boss at Act 1 kind of sucked. I had a lot of issues with this boss, because my build was pretty AoE based. It was pretty much built around lightning warp. There were ads, but everything kind of chunked me, everything kind of owned. Everything did 1 billion damage, it felt like. Supposedly the damage and the difficulty has been kind of tuned down since then, but if we get this level of difficulty,
Has there been any video that shows any merc skill tree area stuff?
Especially newer players. As far as other things are concerned, I do remember I sat next to Karn and Havoc, and we were kind of racing on my first character, on my ranger, and the guy to the left of me was like a journalist, a video game journalist of some kind. And I remember he was on the second boss in the campaign, some iron dude in some giant field. And I was, you know, progressing through most of the way through Act 1, approaching the sword boss or whatever. And, you know, Karn and Havoc were pretty neck and neck with me. They were a little bit behind, maybe 1-2 zones behind. And I looked over like half an hour later, and the video game journalist to the left of me was still fighting the same boss. And then I had to reroll, and I completely had to restart my character, and I beat the second boss, and I looked over, and the guy that left of me was getting up and he was leaving. He had already exported all of his footage to his flash drive, and he had quit. He had quit because the game was too difficult.
No, this is
which
4 days
in my
old.
eyes is not a good thing. I think that level of difficulty is just maybe a bit too much for.
Yeah, at the first LA event, all the game journalists were just getting hard farmed. I wish I sat near them so I could just watch them play instead of me playing, because they were just getting hard farmed.
You know, the average video game journalist level of gameplay. Other than that, though, I really enjoyed the PoE 2 beta that I was able to play in LA. I think
unrealistic.
that
I
come
mean, you're
this
definitely
December
gonna
5th, I'm
die a
really gonna
few
look forward to
times, but I
speedrunning.
don't know if I'd
As
call
far
it
as content is
unrealistic.
concerned, I apologize for not uploading anything to my YouTube in the past millennia. Personally, I've just
Was there something else I was about to look at after this? Oh yeah, like this guy apparently has it or whatever. Which one? Strength Dex, is that this?
From both of them.
Oh, no, this
Lance is going to be 5% of
Merc skill tree. Where? That's not an option.
from both.
Oh, you're probably on a delay on mobile.
From both the Merc and Warrior stars. Next, we have a previous video. I spent metabolism of damage from blocked hit. You need to move all of the damage per one task. We know that you'll have the 2 points. For example, on a grenade build that wants some utility focused stats on a weapon, which is right on the outer edge.
Yeah, I guess
of the
there's that one,
tree.
right?
Not
grenades explode. Should I make an MS Paint build? People love those. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. That's a great stalling tactic. Bitches love that shit. Yeah, Witch Hunter seems stacked. You get explodies, you get a ton of damage stuff. Stalling for PoE 2, December 6th. A 2-week stall. I don't know. Chronomancer's weird. Where even is it? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I don't know. Chronomancer's definitely kind of weird. I want to see a party with 6 Chronomancers and they just freeze everything. I'm imagining the like world first pinnacle boss kill is a party of 6 Chronomancers and they just like freeze them on rotation. I don't know. Do any of these ascendancies look really good for Orabot? Honestly, Chronomancer might be pretty fucking good for Orabot because you get a ton of utility skills. Chronomancer might be pretty sick on Orabot actually. Yeah, Gembling might be good, but I don't know. I mean, we don't know how many auras you'll actually be able to use. But you might not even need these skill slots. You know, it'd be kind of a cool thing if Aurabots would use like DD stuff. So you have the main clearer and you have the Aurabot with auras, but then they just also pop corpses. That'd be pretty cool. I mean, the way they said that some bosses won't let you freeze them or whatever, so presumably some of them will. Oh shit, there we go. Does have a few. Oh yeah. Dude, I mean, you know, Quinn hates POB, right? I can kind of get behind not using POB and you just make everything in like MS Paint. You know, I'm kind of down for that actually. I'm kind of down for that.
Useful this will be 10 increase.
Where is that? I need that this guy's build, or not build, but even though he hovered over these skills like an 80-year-old grandma with Parkinson's, I need to see them. Jesus Christ, why did he do it like this? So, does Merc start in PoE 1 duelist area? Okay, yeah. We got here. Yeah, a lot of the skill tree might change, but you know. Definitely don't make any solid plans right now. Have they given an actual complex description of what armor break does? Does it like, other than it just does more damage? What does it mean to break their armor? They take more damage, is that it? For one hit only. I'm not the expert. Ooh, okay, well, does who max fire res reach 40% uncapped fire res? Oh. Okay, I was kind of reading this as like 40% undercapped, but I think it just means like 40% above cap or whatever. I was like, I don't fucking get it. Okay, but yeah, okay. It's probably like you get to 115 and then you get +2. What kind of firecracker thing? What is it actually called? What is the grenade called? The one that's like a firecracker. Anybody know the actual name? Mustard? Have they not shown it at all? Surely they've shown it. We've seen it like 8 times. Ember Fusillade? No, I think that's some witch skill where there's like 8 little fire dots and then they shoot out projectiles. Oh shit, 10 memberships. Thanks, dude. Big juicer. Cluster grenade. Oh, it is cluster grenade. Have they never hovered? Has it never been hovered over? Cluster. How is that not in here? Maybe they just forgot. Cluster. It should be its own skill. Okay, if it was a support, that'd be cool. I don't think it's a support though. Here either. Cluster. Yeah, I watched it on YouTube. Girdle Birdle. Surely they showed it in here. I mean, it's not new though. I mean, maybe they just haven't hovered over it. It's definitely not new. It's like pretty old. Come on, show it somewhere. Show it somewhere. Oh, I saw skill page. New like the laser one, but it's no, it's not. It was that video was like a month old. Oh, I guess that is too. Let's see it. Show it. Do it.
It will not be long.
Alright, I just want the picture of it then though, I guess. How's get a new active skill? You have to get a new active skill. There's no way they use the same ones for the old time. Come on. Where is it? Let's see it. Come on. Come on. Wait, that might be it. Nope, I think that's more sport gems. Did they not equip a single new gem this entire game play? Okay, this video surely has it. 11 months ago. Okay, maybe not. Oh, it has to be in the reveal thing. Here we go. Get the mercenary. Where are we at? Is that it?
Perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies
Wait,
before
yes.
detonating the cloud
Wait,
with
no.
an explosive shot for massive true hordes of minions. As many skills and
What the fuck is it?
with like shield charge.
Mercenary.
I can take a slam
Do
like
it.
Sunder and socket it into my
Is it here?
longer attack from the front. In PoE 2, flask play exactly like
There
a
we
shoot.
go.
For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to
Oh. Well, I don't know. They might have been told not to, like, go and hover over every single thing. They might have been told that.
Welcome back. Okay.
There we
Okay,
go.
so for the mercenary players out there, we've got explosive grenades, so grenade launcher build.
But it doesn't show you the stats when you hover over this?
shotgun,
Holy
we've got
no,
armor piercing
dude. And that looks like shit. Seem like there are less doors in PoE 2. Kind of? I don't know. There is one zone I played which I have not seen since ExileCon, and yet it happened to be a prison. And it was just literally like the entire zone was you walk 5 feet and you open a door. And you do that a million times. Let me see. I don't even know how I would search this. I don't even know how flooded plays. I don't know, maybe. Boss showcase. This might be. Oh wait, no, it's just all his own videos.
Here's the fight with the first boss.
I don't know. I think it may have been like a flooded prison. Wait, this guy already has a 60-second one? I just uploaded a 60-second one. What does this one say?
Corruption is spreading throughout Rayclast, and it's up to you and your compatriots to put a stop to it once
Is this
and
gonna
for
be
all.
lore?
Set several years after the events of the
Holy
original
fuck,
game,
it's
Exile
lore.
2's story is split over 6.
Hell no. Well, I got the cluster grenade. Yeah, I made a YouTube short, my second ever YouTube short. I don't know. Yeah, I'm looking for cluster grenade info. You got it? Mathel in the flooded prison. Oh shit, you got it. You're the goat.
I'm not happy with how this is going so far. You gotta be kidding. What is this thing? Extra cold damage and exposure haste with him with
Yeah, but where are the doors?
Because
Holy shit, PoE mobile.
well, thank you for letting.
feels like we need to move on a little bit. Actually, I see. Wait, there's one more.
Everything's biodegradable if you wait long enough. Yes, there we go. There we go. That's what I needed. Perfect. AoE projectile fire duration. I wonder if... So you get this. Grenades have 20% chance to activate a second time. Does that mean the first grenade and the smaller grenades both get that chance? You would think grenade would be a tag, wouldn't you? Seems like it's significant enough that it could have its own tag. I mean... If this is down there, down in Merc area, you'd probably click that, I'm assuming. So, I don't know. I mean, why wouldn't you click that? I'm curious how... I expect Leech to be pretty shitty compared to PoE 1. I expect Leech to be pretty shitty. There's so many insane Leech things. It's gotta be pretty shitty. How's it different? I mean, all the numbers are way bigger, so... All numbers are way bigger and there's a lot of insane Leech stuff, so it's gotta be calculated differently. Did they talk about the mechanics? I think they did talk about the mechanics. I think they said it's a lot simpler. Leech resistance. We don't have numbers yet on the sorcery ward thing, right? We don't have numbers on that, do we? Did it say it converts your armor and evasion into that shield? You better go back to those crossbows. Where are you going? Son of a bitch. Go. It's right there. Do it. Reduced attack speed. You know, if you go like full grenades, that's probably not bad. Oh yeah, you definitely take that. Unless it might have the thing where it like actually gets worse with it might get worse with more AoE. I don't know, it depends how it goes. Like sometimes you want to get smaller AoE. Monk underrated? I don't know, I think Monk looks pretty insane. At least the this Chayula one looks really insane. Dude, hear me out. CI EB CIEB can actually work in this game. I don't know if Eldritch Battery exists in PoE 2, but you can actually play a CIEB build in PoE 2. Because Mom converts all damage you take. It does, and it's nutty. Where's that? Eldritch Battery. Keystone? Eldritch Battery. Spend energy shield before mana for skill mana cost. Energy shield protects mana instead of life. So you go mind over matter, which you take all damage from your mana, right? And then you have mana leech is instant. And then you get mana leech effects also recover energy shield. And then your mind over matter. Yeah, I need to open I'm developing too many paint builds. I need to open another one. This one's funnier, so I need to do this one first. Why did it? I don't know. There's gotta be something wrong with this CIEV thing. It's too much of a fucking meme. Right? There's no way this is actually good. But if it is, it'll be so fucking cool. That'd be like the coolest defensive setup ever. What I think it is that I don't think Leech is as good. Like, if Leech is actually good, it's gonna be so busted. I think that the downside is that Leech is gonna be shit. I think that's gotta be it. Thanks for the Prime, Sean. I don't know. Have we seen where Eldritch Battery actually is? We've seen where Mind Over Matter is, and we've seen where CI is, and they're like in their normal spots. Is there a half sword update? Half sword BR, is that real? Why am I getting so many people baiting with half sword? There's no way. Blood update is here. Oh my god, okay. You go crossbows and you use your grenades and then you just hold up a shield until the grenades are back. A mana leech on the tree yet? I don't know. We'll worry about that later. Yeah, minor detail.
Existence is
Is come on. Go. Dude, the new Ascendancy art looks so good. I need a picture of 1 HP. Holy, what is that shit around your message? I'm going witch, hunter, merc.
18 fully clothed cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch.
Hey, thanks for the raid, Rue. Hey, perfect timing. What do you think about this? What do you think about this CIEB build? Do you think it's gonna be good? Dude, CIEB. The meme's too good. It's gotta be good. No, Leech is gonna be great. Leech is not gonna be bad. Leech is gonna be good. Have they actually have they like went into depth on Leech? No? Oh, okay. I thought you were saying it in a way that it's like clueless emote and then it's actually just complete dog shit. Yeah, we don't know yet, right?
The darkness.
It could be good. Do they even show these nodes on this?
Darkness, a resource that can be utilized to
I just want a good picture, not a shitty one.
all damage incoming. But if you take Grasp of the Void, you'll deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness.
Oh, there's probably that Reddit post. Hey, thanks for the Prime Mazdas. Haven't seen Leech for non-fizz. Never knew Rue was the first ever sub here. Yeah, the second girl starts streaming PoE, his nose starts to fly to the nearest door, and then he flies into their house and subscribes. This isn't what I want. Reddit ascendancy thing. There we go.
Are you Team Witch or Team Witch Hunter?
I don't know. I think for I'm either witch hunter or blood witch. Although Titan seems pretty solid too.
Apologize for spreading rumors about me.
And thanks for the 52-year resub, Rue. There's no rumors. Rue made a tier list of keystones. What? I love that image. That is a great meme. This is gonna be good, trust me. There's nothing to do except shitpost. That's all there's left to do until the 6th. Alright, is there any other good ones? Can somebody just make a actual passive tree thing already? I don't know, there's extra grenade projectile. There is a skill planner. Where? PoE2skills.com. I mean, have they actually shown this skill have more than one projectile? Dude, can people stop calling this shit leaks? This is not leaks. This is literally from a marketing event. Why are so many people using the word leak right now? There's no leaks. I have a tweet about it being parod. Oh shit, what? Oh, it just, okay, it doesn't show it. Or does it? Oh, it does. What? Hey, that doesn't look any different. Maybe a little. Fucking clip, dude. Multiple prot. And Paint is such a good program. I don't think there's GMP. I think it's just this. Unless they have shown it. I've only seen this one. Your favorite shirt and pant. Ported skills also fire prod from up to 4 points on each side of you. What the fuck does that mean? Is it just like volley and they're making it sound weird? Says that in PoE 1. What? Huh, so it does. Well, imagine reading. Would you do multi-proj and volley, or is that too much less projectile? Well, here's the thing, right? It says projectile, but are the explosions even projectiles? Because they'd be explosions, right? So that'd be the AoE portion. Would it still... Does that avoid the 20% less proj damage? There's no way this works. There's no way. There's a 0% chance. I mean, Might as well go full bait. Yeah, it's a normal node, but I think Leech is gonna be shit. Yeah, Arcane was good. Apparently they have three more shows being made too, so it'd be dumb if the explosions didn't count as projectiles. Well, why would it be a projectile? It's an explosion. Not being one, like you throw four, but there's this one explosion for some reason. Huh? All I'm talking about is projectile damage applying to the explosions or not. And based on PoE 1, it wouldn't. So I'm gonna assume it doesn't because that'd be OP. It applies to fireball explosions? It does? Hmm. Different? I mean, it's not that different. Well, it's kind of, I don't know. I was thinking like, you know, lightning strike, right? Like it has the proj tag, but the melee hit isn't scaled by proj, right? So why would this explosion be scaled by proj damage when it's an explosion? A spreadsheet? No, I'm gonna make a website where you get me ad money. I'm not doing it for free in Google Doc. But Tornado Shot doesn't have any. Tornado Shot is just all proj. Although, is there anything that I guess like I don't know. Lightning hmm. Lightning Arrow does it too, and I'm assuming proj damage scales the AoE on Lightning Arrow. Hmm. Oh. Hey, where'd that other video go? I have so many fucking tabs open right now. Okay, hear me out. This is the build for PoE 2. Right here. You see this? This is it. Dude, it's buffed. Look, 20% max life. It's literally buffed. DD is the best build. No, that's great. Don't worry about that. Yeah, I saw the Scepter teaser. Holy leaked. No. I wonder if less AoE or You think it scales better with more AoE or less AoE? Where'd that video go? I have too many tabs open. I have 1 billion tabs open, dude. Take a look. So it it explodes and then it throws the grenades out. So less AoE might put them closer together. Yeah, I saw the Diablo like tweet. Someone got banned. So, I mean, let me slow this down. So you can see it, it like throws them out, so it might be a situation where less is more. I mean, I'm big monsters, definitely. Sports ball. Yeah, I mean, for clear, you would probably swap it out. Well, I mean, for clear, you would actually probably just use another build. I mean, another skill. Seems to be the thing to do. You're going to be using multiple skills. Reducing fuse speed? I haven't seen anything. Another build. I mean, you could theoretically have a weapon swap to use like bows or something, right? Did you have your weapon swap and you're just holding shield and then you just hold your shield up and block everything and then you just wait for your grenades to go off cooldown? It's pretty good at stunning, right? So stun stuff might not be bad. I think they showed it doing a lot of stun damage, right?
I bring snack.
Oh, snack. Thanks, dear.
Yeah, you're welcome, dear. Bye.
Bye, dear. Frost cluster? I don't think so. Oh, the finger thing, forgot. I don't, there's no way Leech is good. Holy shit. What is he doing? Did I already put that one in there? I think I did. Oh no, that's another one. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, but you probably, I don't know. I'll cool down. Yeah, have fun watching 80-year-old grandma with Parkinson's go through the skill tree. I need more room. Can play this shit. What, cluster grenade? It looks so good. Yeah, but Photoshop doesn't have the personality, you know? There's no personality in Photoshop. Yeah, I'd probably take that. Oh, thanks, dear. Okay, that one I think I have. Yeah. My doppelganger. Oh. That? Better quality than my camera. That one's pretty good. You think I look good with the spray tan? Dude, I don't know why. He went through those passive tree in the most cooked way ever. Where is that take Fizz as Ellie node? Is that somewhere here? Or is that near another class? Oh shit, what was that? Okay, yeah. I don't know, it's Vajira's video and he goes through the passive tree like an 80-year-old with Parkinson's. I don't know what he was doing. I really don't know how he even managed to go through it like this. There's guidelines. Why didn't he just go in order? Dude, controller does not make you go from the bottom to the tree to the top in like a second. Dude, he goes from the bottom to the top and then repeats what he just did. That's not a controller issue. The world's craziest stick drip. Wait, is that the same one? We've already seen this. Where are you going? Yeah, you telling me that's the controller? Oh, he's using the dance pad. I think that's pretty solid for now. My hand is greasy. You see that? Now I'm gonna touch my mouse. Hey, thanks for the prime herbivore. What we got? Come on, something new. Something new last hour. Come on. Come on. Come on, I need it. I need it. I could watch Rob play full playthrough from Act 1 to 2 streamed earlier today. Look at him, he's gaming. He must have brought the game home on a flash drive. Should I watch the Rage Gaming video? Due to Jonathan's face, what do you mean? Oh, you put a little heart on it. Watch this. There's only a few percent HP nodes. I don't think there's probably like, I don't know, like 4. They originally said none, but now there's some, I guess.
This is the fight of the century. And no, I'm not talking about
It's hard to control my mouse. My hands are too greasy.
versus Mike Dice. I'm talking about the
Yeah, I want to see the guy who says the D4 endgame is better.
arcadey Diablo-like for single dads to play.
Whoa. Why are you doing music? YouTube audio library. You think that's fine to stream? Fuck.
Code for this season for Diablo.
Turn it off! Oh, it's surely fine, right? Does YouTube DMCA Twitch?
That's worth $30. And I'm going to drop a battle pass code for this season for Diablo 4. So make sure you comment with which game you like more.
Turn on closed captions and mute the video. That's genius. I don't know. I mean, surely there has to be somebody arguing for D4, right? Holy shit, look at this gold. I'm touching my other mouse with my greasy hand now. Double mousing. What? I think the music's gone.
Down that. Oh,
Nope.
bye.
Can you show the
change your
finger
build.
thing?
Not to mention keystones, which alter your
His
build
fingers.
significantly. Following along the
Yours.
same lines, Diablo 4
They
keeps
look
things
nice.
contained in the class when it comes to
Yeah.
your skill tree. For your skills in
Showing
Diablo,
them.
They want to see.
They look too good.
They want to see you push your fingers back as far as you can.
Oh, that?
Yeah.
Bunch. Hey, see?
A little bit more. A little bit more. Perfect.
Good.
Thought it was further.
I gotta get them warmed up. Hold on, I wasn't prepared.
She wasn't prepared. She's gotta prep.
Yeah, I gotta warm up.
Diablo 4, you stick to a pretty structured checklist.
Thanks.
Where you're going down the line and you're choosing the passives that
I'm
apply to your build.
stretching.
This basically forces most players into going with the exact same things. So you can't get
You
very
missed
creative
it.
with
I
it,
can't
and
believe
there's
this.
almost always a clear best option. With this comes a simplicity that allows casual players to excel more, but you're likely going to end up doing the same build as everyone else. In Path of Exile 2, you get your skills through gems. There are a ton of gems, and all classes can use each other's gems. In Diablo 4, you might be able to slightly alter a skill through tempering or aspects, but in Path of Exile 2, you can go nuts. For example, to keep it simple, say you're shooting an arrow in Path of Exile. You could use a support gem that splits that into 3. Then you could have another support gem that allows those arrows to pierce an enemy. Then you could use another support gem that allows those arrows to bounce off of walls. You can keep stacking
The
these
finger
support
damage
gems until you
build.
hit your
I guess
limit
that's
and
monk.
turn a simple skill into something really crazy. Now, I don't really have a Diablo 4 comparison to this, but Path of Exile 2 also has ascendancies. This basically splits each class into 3 different categories, and these ascendancies are going to give you bonuses to change your character even further. In fact, because PoE 2 allows you to use any gem you want on any class, these ascendancies are actually more like the actual classes. And keep in mind that there's 6 classes in early access for PoE 2, and 6 more coming with the actual release. That's
Well, everybody
36
should be
total
forced to use
ascendancies, which is
timestamps.
more or less like 36 classes, which is pretty insane. Now, if we were to stop at this point and take a tally, it's pretty clear that PoE 2 is winning. But let's take a look at some of the other aspects of the games, and make sure you stay till the end because I'm saving the most important thing for last. So let's talk about story. When it comes to story and exploration, Diablo 4 has a clear advantage. With its open
No
world nature,
fucking way, dude. He's cooked. What? Yeah, so you gotta fight Tomb Lord, and then you gotta fight Tomb Lord. Maybe a Tomb Lord or two.
story and exploration, Diablo 4 has a clear advantage.
I mean, they do have Lilith altars.
With its open world nature, it's basically an MMORPG. And of course, Blizzard has the top-notch cinematics that make it all the better. Now, I'm not a big story person, so this doesn't matter that much to me, but I think it's pretty clear-cut which one is better. Moving on to the endgame, I think both of these games actually stand pretty strong on their own. It's a bit subjective because they both have several endgame modes, so it kind of depends on what you like to do. Path of Exile 2 is using an atlas system, which is basically a visualization of the maps from PoE 1. The ability to move where you want and modify the atlas to increase the difficulty and drops is really cool. And I love the fact that there is a progression tree for each different type of content, so you can get more benefits from that type of content by doing that content more. D4 could definitely take some notes in this area, because I'd love to see advantages for Hell Tides from doing more Hell Tides. Now, if we're talking about variety in the endgame,
I mean, you get those brain things, right?
I still think that Diablo 4 actually wins in this department. Because in Diablo 4, you've got Hell Tides, Pits, Undercity, World...
Wait. What did you just
for
say?
Hell Tides, doing that content more. D4 could definitely take some notes in this area, because I'd love to see advantages for Hell Tides from doing more Hell Tides. Now, if we're talking about variety in the endgame, I still think that Diablo 4 actually wins in this department. Because in Diablo 4, you've got Hell Tides, Pits, Undercity, World Bosses, Infernal
Holy.
Hordes, Nightmare Dungeons, a huge overworld map, and things like Whispers objectives. There's even some PvP zones if you're into that kind of thing. But let's be real, one game has been out for a year, had a paid expansion, and the other is just now going into early access, and is supposed to have double the content on actual release. Another big area in ARPGs is crafting. Unlike the original Path of Exile 2 is going to have a different take on itemization. Currency will be more common, and the goal will be to gradually improve your gear and increase its usability by adding more stat lines. My favorite thing that I've seen about it so far is that each different type of endgame content is going to have a different focus when it comes to what you're going to be improving on your gear. For example, you can open up a notable node on a completely different side of the passive tree from where you're at. And that's just opening up even more options for build diversity. Diablo 4 has gotten its itemization to a point that it's actually fairly decent. But the biggest issue for me is that at the end of the day, you're mostly just increasing your stats in a pretty simple way. At best, you're maybe doubling up on an ability or increasing its size or duration slightly. To me, that's not really fun. I really enjoy games like Rounds or Archero or some of the...
Wait, is this a D4 guy? Wait, how can you say that's not fun? That's like the entire game, and he's a D4 guy. His entire channel is D4. How can you say that?
or increasing its size or duration slightly. To me, that's not really fun.
What do you mean that's not really fun? His entire last year of videos is purely D4.
Really enjoy games like Rounds or Archero or some of the old Starship games where you can get different upgrades, and as you get the upgrades, it's changing the function of your attacks. And PoE does that extremely well. It stops you from having to be the same cookie cutter as everyone else. Of course, there's still going to be meta builds that are better than others, but you could play 1,000 hours and not come across even 10% of the builds. Now, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but I did want to mention monetization. I think Diablo 4 and Path of Exile both have fair monetization practices. Diablo 4's box price is a little bit steep.
I mean, I would say yes if you paid $40 and the game got better. I mean, it's like almost fair. Like, if you didn't pay $40 for the most broken thing in the entire game, it would be pretty fair, right?
Have fair monetization practices. Diablo 4's box price is a little bit steep, but there's no pay to win and no...
But you know, I just realized something. This could have been a great farming video. D4 actually became... People, dude, when I said a few months ago with that battle pass thing, I said D4 has some minor pay to win, and everybody called me a clown. Look at that! Look at him now. Now you pay $40 for the best class in the game by far. Shit! How did I not realize that, dude?
Pay for convenience.
How did I not realize that? That would have been a great bait post.
Which I really respect. Now, Path of Exile 2, on the other hand, has pay for convenience. Now, some people might look down on that, but not only is the game free, but Grinding Your Games has also committed to transferring all of your cosmetics and other purchases from PoE 1 to PoE 2, which shows me that they're not being overly greedy and they're respecting their players and the money they're spending. So I personally don't have an issue with either one of these.
I think it might be too late. Didn't they do like a mid-season balance update where other things actually get to pit 150 now or something?
Finally, the biggest difference in my eyes is bossing. And not necessarily just bossing, but combat mechanics in general. But it's much more prevalent in the boss fights if you watch any PoE 2 videos. Diablo 4 suffers from an issue where when you go into a boss fight, it feels like you're basically fighting a meat sack of HP. The only satisfying aspect to it is when you kill a boss so quickly that you don't have to deal with it. But PoE 2 does have that Souls-like element where you actually have to pay attention to telegraphed attacks, dodge out of the way, block, or use other movement.
Yeah, I know you can pay to complete the battle pass in D4, and when I pointed that out, a bunch of people said I was a clown for saying it.
Abilities to get out of the way. It's a very important aspect to the game.
Has that changed? Like, it was originally an oversight, but have they even fixed that? Can you still do that?
Which makes it much more
Not
fun.
that it really matters.
This was my
still,
favorite
but
thing when I played Lost
I
Ark.
wonder if
the
they
combat
fixed it
was
or not.
amazing, and the boss fights were very good. So what's the result of my comparisons?
Well, if you complete the battle pass earlier, you get XP bonuses.
The
from
clear
the
winner
Ashes
here
shit.
is Path of Exile 2. The main differences come down to the sheer amount of customization you can do. which leaves theory crafters like myself with an endless supply of fun, and real enemy mechanics that make for fun and skill-based gameplay. But what do you guys think? Which game do you think is better? And did I miss anything important? Comment below and let me know. Don't
XP bonuses are tied to your level. Oh, they fixed it then. I know the video was a little cooked. Hey, where's the final score tally? I think he forgot he was doing that. Okay, how can he? I don't understand how he says the part about it not being fun and then his entire channel's D4. Farming. An offering.
And skeletal minion.
Wait, the offering itself is a minion. If it dies, the effect ends immediately. That's kind of weird.
By default will resummon themselves. I believe it's every 7 seconds, baseline, every 7. But every time one skeletal minion dies, it resets the timer. So it'll be like 7, 6, 5, minion dies, back to pumps. But they don't seem to taunt boss to absolutely decimate enemies' armor. And because the attack damage of your minions is so low, shredding the armor of enemies actually ends up being a pretty big damage increase. Overall, actually, I found snipers to be the best early game minion, and my final composition ended up just being 7 skeletal snipers.
Holy shit, did he just telekinesis that chest?
Pretty big damage increase. Overall, actually, I found snipers to be the best early game minion, and my final composition ended up just being
Holy shit, well not I guess the minions open it. The minions can open the boxes. Wait, can you have them open a strong box? Wait, can it loot?
7 skeletal snipers just stacked up. And while we're kind of on the topic of it, I do also want to talk a little bit about the way that minion ranks work, and if you're not familiar with minions, how they work in general. So the basic idea is that minions cost spirit to summon, and you have like a baseline level of spirit. The spirit is coming from your scepter in large part, but it's also coming from a few other sources, and every minion has a different spirit cost to have out, and you can basically customize your army and spend however much spirit you want to get exactly how many guys you want of each different type. And so what's really interesting about minions, and the thing that makes them very weird, is actually the more ranks of a specific minion you get, so the higher the rank of the skill gem, the cheaper the minion becomes. But, and I confirmed this from the developers, the stats and damage of the minions, the health of the minions also scale with levels. So you have a double factor scaling with minion ranks where they're getting more health. And
what's weird about that?
They're cheaper to summon, which means you can have
Why would it get worse if it got higher level?
More of them. So minion ranks end up being really important. But, you know, if you're looking at the stats, you're seeing this reservation. That's what this is in reference to. It's in reference to the spirit cost to actually summon the minion. The next spell is Unearth. This is a really cool minion spell. Basically, you're going to do a frontal of physical damage, like in a cone in front of you, and any corpses in that cone will get turned into, like, little, like, bone scorpions. Those dudes do loads of damage. This skill is ridiculously powerful for mapping and for, like, you know, general, like, AoE clearing, but it feels really weak on bosses because you don't have enough corpses to be able to cast spells. Now, I did get confirmation that there will be...
Yeah, that's a huge crit chance.
An aura that you can toggle that costs spirit to reserve and will spawn corpses regularly that will be better against bosses. I don't know if it'll actually be worth it to run it, but on Earth, in general, especially like in the early game, fantastic for farming, not so good for bossing. Now, the Skeletal Arsonist is really interesting.
Third trial.
So it's a fire damage minion that's going to be throwing out like fireballs that just do like, you know, single target damage, but it has the ability to eat your minions to do ginormous amounts of AoE. Now, what's great about this is it can only eat low health
I
minions,
don't know.
but this isn't actually in reference to the HP value, so it's not like when they're
Oh, it could be like an old Aku mission where you gotta do a escort quest.
it's actually based on the overall maximum health. And what's interesting is when you pair it with the Unearth minions by default just have less health than what the Skeletal Arsonist needs to activate. So as long as you have the
gotta
Unearth
be
minions out, you can immediately eat them with
gotta
Skeletal
be shared. It would
Arsonist
be so
and do
weird
a
if it wasn't
ginormous
shared
amount
between
of
characters.
AoE fire damage. Now, one combo I didn't get to test because I missed this is that the Skeletal Sniper can summon a poison cloud that does AoE damage, like poison, but you can actually blow this up with what it calls a detonator skill, doing a lot of damage, and this skill, also uses the keyword detonate on the Arsonist. So I think the idea is that you're supposed to, you make the little constructs with the Unearth, you put out the poison with the archers, and then you blow up the construct with the Arsonist, which also blows up the poison cloud, and so you're getting a double dip explosion of damage. And then you can also put support gems that make it so whenever your minion dies, it explodes for AoE. You have all of these stacking things that you can get. This actually seems like a pretty decent setup. This might be competitive with pure archer for early game, but I didn't get
I'm
to test
probably
it.
playing Mark.
Now, the next piece
I've
is
got
very
some
interesting.
paint stuff
So this was
cooking.
featured in the Path of Exile Witch video, which is the Pain Offerings. So what offerings is that it allows you to sacrifice your skeletal minions, and skeletal minions
I want
by
to see
default
some
will
OP
resummon
Spectre.
themselves. I believe it's every 7 seconds, baseline, every 7. But every time one skeletal minion dies, it resets the timer. So it'll be like 7, 6, 5, minion dies, back to 7, 7, 6, 5. And so it can be kind of difficult to resummon your army. We're going to talk more about that later. But this Pain Offering allows you to immediately sacrifice a minion, and so it'll start the timer, and then it'll give your minions 30% attack speed and cast speed, and also give them a 29% work on the boss. So you're in a situation.
I've never had a real job. I have too many tabs open. Oh, there we go.
Ward, allowing the mercenary has a job to do.
I don't know. My current PC might become the stream PC. What do we got here? What does yours do? What do you mean? Your computer? I don't know. It makes a fart noise when you shut it off. I have no idea, Techless. Monk looks pretty good. You want the monk build? I'll show you. Check this out. There you go. CIEV monk. That's the build right there. Look at this. It's insane. I don't know. We don't know if Leech is good yet. It's probably shit. Maybe it could be something where you need like crazy gear for it, or it's shit. There's some skills that are based on ascendancy, but most aren't. Yeah, I think the hard thing about knowing if Gemling Legionnaire is gonna be good too is, have they shown any any quality types yet? I'm assuming they're gonna be pretty substantial, like PoE 1. In more interesting ways. Surely the quality for cluster grenade is gonna make more grenades. I mean, I don't know, the grenade duration they've been showing
job suits you? You might choose
doesn't
to
look
become a
too
witch
bad.
hunter. Obsessive rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance.
Use a grenade.
If you're lucky. This is...
No, I think I'm gonna go softcore and learn the game, because softcore is essentially medium core now anyways, so learn the game and then go hardcore. Holy hacker mans. Why is it medium core? Well, if you die, you can't go back in the map, for one. So your build actually has to be good, or you're just never gonna do anything. Bosses in the campaign reset if you die. It is pretty much medium core now. Well, maybe it's not medium core, but at least there's some downside if you lose, as opposed to PoE 1. How long do you think it'll last? I mean, I don't know. I mean, the game could like get like an Elden Ring effect, right? It could get the Elden Ring effect where people don't care if it's really hard. The Ranger info? Yeah, I've watched pretty much every video now. Yeah, I mean, the only way you can brick your Atlas is if you fail the first 4 maps, and they said there was going to be a way to reset it. Outside of that, it's not really... You can't really brick it. 8-hour mercenary gameplay. Where's that? Wait, how is this baiting? What's bait about this? Is it the actual video? I ain't watching that. Some of them have pretty close to full trees, but no. Some more than others. So we don't really know. Still don't really know anything huge. Like, pretty much everything right now could change if they just show all the other ascendancies. Hmm. Yeah, Gemling Legionnaire should be good, but I'm worried that it might not have enough damage early, so it might be more of a mid to late game ascendancy. It's like an all-rounder. Guild do I like the most? Oh, cluster grenade, easy. Easily cluster grenade, that's the skill. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, with no damage, it's... I don't know. I mean, you'll probably only use it for single target, so... But these cooldown nodes are pretty close to the start, so... I mean, I don't even know what level you get this at. It's like pretty far down the tree, right? It's probably not until like 30 or something.
Feels like the genre of ARPG is starting to mean a lot of different things. Much like Souls-like and roguelike, I wonder if we could normalize Diablo-like for ARPGs that follow
Thanks
the Diablo
for the
formula.
67-year
XDD.
resub, Chappy. Yeah, that was an instant classic. Honestly, it was a good marketing post. That was 100% a rage bait engagement thing. 100%. I don't believe it's out of touch. I think it was a engagement bait post. There's no way. It was like dead serious. I think, dude, Blizzard definitely adopts like a rage bait marketing strategy. Like releasing the new D2 season on December 6th. Holding a campfire chat on the same day as the PoE 2 reveal. It's that they're just... They can't help but market in the most dog shit ways. The D2 season is on December 6th, not D4. I don't think they're that stupid. I mean, actually, I mean... Alright, I'm out of videos, I think. Dude, he has more fun than I like. Dude, he loves that game so much. Yeah, I wish if I've ever been as happy as he is playing D4 at any point in my life, I don't know, it would be like I'm living in a utopia. I've never been that happy in my entire life as he is when he's playing D4. I respect it. I don't know, they're stalling on giving that. I'm sure everybody will get it before release. Alright. I don't know, I'll do one last scan, I guess. I'll do one last scan of what's happening. I don't think there's gonna be anything. I really hope that on one of the ascendancies they haven't shown yet, they showed it a while ago. They showed that you can use like melee skills with bows. I really hope that still makes it into the game somehow. Surely it does. You mean the League of Legends Season 1 reveal? The first season ever. I want to play, but I shouldn't. Arcane made me want to play, but I really probably shouldn't log in. Cause maybe I'll like it more now. Maybe I'll like it more. Greetings. Yeah, I'll share the paints after stream. Post on Twitter. Is there audio? Well, usually YouTube doesn't play audio while scrolling down on the search bar or search list. Yeah, I think it's pretty dried up. I looked at pretty much everything. I don't know. I mean, there's a little bit more in here, I think. God damn it, shitty website. Just open it!
Where, like, well, consider the thing I want to mention. The skeletal and in AoE, they deny your corpse generation, which means you can't make just a stacking damage multiplier. So they're going to attack really fast, they're going to generate a ton of rage, and we're going to talk about is a minions.
Blah blah blah. Bone offering. Wait, what is power
charges,
offering?
resummon the minions by
Extracting
default, and then
a
eat them all
power
again,
charge.
and cast tons of empowered spells. Very.
No, I'm going softcore and then hardcore.
That slowly fill. Now the cloud of boss fights, and to keep them. So after you
Softcore on first run, push the game to the limit, and then go hardcore next run.
your minion dies, it still survives and can still act for 4 seconds, but it does allow the timer to start ticking. This is really strong for bossing and stuff, a really strong early game gem. But
I mean, I think hardcore would be more fun. I think it'd be fun blind, honestly, but I'm trying to get good, not have fun. I mean, I'm gonna have fun, but I'm gonna have less fun than if I go hardcore, but not that much less fun that it makes more sense for me to go hardcore and get less good. You know?
But like I said, I don't want to dive too deep into it. I just kind of want to give you guys kind of an overview of what the minion.
No, I kind of, well, I don't know. I do like that it goes to standard, so you use the character to like practice or whatever later. But I hope your hardcore characters get voided. I don't know. I like them being like permanently dead. They should have like a graveyard league or something where you're in like a graveyard, but you can still access the character. But you can't leave the graveyard. So you can still see all the gear and stuff. I think the concept of hardcore is an outdated concept. No. Why would I mean? What you lose? It's over. I don't know. That's pretty timeless concept.
Now, the next category of skills that we're going to talk about is kind of like the second archetype of Witch. So Witch really seems to have like 3 different main archetypes. You know, the first is minion, the second is chaos dot, and then the third is like physical damage.
Oh yeah, actually. This, you know, they're right. They're not like launching a league, so this might be a scenario where you can start hardcore and then you just die and you go to the standard softcore league and you can keep playing. I mean, then you lose your stash, but that could be a thing because they're not launching a league. Oh yeah, I guess you could just migrate the stash, duh. Or rip with it or whatever. But you could just rip it on a second character after. So that might be. Yeah, but I don't know. If I do that, then I'm not like if I actually start hardcore like that, I'm gonna play differently, right? If I actually do that, then I'm gonna go over level everything and go way slower. So I don't even know.
Multiply the damage of it up to 300%. So it's going to do double
You
damage
think
every time
ED
it bounces.
Contagion is going to be good? There's no way.
Which is pretty interesting, right? It's a great mapping spell. This is actually the fastest early game farming ability. It's way faster than minions or anything else you can play.
How can you say that already? What do you mean, dude? How can you say that? We don't. What?
This is actually the fastest early game farming ability.
Yeah, that is true. You only get to do HC blind one time. That is true.
Way faster than minions or anything else you can play is to invest heavily into contagion. And so the idea is you put contagion on one mob and then you burst the mob down, spread the contagion, everything dies. So how do you burst on the mob? The answer is
I hope there's no like race thing or no like I don't know. No like world first thing.
Is
you know what I
Essence
mean?
Drain. So Essence Drain is a very powerful skill. It has a strong on-hit effect. and then it'll also apply a very powerful damage over time. So the idea is you walk up to a mob pack,
now
you press
that's
contagion, you
now
press
we're
Essence Ring,
talking.
Essence Ring kills the mob, contagion blows up,
That's the way
spreads
to
all over the
go.
mob pack and kills everything, right? And this becomes really powerful when you pair it with one of the support gems where every time you cast a spell, it uses 100% of your life. Gems where...
Wait, what?
With one of the support gems where every time you cast a spell...
Wait, that's kind of cool. Wait, what support gem is that? Now, I can tell you the world first killed guy's name already. It's Ben.
It uses 100%.
If people are actually were memeing or were correct when he said he's going hardcore.
Of your life and eats that amount of life from a minion.
Ben is so. Are you saying my chat lied earlier? They would never.
And then it gives the spell
Be
a 40%
wrong?
damage multiplier.
Not my chat.
But if there's no minion to eat, this support doesn't work. It only works if there's a minion with enough health to eat.
I wonder if it's gonna be so hard that a group is heavily incentivized. Well, no, I want to go hardcore first, but I want to also get good, you know.
Eat, and it's going to give you a 40% damage buff, which is really strong when paired with these already really hard-hitting spells. These are kind of like your two early game spells, right? This is what you're going to be playing early on, like, and the next group of spells you unlock much later. So I got to play with those first two, really powerful, but this next one, Dark Effigy, is super interesting. So you're going to summon a totem, and the totem is going to spam apply chaos over time dots to everything around it, which is pretty interesting, right? And then you also have Despair, which is an AoE curse that gives enemies negative chaos resistance. And remember, all of these dots are all chaos damage. And so you have this curse where you apply it an AoE for negative chaos damage. For those of you who might not have played PoE 1, negative resistance is ridiculously strong because at worst, this is a 32% multiplier, basically against most mobs. But at best, this is a ridiculous damage multiplier if a mob has.
Did we see a charm that removes curses? Surely, right?
Reduction. So extremely powerful, right? Profane Ritual. This is a really interesting spell. This is like one of the versions of Corpse Explosion in this game.
I'm fucking
so the way
on
that
top
this
of this
works
shit
is
again.
You target a corpse and it starts performing a ritual on it. While that's being performed, the corpse does AoE chaos damage, right? And then at the end of the ritual, it eats the corpse and it gives you a power charge, which allows you to empower like some of your spells. And what's interesting is you can have 5 rituals out at a time. So when you're speed farming and stuff, you can go ritual, 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 and not only is it going to do DOT, but it's also going to give you power charges for summoning minions. So this is really interesting when you pair this with the zombie, for instance. So in theory, you could use this to stack up and store a bunch of power charges before a boss fight, so that when you go into the boss fight, you can summon all your zombies, right? So there's some really interesting stuff you can do here. Also, just the damage over time itself is it's hard to tell how high this damage is compared to other skills because this is a rank 22 gem, whereas if we compare it to Contagion, we're only looking at a rank 5 gem, I believe. Yeah, rank 5 gem.
Emo?
So you're not going to see the same crazy numbers here. It's 5.4, and
that would be a good sticker.
On Profane Ritual, it's 59.2, so it's over 10 times as high. We'll see how high the damage actually is, but this is a really compelling spell, right? This is really interesting. Hex Blast is also super interesting. I'm very excited to try this out. But basically, you detonate all of your curses on all of the enemies, and each one explodes.
Hex Blast mine's still the best DPS
you can explode
build.
up to 9 corpses per cast. So the idea is you pull in all the mobs.
How funny would it be if one of the best builds ends up being just a regular
you ramp
PoE
your
1
curses
build?
on them, and then you just Hex Blast, Hex Blast, Hex Blast, and just do crazy AoE damage. This sounds really fun to play. Yeah, it just sounds like a cool spell, honestly.
I don't know.
And with regards to curses,
Surely
by the way,
they're mines,
there's more
right?
curses we're going to talk about later. Obviously we saw the chaos damage, chaos resistance one, but there's
Surely
also a lot of
mines
curses on
exist,
the occultist spell gem tree, where they have negative resistance to a bunch of different stuff. So there's plenty of curses to work with. There's negative movement speed curses in some trees. There's all kinds of interesting stuff that we can play with curses. There's more than just what I'm going to show you here. But like I said, I just want to focus on what is witch stuff. Okay, so next we're moving into the bone skills, and the bone skills are really interesting. They're not really like build enabling skills necessarily. There's probably ways you can make them work, but what makes the bone skills really good is that they're very powerful at utility. And the best example of that is through Bone Cage.
Holy
So Bone
Ice
Cage is going to
Nova
summon an
Frostbolt.
AoE circle around you, and it's only going to last a couple of seconds. But when enemies run into it, they're going to get pinned for like 5 seconds, which means they
That
can't
was
move.
not that they got.
It's like 4 or 5
they were stuck for like half a second.
seconds. It is a very, very long CC. It's the longest CC I saw.
They
on
like
this
barely
game the
even
whole time I was
stopped.
playing. And it does that in an AoE, so when mobs run in, boom, like they're all CC'd. It's super powerful. And yeah, really interesting skill. And this next skill is also super interesting. I played the crap out of this one. I really, really like this skill, which is Bone Storm. So Bone Storm, you charge it up. The longer you charge it, you summon this like row of bones behind you that keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, like shrapnel. And then when it's done, you can release it whenever you want, and they'll all shoot forward, and they do physical damage as like a spell cast. But then they stick into the enemies that they hit, and the next thing that attacks them, which is like a keyword in PoE, right? So it's not any spell, it's got to be specifically an attack, which works with minions, so minion attacks. The next thing that attacks them will proc the bone sphere that's in them and add to its own damage, which means when a minion hits an enemy with Bone Storm in it, it's actually going to scale its own damage, which means it scales with all of your minion multipliers. So this is really interesting, especially when you think about something like Reapers, right? Where Reapers have this huge
You
damage
might get
multiplier
stuck
built
on the
into
passive
them,
tree.
and then they're scaling this Bone Storm into a big number. It's also really good in party play. It's, you know, just a good freaking spell, man.
Good in party play. What makes it good about party
The
play?
next couple of spells we're going to look at are the kind of like utility spells that don't really fit in anywhere else, but have like really high value. So Enfeeble is an AoE curse that is going to make enemies do reduced damage. Quite a bit of reduced damage, right at 30%. This is a huge damage. And on bosses, it's still going to give you 16%. It's quite a bit. We've also got Vulnerability, which is going to make enemies lose armor, which is
Vaughn makes them lose armor now.
also really strong because, you know, you can see how much physical damage that we have. So reducing the armor can actually end up being very effective. Finally, we also have Detonate Dead. And Detonate Dead is a fantastic
now we're
ability because
talking.
It does percent maximum
Now
life.
we're
It
talking.
does have its own base value of damage.
Also, I
The
just
fact
want to say this video is probably the lowest quality 1080p video I've ever seen.
it does percent damage of the maximum life means that you can basically slot this into like any build.
I don't know. This is at like
right?
2000
next, I just
bitrate
wanna
or
quickly
something.
Go over the some of the more interesting passives. I'm not going to go into every passive on the tree. I just kind of want to talk to you guys about.
I think it'd be pretty sick if it's like D2, DD, and you still end up using it to clear stuff, and you just pop them. I mean, it's 20%, dude. It could be. It might be good.
Passives that really kind of, I think, define the playstyle of what they're going for. For which, I want to give you guys an example of like some of the minion multipliers and stuff, and kind of what you can expect to be playing. So for starters, one thing that's very different than other games is that your starting spell nodes and a lot of your minion nodes all throughout the tree are going to read like this one, where it says 8% increased spell damage and minions do 8% more damage. This allows you to spec into minions while still being able to do damage with your own spells.
Yeah, it'll be cool
Now,
if you can
know, as an
actually use
example,
normal
Power of the
spells
Dead here, giving
too.
them attack speed and damage. This is only hitting minions, right? So it's not every single node that's going to be hitting both minions and you, but a good percentage of them do, especially early on in the tree, which is really nice. Makes your leveling a lot smoother. You're also able to get this stat here, which is minions revive 15% faster. This is a very strong stat because it's going to take that 7 seconds and it's going to cut that down to.
Holy, with every minion respawning, if you can do like unstable, whatever it's called for exploding minions, that's going to be kind of sick. Because every minion's going to be like Dark Marionette, where they just auto revive. Explode? Yeah, I don't think they've showed that yet, but that'd be cool. Like every minion just keeps respawning. Was that loud? Why was that loud?
Like 6 seconds. And you can stack this to the point where you can get that cooldown down to like 3 seconds, right? And you get it to the point where your minions are coming back pretty quick. Also, your minions are inherently really squishy, so these
I
maximum
don't
life
think
nodes
this
are very
guy's from the dev team.
You also got like standard like movement speed, attack speed nodes,
Definitely
right? Like some
not.
pretty normal stuff. And then we have this really interesting one. 40% increased minion damage while you have at least 2 different active offerings. This is a really interesting node because it's basically trying to push you into the offering playstyle where you might sacrifice 2 minions so that you can buff up your whole army. You can give them like the shield. You have a lot of choices for what kind of sacrifices to go for, but not every minion build is going to want to play 2 sacrifices, right? Like almost every minion build is going to want to play 1 for the attack speed and flat damage, but not every single minion build is going to be playing like 2 sacrifices, or sorry, 2 offerings. So some decisions to be made there. You also have this node here, Fear of Death, which this node is really cool. So it's called Dead Can
Dex
Dance.
is added to your.
It's a great mapping spell. This is actually reduces your minions' increased
That node is pretty cool.
evasion rating, and then it gives your dexterity to your minions. Now, this is kind of like
That's how much damage you're dealing.
a traditional minion node, which is that your amulet now applies to your minions instead of you. So, you get life on your amulet, it goes to your minions instead of you. You, like, applies in your plus else.
Right. Is it just accuracy? Accuracy and evasion in 2v1. Yeah, I mean, that amulet thing, probably not good. That kind of stuff, I mean, maybe it'll be different in PoE too, but that's, kind of bad. The minions. YouTube shitstorm. I mean, I mean, we're in the beginning phases of it. I would assume the anoint goes on the minions, but I'm not sure how that would work. From an equipped amulet. Alright, well, time to go. Hopefully some more shit will be uploaded. For tomorrow. That's true, but I don't think that's till super late in the day. Eye of Winter Deadeye. Not the worst thing I've ever heard. There it is. There's no list. Empty. Hmm. Alright, I'll be back tomorrow. Maybe make some more MS Paint builds, even though none of them are gonna be applicable to the actual start, probably, but, you know.